Okay, good afternoon or good evening. The November 24, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you would like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
You have a quorum with Councilmember Conrad and Mayor Riggins absent.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any remote speakers on the closed session item?
No, we don't have any raised hands or participants on Zoom.
Okay, Ann Kay, you're up for 3 minutes. You have to come to this microphone. You're passing? Okay, thank you. There being no further comments from the public, we will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We will reconvene at 5:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as we can to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. And we do expect the other council members to join us at some point during the closed session. But if not, we will report on that when we get back. Thank you. We're adjourned. We're recessed. Thank you.
I know people, I used to have an accountant take out a calculator. Remember some rich guy, friend of mine, developed that.
The November 24th, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. The in-person participants who would like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Make sure you submit your request to speak form before the item is called. We won't be taking any late slips. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad?
Here.
Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
Mayor Riggins?
Here.
You have a quorum.
May we please have a closed session report? Whoops.
Yes, at 5:00 p.m., the City Council met in open session and recessed to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present at the closed session, and no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
Yes, the original agenda for this meeting was properly posted on November 14th, 2025, with the first amended agenda posted on November 20th, 2025. The second amended agenda for the meeting was properly posted at City Hall on November 24th at 4:30 p.m., but due to a technical issue, the website agenda posting did still link to the first amended agenda. The supporting materials for the new items 1B8, 1B9, and 7D were available on the website at the time of posting. Once staff noticed the error, we corrected the link to the second amended agenda and sent a notification to all email and text subscribers at 6:14 p.m. on November 24th. In addition to the agenda posting, a supplemental report was posted for item 5B on November 21st at 4:53 p.m., and a second supplemental report for that item was posted at 6:14 p.m.
Thank you. May we please have an approval of the agenda? Staff request to pull and correct item 1B7.
I'll move to approve the agenda with the correction for 1B7.
I have a proposed friendly amendment. I was going to make the motion. I'd like to move, if Steve will accept it as a second, that we move the appeal, item 5B, to be the first thing that we do after 6:30, after whatever we're in the middle of doing when we get to 6:30. And secondly, I'd like to continue items 7C and 8C because I doubt we're going to get to them, and it's not fair to the people that are here to address them to have to wait through the PCH appeal, which may take up the whole evening or at least a substantial portion of it, and then sit here all night and never get to address the thing that they're here for.
So item 5A is for the labor exchange, and I think that should be.
That's already continued.
Mayor, item 5A is
You're
scheduled.
right, I apologize.
So the motion is 5B at the earliest time we can following 6:30, and take off 7C and 8C and continue them to the next meeting or a special meeting. Because they're going to be both of them are going to be controversial.
I second that.
Could I just make a comment? I think we've got to do 7B tonight. Is that correct?
7C and 8C.
You're talking about 7C and 8C.
As I understand the proposal, and Mayor Pro Tem, you can correct me if I'm wrong about your friendly amendment, you would like item 5B to be heard as soon after 6:30 as possible without interrupting any other items that are being heard at the time, and you would like to continue items 7C and 8C to a future meeting.
Correct.
7C is in Charlie and 8C is in Charlie.
7C, Rick, 7C.
Correct.
Makes
C.
sense to me.
7C is just.
So Steve, will you accept that?
7C is the
Zeracis.
beachfronts. It's Zeracis. It was the exploration to discuss the
It's just a-
TDSF. And then the 8C was Bruce and I's agenda item about memorializing some of the policies that we've been talking about.
7C, we're not going to make a decision on what we're going to do. All this says is,
This is just a motion to reorder the agenda. Let's not discuss the substance of what the items are, please.
I'd like to do 7C and get that out of the way if we could.
I agree.
We can do that.
So could you restate your amendment?
Well, my friendly amendment is going to stand the way it is. If it's rejected, then we can have a vote on the agenda as it is. I'll vote against it. I don't know where others will come out, and we'll see where it goes.
I'll take the amendment that says let's move 5C up. That was a good one, and if you want to move 8C to the next meeting, I can live with that also.
Okay, let's start with that.
I worry that I do not want to talk about 7C late at night. It is too important to people for me to do at 11 p.m.
Can I suggest that we first vote on, Steve will accept the friendly amendment
Okay.
to move up 5B and to continue 8C. Let's see if we can get a vote on that, and then I'm going to make another motion to further change the agenda, and we'll see where that goes.
Mary Ann, can you take a vote on that?
So the
Well, I
front-
just want to make sure I'm clear on it. So we're going to do consent, and if it's after 6:30, then we'll do 5B, then 4, and then the remainder of the agenda except for 8C?
Effectively, if the timing works out, I think this would be putting item 5B before item 4A, since that's the beginning of the items that cannot be heard until 6:30. So if the city manager's report was not heard before 6:30, again, 5B would move before that, but effectively this puts 5B after item 3 and before item 4A, and would continue item 8C to the next regular meeting,
Just
if the amendment is accepted by the maker.
could I just have a clarification from the staff? Does 7B have a timing question? Because I think we've got I saw something about December the 9th on there.
Correct. 7B is time sensitive and is not currently proposed to be continued or moved in the current motion.
But we do have to get it tonight. Okay.
Correct.
Sorry.
What's 7B?
When we get near the end, if we're going to adjust it, we can do that. Yeah, I think,
I just want to be clear.
let's, be optimistic.
Okay.
Well, wait.
Mayor Pro Tem, your microphone.
Oh, you keep asking about that because perhaps you want to suggest moving that to before the appeal, so move that up for also?
No, I think we're fine. I agree with Steve. We'll just make sure as the night goes along, we just got to make sure we cover that item somewhere in the bottom. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so was the friendly amendment as proposed by Councilmember Euring accepted? That was to,
Councilmember Euring, are you accepting the friendly amendment for Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein to hear item 5B immediately after 6:30 and to continue item 8C to the next regular meeting?
Yes, I can live with that.
who was the other, is there a second?
And that would be Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein's second with the acceptance of that friendly amendment.
Okay, we got a motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
None opposed?
I'd now like to move that we further reorder the agenda to continue item 7C to the next meeting so that all of the people that are here to address 7C who are unlikely to ever get to address it because we're not going to likely get to it before 10:30 can go home. Do I have a second for that?
I second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. None.
No.
Let's keep it on until we get to the end. I mean, right now,
Try
That means that people have to stay here for that.
if they understood what was going on, they wouldn't be here.
So the motion failed 2-3.
Okay. All right, so we are on to, just want to make sure I do it right. Consent calendar. Does anybody want to pull anything?
We're already pulling 1B7 to address the change? Okay.
Any other items? Do we have any speaker slips for consent?
No, we don't have any speaker slips, but we do have one raised hand on Zoom.
Okay, let's just keep it to that one raised hand, and let's hear from that one raised hand.
This is for public comment on the consent calendar.
Justin?
Justin, are you there? Is Justin unmuted?
No.
He's been asked to unmute. Justin, you've been asked to unmute.
Justin, going once, twice? Okay, let's go on with consent. So do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar except for 1B7?
So moved.
Any second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. None opposed? Okay. Would you like a staff report?
I can handle this if it's okay. The motion for, I would like to move that we approve 1B7, but that we change the words to match the last resolution that we adopted on the fly at the prior meeting, which are not incorporated in the draft that is there today in our booklet. So basically, the proposed resolution in our booklet is in error. It doesn't include the language that we
Right.
adopted last time.
It's on the screen above us,
Yes.
and that matches what you want
Yes,
included?
yes, it does.
Okay.
That's the motion, to approve that.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Okay. So then, seeing that we got through that so quickly, do we have no ceremonial presentations? Do we have any commissioners or?
No, we don't have any commissioner committee updates, but we
Okay.
will have a city manager update.
Great. Miss City Manager.
All right. Good evening, council. Good evening, Malibu. I'd first like to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving coming up. As we gather with loved ones and express our gratitude, I want to express my gratitude for the resilience, strength, and spirit of our Malibu community. And in these challenging times, many of you have shown extraordinary strength and compassion, and I want to express thanks to our incredible city staff who've worked tirelessly to uplift our community, and may your Thanksgiving be filled with warmth, joy, and cherished moments with all of your family and all your friends. Because we have such a packed agenda tonight, I'll be quick and tick off the things that are happening in City Hall that we're grateful for. Listen, don't try me. The Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District and the City of Malibu are advancing a major milestone in the effort to create 2 independent school districts. The school district will hold a special Board of Education meeting on December 1st to consider 3 foundational agreements that establish the financial, operational, and governance frameworks needed for separation. Secondly, that we're thankful for, we've been working with senior SCE executives, been working closely with Rob DeBow to continue their efforts of undergrounding the existing electrical circuits within the Palisades fire area. Along with the expedited undergrounding efforts, SCE is committed to additional benefits to the city, including expediting the electrical undergrounding on Latigo Canyon Road, Cuthbert's electrical circuit. They have agreed to supply temporary generators for the PCH signal synchronization project needed to perform final testing and system operations for that. They've agreed to partner with the city and Santa Monica School District to install automatic transfer switches and generators at Malibu High and all the elementary schools. They have agreed to work with the city to promote SCE's backup battery rebate program to our community. In addition, they are looking to not only maintain the Community Resource Center at the Michael Landon Community Center on Bluffs Park, but also to collaborate with the city to find an additional Community Resource Center within Malibu, so we'll have 2 instead of just 1. Also, they have agreed to deploy a community crew vehicle in Malibu during extended outages, and also partner with the city and Caltrans to develop technical solutions for the PCH traffic signal battery backup systems. So we continue our talks with them, and they continue to be cordial, and we're trying to secure as many benefits for our city and residents as possible. But we are excited that they have agreed to indeed expedite undergrounding. Additionally, last week on November the 18th, Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, based on a motion by Supervisor Horvath, voted to pursue action at the CPUC to require telecommunications companies to underground their facilities in coordination with SCE's undergrounding projects. So this county initiative could create a regional regulatory framework that supports the city's goal of undergrounding the telecommunication lines and we are working with Supervisor Horvath's office to ensure the smooth coordination of this effort between both utilities. Lastly, regarding undergrounding efforts, the city has submitted a FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program application to fund the undergrounding of existing telecommunications facilities and the removal of remaining poles within the Palisades Fire area. And if it is awarded, it would give the city both the funding and leverage needed to achieve the goal of undergrounding both electrical and telecommunications lines. So we can also be grateful today for the executive order issued by the governor's office. The order ensures that homeowners with available insurance proceeds can use them to cover the cost of optional rooftop solar and other code upgrades. The order also suspends state statutes to support faster and lower cost development of municipal sewer systems, and it expands the governor's previous order prioritizing displaced survivors on wait lists for affordable housing placement. We can also agree that we're thankful for Malibu's ambassador of joy and optimism and our national treasure, Dick Van Dyke. We're thankful for him, and he will be turning 100 years young on December 13th. So Vandy Days will be a community-wide celebration honoring Mr. Van Dyke and will take place from November 28th through December the 14th. Here at City Hall, we're celebrating with 2 special movie screenings in partnership with the Malibu Film Society. On Friday, December the 5th at 6:30, we will show Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And on Sunday, December 7th at 2, watch the world premiere of Dick Van Dyke 100th celebration. There's no admission fee for Malibu residents, and you can get tickets at the MalibuFilmSociety.org. We have a few department updates from Public Safety. The Public Safety Department is updating the city's evacuation plan and needs your input. We invite everyone to please take a short survey, which can be found on the Public Safety website at malibucity.org/public safety. Your input will be anonymous, and it's very important to this process. From our Environmental Programs Division, the West Basin Rain Barrel event had a very successful community turnout this weekend. This past Saturday, we hosted our Rain Barrel event at City Hall, and I'm pleased to report that this was the largest distribution Malibu has seen in more than a decade. We provided 150 rain barrels to over 89 households committed to water conservation. We want to also extend our appreciation to our partners at West Basin Municipal Water District and to the volunteers from the Malibu Optimist Club for their support and participation in making this event a success. We also hosted the LA County Household Hazardous Waste and E-Waste event. The city's December event has been canceled. However, Los Angeles County will be hosting a free waste drive-through collection event on Saturday, December the 13th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Malibu Civic Center rear parking lot. Residents may visit lacsd.org/HHW or call 800-238-0173 for more information. The city will also offer free Christmas tree recycling from December 26th through January 11th from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 23575 Civic Center Way, the Chili Cook-Off Lot. All collected trees will be recycled into mulch. And please note the site will be closed December 31st and January 1st in observance of the New Year holiday. Residents are asked to remove all water containers, metal stands, ornaments, tinsel, and lights before dropping off the trees for curbside recycling. And they should fit inside the green waste bin with all decorations removed. Finally, a few reminders for everyone. Malibu businesses, please take the City of Malibu Business Recovery and Resilience Survey and the City Manager's newsletter to help us better understand your challenges and opportunities and how the city can better support and strengthen our local economy. The Malibu Education Foundation will host their annual holiday tree lot at the Aoki lot. I think you can see the candy cane tents on the lot from Friday, November 28th through Sunday, December the 14th. And the hours are Monday through Thursday from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., Friday from 3 to 9 p.m., and Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. All purchases support our Malibu Public Schools. City Hall, Thanksgiving holiday hours will be, Malibu City Hall, the Senior Center, the Rebuild Center, and the community swimming pool at Malibu High School will be closed Thursday, November 27th, and Friday, November 28th for the holiday. City parks will be open for regular hours from 8 a.m. to sunset. And now I'm happy to introduce Director Bundy, who will give us a rebuild update.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, City Manager. Wanted to provide the Council where we are with our Palisade and Franklin fire rebuilds. Great news. We have 186 applications that have made it through the planning phase. 70 of them are being reviewed and 116 are approved already. This constitutes 32% of the single-family residents, so that is a good outcome as we move forward. As far as the applications that we're seeing under the building and safety process, which is the construction phase, we have seen 47. 17 of them have approval and 27 are in plan check right now. We're working with another 5 families, so hopefully on the week of December 1st, we will have another 5 permits issued. With that, I wanted to spend a little bit of time on the new executive order on what that really means for our homeowners, kind of just giving you a brief update on that. What are the practical benefits specifically for our city of Malibu? And so with that, the first one, this order suspends mandatory solar and battery installation requires for rebuilds. There's actually a lower construction cuts and removes significant barriers for our homeowners. So this is a great thing that we got through the governor's office. It's also important also to mention that under this executive order, if there's homeowners that would like to move forward and put their solar photovoltaic or their battery backup systems, there is a provision in which the governor has made it that any upgrades, they will need to be covered by the insurance. So it gives also the benefits to those homeowners and families that would like to still have their solar, that the insurance are going to cover for that. Next slide. And then the next one is, we've been talking about this on the use of the 2022 building code for all of our fire rebuild families. This avoids costly redesign requirements. As you know, the city will be amending the building code at the end of this year, and it will be coming into effect the beginning of the year. So instead of asking our homeowners, now you need to comply with the 2025 code, this is very good for all of our families, and I have shared this with all of the design professionals. The 2022 codes is still the ones that they need to adhere by. And regarding to FEMA, and this is something new that I really wanna emphasize, because our city council decided to for the design of the homes on beachfront properties, they only needed to comply with the minimum federal mandates, which is the FEMA Elevation +1. This executive order actually now is basically stating that, yes, all of these properties need to comply with the minimum federal mandates, which is the base floor elevations +1, which is the minimum elevation standard that is required. There is a statement in which it says that it could any other provisions in the 2025 code could be applied. So far, I can tell you there is no additional elevations that need to be added under the 2025 code. So makes it simple, makes it clear for our homeowners. So no sea level rise for this. And again, the governor wanted to be cognizant that some families would like to continue or have an upgrade under the new building codes, so they are not limited to comply with the 2025 code. And for insurance purposes, this will allow them being eligible for those building code upgrades. Next slide. Another grade also, and I think this was basically tailored for Malibu, and a great thing because this now any CEQA and Coastal Act permits suspensions for any proposed sewer line systems that the city will provide is now exempt suspended. So basically, there will be no CDP required if the city decides to move forward with the sewer line system. And this will, again, cost the time that sometimes property owners are asking, how long is it going to take? So this will cut a lot of the time on that. And also time and money. Next slide. This also accelerating the access to HCD rental units. The homeowners that are renting properties to qualify, they must hold a displacement due to the emergency. They need to be show that they're currently homeless or immediately at risk to be at that homeless, and they're eligible under the HCD program requirements. Again, another. I think it's just, as Malibu, we need to be grateful for all of this. I feel that this new executive order was tailored for our city and for our residents. So very grateful to the governor, to our city mayor, and to our city manager that went to visit our governor. And next slide. Upcoming closures and dates, for me, it's important to mention too, especially for our families on the Rebuild Center. We're going to be closed just for the holidays, Thursdays and Friday. But we will reopen on December 1st. I also want to mention that some of our consultants are going to continue working on your rebuild projects that are coming in. So kind of letting them know that we are continuing to focus on them. December holiday closures, the City Hall will have limited services, so your inspections will be, if you call for inspections, we will be providing inspections for our rebuild families. Our rebuild center will be open during December, December 22nd, December 23rd, the 29th and 30th. And then City Hall will reopen and to full hours on January 2nd of 2026. I want to remind the community of some of the community sessions are coming up. December 3rd, we will be hosting in this room the design professionals meetings. We also have a specific workshop for geotechnical issues. This will be also a great opportunity for the community to know our new consultants that are, hopefully council approves this tonight to move forward with that. We also have a December 11, a community gathering for all of our rebuild families, and then January 14, another community gathering. I want to wish everybody a happy and blessed Thanksgiving, and especially to all of our families. You are in our hearts, and you are present in everything that we're doing right now. God bless. Thank you.
Yes, Doug.
Yolanda, just a quick point. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you were talking about the building codes. I believe in the February 13th, the executive order, the building code was, if your house was built under the 2019 building code, you were able to use those?
Yes, it was the first executive order regarding building. The executive order talked about, hey, cities, if you have any home that was destroyed during the fire that was recently issued and permitted, that was designed under the 2019 code, the full house, then you will be able to allow those families to move forward without any process. Right. Unfortunately, the city did not have a complete home. And so that's where we are with that item.
It was such a good idea. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce? Bruce?
Well, that's a comment. I applaud everyone who had anything to do with the sewer decision, because that is a major give. I didn't appreciate that when I read the executive order. I thought it was talking about the septic systems, but basically this means we are the masters of our decision on the sewer. We don't have to get permission from the state. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is part of this executive order.
Okay, great. That makes a decision a little easier when we get to it.
Well, we won't need a coastal development permit.
Right.
We won't need, yeah, so the same thing as the rebuilds, right? So it's exempt from the coastal act and exempt from CEQA. But you still need to get, we need to go through our, process here at the city council level in terms of your decision making.
That's what I meant by don't need the state.
Anyone else?
I just want to say thank you.
You're right, Yolanda. That sewer decision is going to save people a lot of time and a lot of money. So thank you for everybody who helped us get that done. Thank you.
Madam City Manager, is there anything else? Thank you, Yolanda and Tyler. And Rob back there, I know you help with the sewer too. Sergeant Soderlin, do you have an update for us?
Good evening, City Council. I'll just jump right into it. So we're approaching the end of the year, so I kind of want to give you a year in review. For crime statistics, traffic collision statistics, injury collisions, citations issued, pretty much everything's been cut in half, which makes sense because of the Palisades fire. The eastern half of the city was shut down for 6 months, so we're looking at about a 50% reduction in crime statistics, traffic collisions, injuries, collisions, and traffic citations issued. This year, we repurposed a special assignment deputy who became the school resource deputy for the city of Malibu. So that started this school year. So things have been going great on that, and it's very promising, and we hope it continues, which I'm pretty sure it will. So we are still using our drones, and they've been so successful that the county is looking at changing the policy for when they can be deployed to be more expansive, and we'll be able to use them in more situations other than what they've been in right now. So they see the value of drones, and things are looking good. So that's in the works. PCH safety, the city continues to fund extra traffic enforcement along PCH, so that is good. We're still out there, we're still issuing citations, and we're trying to make PCH safer. With that, we did a DUI checkpoint this year through an OTS grant from the city, and we're looking at doing another one sometime soon, hopefully. Signal synchronization project is complete. That will help slow down traffic along PCH. If you're driving the speed limit, you should hit green lights. If you're going too fast, you're going to hit a red light. So another thing to add to safety. Speed cameras are also about to be installed, so that's good. So you'll see those coming up. I think there's 5 cameras going to be installed, or 5 locations. And also we're still partnering with Caltrans to try and make PCH safer. Our real-time watch center is up and running, and we have it staffed almost 24/7 now. So that goes hand in hand with the license plate reader cameras that the city bought and installed. And so now we have people monitoring the license plate reader system, as well as all of the public-facing cameras, which were integrated into our real-time watch center. So that's been integral in investigations through our detective bureau to solve crimes after the fact, and as well as real time. When people call in, we can pull up cameras in real time and see what's going on. So it's been a real asset for us. ICS training, which is the Incident Command System, that's a federal standard for disaster management. All our supervisors are mandated to be trained in it now. So they are currently going through the Incident Command System training, which is the gold standard for disaster management. Our disaster communication systems, so it's basically ham operators, and we have a large contingent of volunteers that do disaster communications. They got a new van full of the state-of-the-art equipment. Their last one was about 30 years old, so it was time for a new one. We're working with the city to do the mass evacuation update, so that's ongoing. We're looking at getting a new command post trailer for the station. The one we have is probably 20 years old now, so we're looking at the latest and greatest coming out. The VOP for the VOP cars for the city, the bailment's been approved, and they're currently at Fleet getting equipment installed, lighting and radios and all the good stuff in that. So hopefully those will be on the road soon. We have 4 new trainees at the station. Some people promoted and went on specialized assignments, so you'll see some new faces out there. But staffing continues to be a problem. We're about 70% staffing, so here's my shameless recruiting pitch. It's a great job. Send your friends and family, lasd.org. Thank you. I take questions if you have any.
Does anybody have any questions?
I have just one. There have been a couple articles I read last week about I guess the federal government is getting access to some of these license plate readers, and they're feeding it over to ICE, and they're using. Are we fairly comfortable that we got this stuff protected so it's not being spread around to people we don't want to spread around to?
We're the only ones that have access to it, and we do not share it with the federal government.
Okay, so they're not breaking. Okay, that's okay. Just make sure.
Haley?
Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. I just wanted to repeat that you're 70, what is your shortage?
We're at about 70% staffing right now.
So that means that we can't add like cops on the PCH to give out citations or tickets or slow people down, because we are where we are with our amount of police officers. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate that. Did I just hear that there was an accident on Malibu Canyon?
There's a overturned vehicle, and both north and southbound lanes are blocked right now.
Oh, it's tragic. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have an update of the man who was walking on PCH a few months ago who was struck by a juvenile? I am very worried about that. It was dark, and he was walking on PCH, and the boy who hit him wasn't speeding or texting or driving drunk. He was also driving the speed limit, just didn't happen to see him. So I was wondering if maybe you had an update on that.
Same information as last time. We're still trying to identify that
Thank you.
pedestrian, yes.
I hope he's okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to hit you with a bunch of stuff, sorry. So, drones. Is there any special marking on them so people can tell the difference between a LASD drone and just a private thing?
We have, there is a large sheriff's star on it, but you're not going to be able to see it up in the sky. So, but what we do, we have to issue, it's called a NOTAM, it's a notice to airmen when we launch them, that the drone is in the sky. So the people who are in the air or flying around, they'll know that we have a drone up. So it's not like we just launch it willy-nilly. People, we send out an alert that the drone is in the air. So.
Okay, great. Could you repeat, I know we have a lot of beachfront property owners here, and could you remind about the letter of agency, so if they're experiencing any graffiti issues on their properties or their neighbors' properties, how you guys can help if they have a letter of agency?
Sure. So our letter of agency, it allows a deputy to respond to your property, and if they locate an individual on there, we have your contact information, and we're able to reach out and say, hey, is this person supposed to be here? Are they not supposed to be here? And if they're not supposed to be there, you basically grant us authority, you don't have to be there, to arrest them for trespassing. So you can go on the city website under the law enforcement tab. There's a PDF version of it that you can fill out and submit, and we'll have it on file. So when your address is typed into our computer-aided dispatch system, it will show up that there's a letter of agency on file, and we'll have all your contact information. Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about the cameras being aligned. Since most of the areas within the burn area, are those being, and I don't know if Rob's the right person, maybe, are they being set to 25 miles an hour? Or do you know?
Yeah, I don't have that information.
Okay. Since that's what the speed limit's supposed to be in that area,
Yeah.
just to make sure. And then the same, if they get the speed cameras on board, making sure that we've got them set for the proper
Correct.
limits there. And then the last thing to put you on the spot about, virtual deputy. I've heard a lot about this virtual deputy program. Can you just give us a little info on it?
Sure. So a virtual deputy is it's basically a Zoom call with a deputy so they can take a report for you. So it's good for lost property reports. It's good for if you just want to talk to a deputy, have questions, you can set up. And that's actually going to go through our real-time crime center there. The deputies that are there will be doing the virtual deputy program. So you can set up an appointment, get on a Zoom call with the deputy, and he can answer your questions or take a report for you if need be.
So the person doesn't have to take off time from work, drive
Correct.
to the station. They can do it from their home or their office during the daytime and
Correct.
handle deputy things like that. Great. Thank you, Sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else?
Yeah, actually, I have a follow-up question from that. So it's interesting that Mary Ann's focus was on inconvenience to the resident. I did a ride-along with you guys, and I was really surprised how much time you all waste driving to different places to take reports and then taking them. Is it mandatory? Like, can you require people to do it virtually as opposed to having to drive around and take reports like that?
It depends on the
if
type.
It's not an urgent, if it's not an,
Yeah, if it's a crime, we kind of want to look for evidence and things that we can gather to help the investigation. So that's why we want to be there on scene. But for more mundane reports, such as like lost property, things like that, we can do that on a Zoom.
So you can designate which it'll be, or do you have to go to do that live unless the person is willing to do it by Zoom?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Can the sheriff's department designate what gets done by Zoom, or do you have to go out to the location if the person wants you to?
Yeah, we have criteria. It's like a matrix that, depending on what's needed, whether it qualifies to take a report over the Zoom call. So,
I was really disappointed at how much time seemed to be wasted taking pretty routine reports that weren't going anywhere.
Well, as soon as we get that substation in Malibu opened up, that'll help, won't it?
there you go.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have a great holiday.
All right, you too. Thank you. Happy
Best of luck
Thanksgiving.
to all the deputies. Do we have anything else?
Not for 4 more minutes, but this is
Okay.
the reminder for anyone who'd like to speak on item 5B to submit your speaker slip now. That item will be heard at 6:30.
Okay, so please get your speaker slips in for item 5B. That's the Caltrans item. We won't be taking any late slips, so you need to get them in advance of the item starting. And then we're going to take a break for 3 minutes, and we'll be back at 6:30. Does everyone have their speaker slip in? Going once, going twice. Are we back? Okay, we are now back, and we will be moving forward with item 5B. May we have a staff report, please? So, wait, sorry.
Start with disclosures.
Yeah, we have disclosures.
I have a disclosure. Hello, everyone. I've been advised that I need to recuse myself tonight, not because of any financial benefit, but simply because I have a strong opinion about this issue. I am deeply disappointed to be stepping back from what may be one of the most important decisions I will face in my time on council. I ran my campaign on this. I believe in this work. This recusal feels like a loss to the city and a loss for the purpose I came here with. Once again, the process we are loyal to outweighs the outcomes we desperately need. I have never been so ashamed or so disappointed in some of the people I know in this town as I have in the past few weeks. I have watched, and this is not who we say we are. This has been small, there's been small, inaccurate, and completely disconnected from the urgency of protecting lives on our highway. Our job as government is to protect. I've poured everything I have into this role, and moments like this make me step back and ask why I'm giving so much of my time and energy to a city that keeps working against its own best interests. I have watched in real disappointment as planning commissioners and residents have spoken to visiting engineers with a tone and an attitude, in my view, is unacceptable. We invite these people here to help fix PCH, and then we talk to them as if we know more about road safety simply because we live here. It is embarrassing. It is harmful, and it's not leadership. And in my year on council, I've spoken to more than a dozen agencies, and we do not have a good reputation to work with. We are seen as difficult, we're seen as unserious, and it's humiliating. We want attention and support and then act as if we are above it when it arrives. To the Caltran engineers who have tried to work with us in good faith, I want to say that I'm sorry for the way that some of you were treated. You deserved respect and you did not receive it. I dedicate this vote to the many lives lost and the countless injuries that have happened on this highway. That's it. I gotta leave now, but I'll be watching.
Okay. Thank you. That's enough clapping. Thank you. Do any other council members have any other disclosures or recusals, or are we here?
I have a procedural question for Trevor. It seems like we've got no rhyme or reason to when we do disclosures on land use appeals. I mean, we hear reports a lot of times and then we do them. We even sometimes wait till after questions have been asked and then we do them. Today we did it before we hear a word. What's the rule?
Sure. Disclosures of ex parte communications or information must be done before the public hearing starts. So it can be done immediately when the item is called, or it could be done anytime before the public hearing starts. If there's a recusal, then it needs to be done right away because there can be no participation in the matter.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Public disclosure?
So are we doing those disclosures now or only recusals?
It's just us doing it all together.
I get to start. All right. My public disclosures, obviously I've been involved in this all of this year. If you look at the Caltrans presentation, I brought the one in from one of the sessions I went to. Been involved at the public hearings. I've been to all those. And recently on the appeal, I've talked to Pat Healy. I've talked to Nicole Taylor and Phil Phillips from Pepperdine. And I've also tried to keep an open mind about all this. We're in a semi-judicial role on an appeal basis. And while I've talked to a number of people about this, or people who try to talk to me, I've said I can't give you an opinion. I have an open mind. I want to hear all the facts, and that's our requirement to do. I have nothing else to disclose.
Steve?
I spoke to Nicole Taylor, I spoke to Pat Healy, I spoke to Lee Haber. Just talking about some of the issues in the Caltrans project that didn't change anything or change their opinion or change mine.
Bruce, anything else?
I haven't spoken with anyone who's involved in this appeal or anyone who has a position on this appeal other than to one exception, Michelle, who had a very brief conversation, but I made it clear to him that I had to keep an open mind and would do so. And I did speak with Helen about her recusal. I wanted to try to talk her out of recusing herself because I didn't believe that legally she was required to. I thought she had a strong view, but that she was able to continue to keep an open mind on what would be presented at the hearing, but we didn't otherwise discuss the substance of the issues in the appeal. So those are the only conversations I've had with anybody.
I do need to do a follow-up. I didn't make the magic statement that I learned nothing in my conversations that is not now part of the public record.
Okay. And I spoke with Nicole Taylor also. I met with Pat Healy. I talked to Lee Haber, heard from various residents, saw a few things on social media and stuff, but again, nothing new that wasn't in. I did watch part of the Planning Commission meeting, the first meeting, and have attended some Caltrans meetings with regards to this project through the time that they've been moving it through the system. So.
Was there any information that you gained or any council member gained that was not part of the record before us today?
No. Okay. So that's concluded, and we'll have a staff report now, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. The appeal before you tonight is appeal number 25-007, appealing coastal development permit number 25-009. So for background on the project, Caltrans submitted the CDP application on March 13th, 2025. Caltrans representatives presented the project to the City Council on June 23rd, 2025. The project was then presented to the Public Works Council on July 23rd, 2025. The project was presented to the Planning Commission on October 20th and continued to the November 3rd meeting. The project was then approved by the Planning Commission with conditions at the November 3rd hearing, and the project was appealed by Malibu Township Council on November 12th. Just to get into the project, give some background on it as well. This is a look at the vicinity map. The PCH improvements stretch from the Ventura County line to Sarah Road. And just going to quickly go through the project components. New guardrails, curb ramps, sidewalks, retaining walls, realigned intersections, new light poles, bike lanes, a new law enforcement pullout lane, median reconstruction, and associated roadway improvements, which there's a long list here. So repaving, crosswalk striping, pedestrian signals, traffic channelization bollards, radar feedback signs, adjustments to traffic signal timing, among others. So the appeal presented by the appellant states the Planning Commission's decision was based on the findings or conditions not supported by the evidence, or the decision is not supported by the findings and the decision was contrary to law. The Planning Commission's decision was not the least environmentally damaging alternative and violates the public access provisions of the LCP. Also within the appeal, the appellant offered a number of conditions for the council to consider. I'll just run through them very quickly here. Reduce PCH speed limits by 5 miles per hour, remove the proposed sidewalk along Pepperdine University from the scope of work, remove the proposed sidewalk along Corral Canyon State Beach from the scope of work, remove proposed lighting in front of Malibu Seafood and lighting between Zuma View Place and Zumiras Drive, require bike lanes to be painted green and install reflectors along lane lines, and require consultation with first responders. The applicant, Caltrans, then provided a response letter dated 11/17, and taking note of each of those potential conditions, Caltrans responded by saying Caltrans can work with the city to reduce the speed limit, but it will take more time to evaluate than this project allows. The proposed sidewalks in front of Pepperdine University and along Corral Canyon State Beach will remain in their scope of work. Caltrans will consider adding markers along bike lanes as appropriate, and Caltrans states that the project does not negatively affect first responders as the project maintains the same number of lanes, and the lanes can be open during construction in the event of an emergency. In terms of correspondence, so far the city has received approximately 136 letters, the vast majority in support of the project. And then if the council wishes to approve the project as proposed, there's just a few updates to the resolution that I just want to mention up front, just in terms of numbers, in terms of the bike lane mileage and the number of streetlights. Caltrans has since reduced the number of streetlights, or proposed to reduce the number of streetlights to 18. And in terms of the bike lane mileage, just a typo in the action item that needs to be updated to their proposed amount of 9.7 miles. And then for the number of streetlights, that would need to be updated in the action item description, section 4, and condition of approval number 2. That ends the presentation, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the appellant team, they will go first. And that is Malibu Township Council, Bill Sampson and Joe Drummond. You have 15 minutes, correct? And please let us know if you want to reserve any of your time for rebuttal.
We will reserve, we'll reserve what's left over.
Okay.
For rebuttal, it's probably going to be, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes. Okay. My name is Bill Sampson. I'm president of the Malibu Township Council. We've been here since 1947, January 10th. We're finishing our 79th year. We are not a political entity. We are a social welfare organization under Internal Revenue Code Section 501c4. You may look it up. You can find our determination letter. We are as interested in public safety as anyone is around here. We were confronted on November 12th with having to protect the stuff we wanted to get. Sometimes you have to file an appeal or a complaint to preserve your rights and your time. That's what we did. So I'll go through it. The lighting reductions. I just saw the number 18. I believe the number's 22, but 18 are in the city limits and 4 are outside the city. If I'm incorrect on that, I'm sure somebody will bring it up, perhaps the people from Caltrans, with whom I have met precisely once. It was a cordial meeting. It was by Zoom. They've agreed. Only 3 lights between Zuma View Place and Zumarez Drive, that's acceptable to us. We basically have worked this out. That was the purpose for filing the appeal, with 1 item left. We had to preserve our time. If we let it go, it was going to go in as planned, and that was not acceptable to us. We've come up with something better, and they have cooperated. We appreciate it. The safety procedures on the bike lanes, we would like them green. We'd like protective dots. At least one of our members thinks that the pavement markings would be superior to BOTS dots. I've hit them both on a bicycle. I've probably fallen on both of them on a bicycle. Fortunately, I've never wound up in a sewer grate, but whatever works better, and it may be the pavement markers. But they're agreeable on the bike lane requests. Speed limit reduction. I understand the problem. We got several different state agencies here, and one can't do what the other one wants to. I suspect Caltrans might like to reduce the speed limits around here. I'm sure the sheriff would, and we would. The Corral Beach sidewalk, we had originally been very concerned about it, and that creating another problem. We've agreed on that. Sidewalk can go in as they proposed. The lighting at that area near Malibu Seafood, that was, Caltrans agreed to reduce a lot of it. There's lighting out between Zuma View Place and Zumarez. I believe that's down to 0 or 1. Whatever it is, it's acceptable. Today, I've learned we still disagree about the about the sidewalk in front of the Pepperdine lawn. I just remarked to Nicole, whom I just met. I saw her testify at the Planning Commission meeting, and remarked, it's interesting that the interests of the Malibu Township Council and Pepperdine are exactly aligned on the sidewalk. We disagree with Caltrans. I will say I appreciate meeting with the Caltrans people. I will tell you this. During that meeting, I asked them, there was Ms. Pay, I think I said her name correctly, Mr. Haber, Mr. Molina. I said, what consideration did you give to the Malibu vision and mission statements? They did not know what those were. One of the males said, and I can't remember which one, said, oh, that's just some kind of aspiration thing. It's not. It's part of our code. It's part of our general plan. It is the law you all took an oath to follow. I will turn it over to Ms. Drummond.
May I ask a question?
Trevor, can you ask a question?
Quick question.
I think we're going to have a time to ask questions of them. You need to
It'll
ask it.
help me understand what they're saying going forward if I can get an answer.
It's up to the discretion of the mayor if you want to allow it.
Yes.
Okay. Either Bill or Joe, one of you, could you just sum up very succinctly what is in dispute as opposed to all the things that are worked out partially or entirely?
It's just the Pepperdine sidewalk.
Okay, thank you.
So, good evening, council members. I'm Joe Drummond, and I'm speaking on behalf of Malibu Township Council, not to my personal feelings or beliefs. MTC's preference from the beginning was to work collaboratively, not adversarially, with Caltrans and the city to achieve practical, evidence-based safety improvements, and that is exactly what happened. Like many in this community, our members, including my family, have experienced profound loss of homes, of friends, of family, and of neighbors because of the dangers on PCH. The purpose of MTC's appeal is to increase safety. MTC has consistently advanced meaningful data-driven safety reforms, from working with Caltrans to ensure that Nobu had their July 4th permit revoked, an event that should have been shut down but tragically was not, to establishing the state legislation banning 3-axle big rig trucks on PCH, a measure that has unquestionably saved countless lives. Our commitment to public safety is longstanding, evidence-based, and unwavering. With that said, once the appeal was filed, as an MTC representative, I focused entirely on keeping the process constructive and productive. Over the past several weeks, I helped arrange multiple meetings, conversations, and exchanges with Caltrans that directly produce the written commitments before you tonight, the same commitments referenced in the staff's presentation, commitments that significantly strengthen the project. Because of this cooperation, the lighting plan was carefully reevaluated based on accident data, reducing poles from 27 to 22, including eliminating the Malibu seafood lights and removing the excessive lighting previously proposed between Zoom Res and Zoom View Place. Bike lanes will be safer, with Caltrans agreeing to provide reflective markers and clear signage where the bike lanes end and merge into traffic. This can be added as a condition tonight. Caltrans also confirmed that a speed limit reduction can go into effect during construction as soon as AB 1014 protocols are finalized, hopefully in the spring. And the concerns at Corral Beach were fully resolved, with Caltrans offering a safe and workable solution. These improvements happen not through conflict or delay, but through dialogue from residents with our community. The only remaining issue is the proposed Pepperdine sidewalk. The Planning Commission's intent was for Pepperdine and Caltrans to reach a mutually acceptable solution. They have not, and no safety justification has been provided to Pepperdine or the city for the placing of a sidewalk on the Alumni Park side of PCH. MTC has been in direct communication with Pepperdine throughout this process, and they have been clear. They fully support removing the sidewalk and thus fully support the remaining matter of this MTC appeal. Their letter to you stated on Friday that they were never provided the safety rationale they requested, and none of the 3 reviewing agencies, the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, or city staff, identified any safety need or pedestrian demand. These slides show exactly why the Pepperdine side is unsafe and impractical. A full-length drainage ditch, let's see, how does this work? There, obstructs the Pepperdine frontage. 2 fire hydrants require costly relocation. An existing crosswalk and signals already serve the opposite side. And a bus stop, a bench, and a pedestrian zone are already on the bluff side. That side has ample open space for path without obstructions. And importantly, people walking to or from Bluffs Park would not have to cross the highway to reach the bus stop if the sidewalk is on that side, which alone makes it much safer. There's also several mature trees that block the Pepperdine right-of-way. No one walks along Pepperdine's frontage today. The proposed sidewalk would not connect to any destinations. Alumni Park is Malibu's scenic rural gateway. A sidewalk with a 50-foot by 3 feet retaining wall would permanently alter that character, urbanizing open space and inviting graffiti and loitering. No visible retaining wall would be needed on the bluff side. The Federal Highway Administration is clear. Sidewalks should connect to real destinations, not exist in isolated segments. Along this stretch of PCH, there are no other sidewalks. The Pepperdine sidewalk would literally be a sidewalk to nowhere. The Highway Administration also says sidewalks should be placed near transit stops where there is actual pedestrian activity, and all of that activity, the bus stop, the bench, and the pedestrians, is on the Bluffs Park side, not on the Pepperdine side. There is zero pedestrian activity on the Pepperdine frontage today, and no realistic potential for it. This makes the Bluff side the only logical and federally supported location. Earlier today, Rafael Molina from Caltrans texted me that they view the sidewalk as a key safety feature, and they did evaluate the Bluffs Park side, but found it not feasible due to terrain and anticipated impacts. But based on the evidence you have, the flat shoulder, the existing pedestrian zone, and the fact that it avoids a highway crossing, the Bluff side appears clearly safer. I even said if it's state land and Caltrans is a state safety agency, why should there be any barriers to using this safer side? He replied that he knows we are advocating for a safe outcome as well, but not with a direct answer, which is what I hope we can get tonight. Not feasible without a transparent and rigorous review cannot be the end of the conversation, especially when the alternative is safer, easier to construct on state land, and is fully supported by federal guidance. To honor the city's condition requiring Pepperdine satisfaction, the only responsible action is to remove the Pepperdine sidewalk from the CDP tonight. If Caltrans confirms this change and includes the lighting, bike lane, and speed limit conditions, MTC will fully support moving the project forward by the December 1st deadline. We all want the same thing, a safer PCH, grounded in data, collaboration, and respect for Malibu's rural character. Thank you for your time and your commitment to genuine safety improvements for the community. And I'll reserve the rest of the time. Thanks.
We have 5:28 left over. So now we will hear from the applicant, Lee Haber. Oh, Nancy, are you?
Good evening,
Good evening.
council member and mayor. To address the question that brought up right now, which is the sidewalk, is the only issue that's available and of concern. We did look at the Bluffside sidewalk, and it's not feasible because we will need additional right-of-way from the county and from the city of Malibu. Placing the sidewalk on the Pepperdine side, that's within our existing right-of-way right now, the state right-of-way. We do not need additional right-of-way from anybody. The sidewalk will be placed within the state right-of-way on that side. So we will be able to proceed forward on that. No permanent take will be required. So that's where we at to address that item. The outstanding item that's still in question is the sidewalk in Pepperdine.
Okay. Any other comments? Do you want to reserve the rest of your time, or?
Go ahead and...
Thank you. So the sidewalk there on the Pepperdine side connects two existing sidewalks. So it does provide a connection through of the other existing sidewalks on Malibu Canyon Road and John Tyler. You currently have a break. In terms of the retaining wall, my understanding is the retaining wall is necessary on the inland side, not to be visible from PCH, where the small drainage inlet that you could see earlier was shown with the chain link fence grading laid over the top of it. In that vicinity, that is where the retaining wall would be, according to my understanding. Is that correct, Nancy?
Yeah, that's correct. The only retaining wall we need is about 50 feet where the grade Ms. Drummond was showing on the picture. Because of that drainage, we want to protect and we don't want to impact that. We have to put a retaining wall there. Any other places, there's no retaining wall?
So that drainage inlet is there in the state right-of-way area. It would be, the retaining wall would be facing that drainage area, so it would not be visible from Pacific Coast Highway. The additional part is there's not a drainage ditch that I'm aware of along the entire side. As may have been outlined earlier, I think the intent was to communicate about that one area where the drainage inlet is. And the plan would automatically include maintaining the fire hydrants in that area. We would just relocate as appropriate. We'd maintain the fire hydrants in that area. We also complied with the Planning Commission item, their condition. We had a meeting with Malibu, staff present with LA County Sheriff, LA Fire, and Pepperdine. We've conferred on this matter. We've taken their input into consideration. It was outlined as asked that LA Fire and LA County Sheriff both indicated there would not be an impact on their operations in that meeting that we had last Thursday. Thank you.
So you have 12 minutes and 3 seconds reserved.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes.
The retaining wall is going to be how large, how long?
It's about 3 feet high where the drainage area is, just to retain the dirt there so we don't impact.
How long?
50 feet.
50 feet.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Any others before we start public comment? Okay, I see a number of students here, or those under the age of 18 that might have school tomorrow. I'm going to take a little procedure. If you're 18 or younger and have school tomorrow, raise your hand. Did you put in speaker slips? What are your names? Okay, those two come forward, please, and then I'll go back to the regular order. Okay, yeah, anybody who has a speaker slip that has school tomorrow, I will find your slips. Darcy, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Darcy O'Hurley. I'm a brand new licensed driver, and as a kid who's now going to be growing up for the rest of my high school career, I'm currently a sophomore, I think there's no hurting in just a sidewalk. As a kid myself who's been trying to go from maybe Bluffs Park to my friend's house in John Tyler, it's not safe. If I'm trying to go after a soccer game or a soccer practice to my friend's house, I don't have the guaranteed protection of walking safely. I can maybe walk on the side or maybe walk on the grass, but honestly, there's nothing wrong with a sidewalk that's just going to benefit everyone. For kids who are just trying to get places. It's also really hard to get from Cross Creek there, so if you're going from Bluffs to John Tyler, it makes no sense to not put in a sidewalk when there could be one, so thank you.
Thank you. And your name?
Parker Kaplan.
Parker Kaplan. Okay. Go ahead, Parker.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Parker Kaplan, and I'm the sophomore class president at Malibu High School and a newly licensed driver. I'm here tonight not just as a student, but as someone who has grown up along Pacific Coast Highway. Growing up on Malibu Road, I wasn't allowed to cross PCH for years. Walking or biking to a friend's house, just crossing a street wasn't safe. For teenagers like me, PCH has become more than just a road. It's a barrier. Parents worry constantly for our safety, and it affects everyone's everyday lives. In my 16 years in Malibu, PCH has been the #1 concern. I've witnessed accidents as a new driver, had friends in crashes, and have heard countless amounts of tragic stories. Since 2010, 61 people have died on this highway. That number should shock us, yet it has somehow become a normality. We've had opportunities to make this road safer, but little has been done. Now with Caltrans offering improvements, we have a real chance to act. Memorials and signs aren't enough. We need better lighting, protected bike lanes, and crosswalks that feel safe. We need a road that prioritizes people's lives over speed. This isn't just about today, it's about tomorrow. The next generation of Malibu kids deserve to grow up without a fear of a road that defines our community. We need to make PCH a symbol of safety and not tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Your name before you start, please.
Oh, hi, my name is Elle, and I'm Halen's daughter. For the past 9 months, I've watched my mom work tirelessly for the city. She truly loves it, and I couldn't be more proud of her. I'm about to get my driver's license, and the last time I spoke at a city council meeting, it was about the 4 girls who tragically lost their lives. Since then, in these 9 months, little to nothing has changed to make PCH safer. My mom has been working hard to improve safety on PCH, and now it finally looks like there's a plan to make a real difference. But I'm disappointed to hear that my future and the safety of so many others is being weighed against the cost of construction or new lights. I don't want to live in a city where I don't feel safe to live in. It is your job to better Malibu and keep us safe. How can you run for a position and you don't do all that you can to keep your community safe? That's the very reason my mom chose to run for city council, to fight for her safety and change. The responsibility now lies in your hands. You have the power to make this plan happen. You get to decide the future of my safety and my friend's safety. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, everybody. We have a rule that we don't clap. We want to make sure that everybody feels they have safe. So jazz hands, silent approvals. Thank you. And your name before you start?
Nehal Matthews.
Thank you.
Hi, I live in Pacific Palisades and go to Pali High, but I come to Malibu or drive on PCH every day. My experience has unfortunately been that the roads are so unsafe in so many ways. I have my permit, and whenever I drive with my parents, it's super scary and the speeding is out of control. I understand many of you are concerned about the construction that will continue, and while I believe this is a valid frustration, I 100% believe the 60 permanent deaths caused by PCH are far more important than temporary construction. I also ride horses, and when I'm in the truck with my trainer while she's driving the trailer, people are so reckless and have no consideration of space awareness. Speaking of live animals, I have seen on multiple occasions people's pets loose on PCH. The many issues on PCH need to be resolved immediately for the sake of everyone's safety.
Thank you. Any other students? Okay, now we'll go back to our regular order. Arthur Brock-LeBlanc, followed by Bert Ross, followed by David Rolston.
Thank you, council members. It's Arthur Brocklebank.
Sorry
about that. Let's make PCH safe. We don't want to see any more deaths. I mean, our law enforcement officers see a lot of that every time they go out. But there's one word I always say: change is the price of survival. And we don't want to see any more deaths on this road. I drive it, PCH, every Sunday, but the other day I was driving in the rain on a Thursday night coming back from the senior centre. It's dangerous, and I know we're all trying to do our best. So, as I say, change is the price of survival, and thank you for letting me speak. It's a great country, and it's a great place, Malibu. Thanks again.
Thank you. Bert Ross, followed by David Rolston, followed by Chris Weisner. You look good without the cane.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bert Ross, and I'm here to support Caltrans' long overdue safety improvements to the PCH. When we were infants, most of us learned to say the word no before we learned to say the word yes. Unfortunately, here in Malibu, there are some of our neighbors who struggle to ever get to yes. They oppose almost all construction in the name of our mission statement, which says, amongst other things, quote, Malibu will maintain its rural character, close quote. The traditional definition of rural normally refers to communities with fewer than 2,500 residents, often with a reliance on agriculture. With almost 15 million visitors annually and a Nobu restaurant, Malibu stretches the traditional definition of a rural community. When I hear from some of my neighbors who bought their homes here 40 years ago, I can certainly understand why they feel nostalgia for the time when people rode their horses around town. But those days are unfortunately in the past. The sad fact is that the proverbial horse is long out of the barn. In order to stop development, we have created such a web of rules and regulations that it has become an arduous undertaking simply to build or even renovate a home. People need to pay an expediter just to move through the bureaucratic morass. In the past 7 years, we in Malibu have lost almost 1 in 4 of our homes because of fire. Virtually half the homes lost in the Woolsey fire are still not fully rebuilt, and only a tiny fraction of the people who lost their homes in the Palisades fire have building permits. I was glad to hear what Yolanda said, and hopefully that will be a change in what's happening regarding the issuance of permits. This paucity of the issuance of permits seems to be at least partially the result of Malibu's long-standing no-development culture, which has turned out to hurt the very people it was meant to protect. And now, some of these same no-development neighbors are opposing some of the improvements to the safety of the PCH, where over 60 innocent human beings have lost their lives, mostly in the short time that my wife and I have lived in town. The opposition, again, comes in the name of preserving our rural character. But certainly, sidewalks are not a serious threat to our way of life. Yes, credit should be given to those neighbors who have fought uncontrolled development and help Malibu continue to be the beautiful and magical place it is. And yes, the appellant deserves credit apparently for making some progress in their discourse with Caltrans. But when the safety of our people is at stake, and if this project is delayed, safety will be at stake, then it is time to say yes. I want to wish everybody up there and to my left, thank you for your service, regardless of how you vote on any issues, and may you all and your families have a holiday, including everybody here, with lots of blessings to be thankful for. I never normally speak and then leave, but I have a 9-month-old grandson whom I'm going to put to bed, so forgive me for leaving. Happy holiday.
Okay. David Ralston, and is Tracy here? Thank you. You have 4 minutes, followed by Chris, followed by Michelle Shane.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is David Ralston. I have spoken to most of you at one point or another in the last 2 years since our daughter, Neve Ralston, was killed here on PCH with her Pepperdine sorority sisters, Peyton Stewart, Asha Weir, and Deslyn Williams. And as it so happens today, would have been her 23rd birthday. In her short life, Neve brought a lot of joy and light into the lives of people she knew. She lived her entire life in Los Angeles, spent a significant amount of time in Malibu growing up, was a graduate of Oaks Christian High School, and for 4 years lived in Malibu as a Pepperdine student. She embraced and cherished Malibu and its citizens, and she was a resident. I remember the city council meetings that were held in the aftermath of her death. I remember the voices of the many community members who wanted to know why Pacific Coast Highway is so dangerous. They wanted to know why it seems so many drivers speed and why there are so many accidents that occur in their community. And I remember hearing I recalled the hearing of those people that recalled collisions and coming out of their homes to witness horrific scenes of gravely injured victims on multiple occasions, events few people experience in a lifetime, let alone more than once outside their home. Others spoke of the sound of cars racing along PCH at night. There were many ideas brought up by the city council members at those meetings, and many of them were sensible and in line with what I know as a resident of Laurel Canyon for over 20 years. PCH is not the only heavily trafficked roadway running through a residential community. Local to our home are roads like Mulholland Drive and Sunset Boulevard. Sunset Boulevard was the location of Dead Man's Curve in Jan and Dean's song from 1964. Those roads have been changed long ago and made much safer. What I took away from the discussions of the City Council was that the City of Malibu could not change PCH without the cooperation and support of other entities, and in particular, Caltrans. This is one of those moments where the City Council at long last has the opportunity to see PCH re-engineered in the interest of making it better equipped to support vehicles, parking, pedestrians, and cyclists that rely upon it at various locations. I am not a traffic safety expert. As all the works of man, it is likely to be imperfect and will never please everyone. I've seen arguments being made that PCH is just fine and doesn't need to be changed because more people haven't died on it recently, with no acknowledgement of the months it was shut down, nor the ongoing construction, reduced speed limits, and lane closures. I don't think those are good faith arguments. Are a handful of streetlights on PCH worth debating? I know there are many who have a vision of PCH through Malibu that's far more ambitious and with a design that is more suited to a residential community. This is a step in that direction. Your planning committee approved this. Thank you.
Chris, followed by Michelle, followed by Marielle.
Hi. Before I read my speech, I'm going to just address this Pepperdine sidewalk thing because this irks me. There's nearly 10,000 students and staff on one side of that road that could use this every day. If we do it on the other side, everyone has to use the intersections more and more. Think of the math and the statistics there and how many more accidents that creates. But I'll start my speech. Dear City Council and Malibu community, my name is Chris Weisner and I have lived in Malibu for 24 years. I always swore I would never leave this city. This place shaped me. It's where I dreamed of raising my daughter and growing old with my family. But in October 2024, I was forced to leave. because the Nobu 4th of July PCH tragedy nearly killed my entire family just 1 minute apart in traffic on my daughter's first birthday, which happens to be 4th of July. Instead of celebrating her beautiful first year of life, I watched another life slip away. I saw Martin Rukiki in his final moments on the sidewalk of PCH fighting for his life and losing it in 5 short minutes. That image hit me like a hurricane, and in that moment I realized my family's safety mattered more than the dream of living in Malibu. And I told my family, we're moving. But this isn't just about me. How many more amazing Malibuites do we have to lose? How many more preventable deaths on PCH must occur before we choose action over delay? Tonight, we have a chance to finally move forward with the most significant safety upgrades PCH has seen in decades. Even if this permit isn't perfect, and nothing this big ever is, it represents more progress than we have ever made on this deadly highway. As Mark Cuban says, perfectionists are the enemy of progress. Right now, we are standing on a collapsing bridge. We can keep arguing about the color of the new guardrails, or we can build the bridge that saves lives. Progress isn't a luxury anymore. It's a necessity. This appeal stands in the way of real, tangible improvements, safer intersections, sidewalks, guardrails, lighting, bike lanes, upgrades that will prevent the next tragedy instead of reacting to it. So I'm asking you, from the depths of someone who lost his home, his sense of safety, and a piece of his heart on PCH that day when Martin passed, please discard this appeal. Move forward with the permit, choose progress, choose life, do it for Martin, do it for every Malibuite we still have a chance to protect. Do it so no more families have to make the impossible choice mine did. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Michelle Shane, followed by Mariel Hadid, and then Ann Kay.
Good evening, Council. I had this fabulous speech all prepared and then sat down and found out that all we're talking about is the sidewalk. So I will ask a couple questions. My big question is, who decided to remove some of the safety lights and why? Some local businesses, so we decided to remove the safety lighting that local businesses supported. Are we negotiating the very improvement people asked for? Did the Planning Commission make a wrong move here? How was this decided? Are we so enamored with dark skies that we forgot to look down at the ground? And on top of that, the lights were dark sky compliant. I spoke with Calamigos and Malibu Seafood. They tell me they actually wanted the lights and that no one spoke to them about removing the lights in their areas. 61 deaths since 2010, with the first one being my daughter, Emily. This is the first real chance for PCH implementation and safety improvements in 30 years. You all ran on safety. You all ran about keeping our community safe. You're elected to represent the people who want to get home safely. So do your job, vote yes, stop endless back and forth, and start saving lives. The next empty chair might be in your house.
Mariel Hadid, followed by Ann Kay, followed by Bridget Thompson.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to this community. My name is Mariel Hadid. I serve as chair of the Malibu PTSA Safe on PCH committee. I'm a board member of the PTSA and the PTA, and I'm a mother of 2. I'm here tonight as a very concerned parent. Joined by members of the Malibu Middle and High PTSA and the Malibu Elementary PTA, we're here to represent concern shared by families across our K-12 community. The PTSA leads Be Safe on PCH, a student and family safety initiative. We've already brought CHP Officer Sturgis to the campus to speak with the 9th and 10th graders, and we're doing AAA events. We're doing what we can to educate our children so that they can drive safely on this road. As shared with the families yesterday, Agenda 5B represents over $50 million in state-funded PCH safety improvements, funding the City of Malibu does not have to pay for. If this appeal is approved, that funding will likely be withdrawn and improvements will probably be delayed for years. This highway is dangerous. Between 2010 and 2023, about 170 people were killed or seriously injured, a disproportionately high rate of fatal and severe injuries. We have tragically lost too many people here. Improvements like dark skies compliance lighting, safer crossings, updating pavement, and clearer bike lanes will help protect our community. Construction impacts matter and should be addressed. I don't want to be inconvenienced by traffic, construction, but I do want safer roads for our children. There's never a good time for construction, but it can't be placed on the same scale as human life. We have the funding available now. Please look. Take this opportunity to make PCH safer. I urge you to support item 5B and help prevent future loss of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Kay, followed by Bridget Thompson, followed by Sophia DeBeles. Sorry if I got that incorrect.
Hello, my name's Anastasia Komarask, and I hear everything everyone's saying. I don't want to be in the same predicament as Halen Conrad finds herself in right now, and that is conflicted out. So since I'm running for governor of California and Caltrans is involved and the city's involved, any decision I make here or say here can be used to prevent what you're looking to do. So I hear what everyone's saying. So it's best for me to listen and keep my mouth shut. That way I don't get conflicted out and get put out in the hallway like Conrad Halen is right now. Thank you.
Bridget Thompson, followed by Sophia, followed by Tina Siegel.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bridget Thompson. I'm a Pepperdine University alum and a dedicated advocate for PCH safety. 2 years ago, my 4 best friends, Neve Rolston, Peyton Stewart, Asha Weir, and Deslyn Williams, were killed on Pacific Coast Highway. They weren't just names in a headline. They were my roommates, my family, the people I lived with, laughed with, planned my future with. Losing them shattered my life in a way I will never fully be able to put into words. And today is especially painful because today would have been Neve's 23rd birthday. I should be singing her happy birthday. I should be celebrating with her. Instead, I'm standing here, fighting for her life and all of their lives to mean something. I'm not asking you for perfection. I'm aware this project isn't absolutely perfect, but it is a start, and it's the only start we've had in years. We cannot wait for perfect. We can't hope for a better option someday while people are continuing to die now. This is the one moment where safety can be added while the road is already being torn up. If we miss it, we rebuild the same deadly road and nothing changes. I've heard people say they're worried it will mess up the rural feel of Malibu and that they won't be able to see the stars. And I need you to understand something deeply. I would trade every single star in the sky for one more day with any of those girls. Just one more day with any of them. To hear their voices, to see them walk through the door again. And I know their parents would say the same. Losing a child is a pain I cannot imagine. It's extremely disheartening to hear that preserving the stars is being weighed against preserving human lives. Beauty and safety can coexist, but the lives, they cannot be replaced. And I know this in my heart. If it were your daughter, your best friend, your loved one taken on this road, you would not hesitate. You wouldn't take any more time. You'd be fighting just like I am. I would never wish this pain on anyone, and that's why I'm pleading with you to act before any other family has to feel this. I carry all 4 of my best friends with me every day in everything that I do. I'm begging you, please don't let this chance slip away. Do it for Neve. Do it for Peyton, for Asha, for Deslin, and for every person who deserves to make it home. You have the power to save lives tonight. Please don't miss this chance. There's simply no time to waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sophia DeBellis, and I'm here to speak to you about the safety of PCH and how this bill is essential in saving people's lives. 2 years ago, I lost my childhood best friend, Neve Rolston. I lost my biggest supporter, and I lost someone who impacted my life tremendously. Our friendship actually began in preschool, where I would save the seat every morning next to me for her. And over the years, she became my family and someone that I loved deeply. I actually spend most of my time now missing the life that she was a part of, and as it was mentioned, today is her birthday. I should be celebrating with her. I should be celebrating her happiness and her health and everything that she wanted to experience out of this life. But instead, I am standing here before you, heartbroken and overwhelmed with grief. There is not a single time that I drive along PCH where I don't think of her or I'm reminded of how she was killed. And I am here because her death should not be repeated. Her death was not an accident because we all know that PCH is unsafe. We know it's unpredictable and overdue for meaningful change. Investing in PCH is not optional, but it's urgent. And it's critical to make this road safer for everyone who depends on it, because it is not just a highway, but it's an essential part of Malibu. It is the only way in and out for thousands of residents, the roads for the students behind me who mentioned drive to school, people who commute to their jobs, families visiting the local businesses, and the tourists who come here to experience the coastline and everything that Malibu has to offer. Every single person who steps foot in this community relies on that road to be safe. They rely on it to be predictable and responsibly managed. But instead, it is one of the most dangerous stretches of highway in California. Tonight, this bill and the decisions that you make have the power to save lives. You have the power to spare another family from the pain that Neve's parents feel behind me, the pain that I feel, and everyone who is grieving Neve Rolston, Peyton Stewart, Asha Weir, and Deslin Williams. Improving PCH means slowing down the speeding. It means adding lighting. It means stronger traffic enforcement, safer crossings, and changes that will protect the people who live here and the people who visit this place we all love so much. As I said, today would be Neve's 23rd birthday, and she doesn't get to be here to celebrate her life. So I'm asking you to make sure that no one else loses someone they love on this road too. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina, followed by Nicole Taylor, followed by Josh Spiegel.
Good evening. I can't imagine anything I'm going to say is going to be any more powerful than what we've just heard. I'm Tina Siegel. 2 years ago, I witnessed the tragic death of 4 beautiful Pepperdine students outside of my front door. Our family has been Malibu homeowners for over 50 years. We have witnessed countless horrific deaths on PCH, none as horrific as these beautiful girls. I was honored to work with an amazing team of people for the PCH task force to make PCH safe. We hand painted over 61 tires, representing 61 families who have lost loved ones. We were thrilled when the Planning Commission approved the bill to begin efforts to make PCH safe. I'm urging you tonight to support this effort and begin to make our highways safe for residents, visitors, and all who use this iconic road. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole, and is Sharon Beard here? Nicole Taylor? Oh, I'm sorry. Is Sharon here? Thank you. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, Sharon ceded her time to me. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable council members. My name is Nicole Taylor, and I serve as Pepperdine University's Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, and also the Vice Chair of our Emergency Operations Committee. Thank you for your work tonight to enhance PCH safety. Pepperdine fully shares this commitment and appreciates the broader project before you and the ongoing coordination among Caltrans, the city, and our public safety partners. I want to be clear that we support the city's continued efforts to further PCH safety and support the City Council's approval of the broader project tonight. Like the city, the university takes its responsibility to foster a safe environment for its community very seriously. Given this responsibility, we remain concerned that fundamental issues we have consistently raised with Caltrans in meetings over the past several months, and as recently as last Thursday, regarding the proposed sidewalk segment between Malibu Canyon and John Chyler Drive, fronting Pepperdine's Alumni Park, have not been substantially addressed. As more fully detailed in our letter to the council, based on the information and input we've received today from Caltrans, the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, the city's Public Works Department, a third-party traffic consultant, and others, we have public safety and emergency response concerns with the sidewalk segment. Our concerns include, among others, introducing pedestrians into an area without current or proposed sidewalk connectivity along PCH, which can operate to induce pedestrians into the highway environment once the sidewalk terminates, and the potential impact on emergency response and clearance operations. To confirm, Pepperdine's sole focus is whether the sidewalk segment will increase and not degrade safety, and whether it will adversely impact emergency operations at our campus, serving the greater Malibu community. For several months, we have been meeting with Caltrans in an effort to share these concerns and understand the basis for this particular segment, how it will enhance safety, and how it proposes to mitigate the risks it may create for pedestrian safety or emergency response efforts. Our responsibility to our community demands this. And while at those meetings, Caltrans has provided certain helpful information, we raised a number of questions which were not addressed, and unfortunately, Caltrans has not been able to provide us site-specific data demonstrating that this segment is needed and will improve and not degrade safety outcomes. For example, for multiple months, we have requested the road safety audit referenced at the Planning Commission hearing. To date, Caltrans has still not provided that document to us. Given where we are, we want to focus on the best approach forward that will allow the project to receive approval tonight without compromising safety or emergency operations. We see 3 ways for this to happen. Caltrans agrees tonight to remove this segment from the project. The City Council approves the project with the segment removed from the project scope, or if not feasible to remove, the Council imposes the condition included in our letter requiring, prior to construction, a report from Caltrans with concurrence from the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, and Pepperdine, demonstrating the segment is necessary and advances, not degrades, PCH safety without interfering with emergency operations. Any of these actions would ensure the sidewalk segment is not constructed until the identified concerns have been appropriately assessed and addressed. In conclusion, we stand with our students, the Malibu community, all who have spoken in favor of PCH. Again, Pepperdine is not seeking to jeopardize the larger project or its funding. We're grateful for your leadership and partnership, and we stand ready to keep working with the city and Caltrans on solutions that enhance PCH safety.
Thank you.
Thank you. Procedural question. Will we have an opportunity to ask questions of people who speak when the hearing is otherwise concluded before we come back to council?
Before the rebuttal, yeah.
Okay, so members of the public as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Josh Spiegel, followed by Kevin Keegan, followed by Lloyd Ahern.
Hello, Council. For those who don't know me, my name is Josh Spiegel. I'm from here. I'm raised by Malibu, and I'm currently the chair of the Public Safety Commission. I take PCH safety very seriously. I take it personally, and I'm accountable. When you have childhood friends die on the highway and you carry their casket to their grave, you become those things. For decades, we've been asking Caltrans, who's here tonight, to come to the table and help us. We have them here. And we have a lot more work to do. If we don't work with them, make it easy to work with them, make them want to work with us, who's to say that they're going to come back? It happened with District 29 when certain MTC members voted against water infrastructure upgrades. You know, it happened with Regional Water Control Board when MTC spit in their face. They're not coming back. We have a lot of work to do, and we need to make friends. You know, I have a lot of things to say, and it's just, it really pisses me off that I'm even here tonight. It pisses me off that these kids are here tonight fighting for their lives. And it pisses me off that the MTC and Bill and all these people are sitting here saying that they're pro-safety when they're clearly not, and their votes say that they're not. When you vote against water infrastructure, which helps fight fires, and you vote against traffic calming lights, and then 2 months later, a drunk lady from Nobu kills an Uber driver, and then you appeal public safety items like this, you cannot sit here and say that you're pro-public safety. You're just not. It's an astounding overreach. And I don't know what we're trying to do here. When we appeal, it just gives them a bite at the apple, another one, to renegotiate a decision that's already made. And frankly, it's a disgusting use of the appeal process. And I hope that you'll all sit up there as leaders and admonish them for doing it. I don't know, Bill, if you've lost people or anybody in the MTC has physically carried a casket. It's heavy. And it really sucks to bury your friends.
Kevin Keegan, and you have 4 minutes. Lloyd Ahern and Damien. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, council members, good evening. I am Kevin Keegan. I'm an appointed Public Works Commissioner for the City of Malibu. I speak tonight as a resident to share my opinion on Agenda Item 5B. I have 5 points for your consideration. First, on July 23, when the Public Works Commission discussed the Caltrans pavement rehabilitation project, we also discussed the proposed PCH roundabouts and the PCH speed camera projects. Our Public Works Department staff have done an outstanding work advancing all those PCH projects for one simple reason: PCH safety. Please note that unlike the speed camera project, this project appealed by the MTC will not require funding from the City of Malibu. Second, I have seen firsthand the responsiveness of the Caltrans team to Malibu's values. For example, Caltrans reduced the number of proposed light poles by at least 36%, I think a whopping 48% at this point, and has offered to remove more lights. Please keep in mind that Caltrans is focused on following the law and Senate Bill 960, known as the Complete Streets Policy, to meet required targets to receive the project funding. Third, the City of Malibu needs partners. Supporting this appeal tonight could significantly damage our county and state partners' trust in our city to advance common sense, well-funded projects, especially after Caltrans made approximately a dozen project changes in good faith. Fourth, in my opinion, we must consider the Public Works Department staff. This appeal could have a negative impact on our Public Works Department. For any council member who claims to champion city staff, voting in support of this appeal will betray that claim. Lastly, in September 2024, when the parents of the 4 Pepperdine University students who were killed on PCH filed lawsuits at LA Superior Court, they claimed that the defendant public entities had long been aware of the dangers posed on PCH, but failed to make repairs. Significantly, the Pepperdine plaintiffs claimed that the design of the highway was, quote, a substantial factor, close quote, in that high-profile and tragic collision. For example, the plaintiffs highlight that much of PCH's design does not include sidewalks and crosswalks for pedestrians. What does include crosswalks and sidewalks for pedestrians on PCH is the well-funded Caltrans pavement rehabilitation project the council has a chance to support tonight. The project also includes controversial bike lanes, and if it moves forward, perhaps we can use the new bike lanes to strengthen our request that Pacific Coast Highway be reclassified as a boulevard. A note in the Pepperdine family's lawsuits reminds us of a constant refrain shouted for decades, which is, quote, somebody should do something, close quote, to fix the perilous PCH in Malibu. Enough is enough. Please approve the Caltrans project and deny the MTC appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Lloyd Ahern, followed by Damian, followed by Scott Dietrich.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lloyd Ahern, and I'm totally in favor of you voting for this. There was one thing that they took out in the Planning Commission was they didn't want to have lights in front of the Malibu Seafood. And I have a very interesting story about what happened at that area because there are no lights. A friend of mine had a probably 32-year-old son at the time of 15 years ago. And they were all coming back from Santa Barbara about 11 o'clock at night. Thank God none of them were drinking. My friend's son was in the baby seat, his wife, and a bunch of other folks from Las Flores Beach. And they were just driving along. You know how dark it is. Doug knows how dark it is. Marianne knows how dark it is. And all of a sudden, two kids just popped up right in front of him. And he hit them and he killed them instantly. Instantly. They want to take and not put lights there. It's unbelievable. That is the darkest part of our highway. Every time I go by there now, it's been many years. So what I'm asking is somehow, gentleman that was there before, Tyler, that gentleman, he knows what lights go in and out, right? On the project. Let's try to get those lights back, or not back, because there's nothing there. It's pitch black, and kids can get killed. The kids were playing chicken, and oh, and the other thing too, this is fun. My friend's son is standing there, and he's looking down at the two young men that are dead, and there's a policeman standing right here, like a ghost. And he goes, "What are you doing here?" He says, "Well, everybody's been calling 911, telling us these kids are doing this. And we just got here because somebody just called just before you, and we got here just a little late. So let's not have any more of that. Let's get some lights down there. It's just a short area. Kids come off that beach drunk and play these games. So please think about it."
Thank you, Lloyd. Damian, followed by Scott Dietrich.
Hello, Mayor, honorable council members. You all know me, but for everyone else's sake, I'm the executive director of Streets Are For Everyone. I'm also a survivor of traffic violence. In February of 2013, I was hit while riding my bicycle in Griffith Park, pinned underneath the car, dragged nearly a quarter of a mile from the streets onto and down the 5 freeway speeds. Now, this might seem like an odd way to start this particular statement here, but I want to congratulate all of you because we remember the shock and the horror and the upset when we first found out about the Pepperdine girls being hit and killed on PCH. And we all stood here demanding change. It seems like hundreds were here all speaking for change immediately for a safer PCH. I remember personally talking very harshly at Caltrans, Mr. Haber and Mr. Molina, about how disappointed I was at the lack of effective actions on the part of Caltrans. I remember standing with each of you at the Ghost Tire Memorial as we dedicated the 58 ghost tires, which are now 61. I was with you when we celebrated the first significant step forward, the addition of additional CHP officers for traffic enforcement. And I was with some of you up in Sacramento when we nearly lost Senate Bill 1297 and ultimately came through with a win. SAFE produced with Malibu and the Emily Shane Foundation the first and second anniversary events for the 4 Pepperdine girls. And I am congratulating here today because normally Caltrans moves at glacial speeds on doing anything, but because of the demands and the advocacy of you and many in this room, and also, rightly so, thanks to Mr. Haber and Nancy and a few others at Caltrans District 7, Caltrans is moving at relative light speed to try and implement significant changes that will make PCH safer. Streets Are For Everyone is in support of the Caltrans plan as proposed, including more lights, please, and the sidewalk connecting the two incomplete sidewalks on John Tyler and Malibu Canyon. I am heartened by the conversations between Caltrans and MTC, and I am supportive of the MTC proposal to request that bike lanes be painted green and additional reflective markers to increase safety. That said, if this is a vote between approving the 4-1 decision by the planning commissioners or upholding the appeal and potentially losing the $55 million project, I say please, please uphold that decision. And let's make PCH safer for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Scott, Arno, are you here? Thank you. Sala? Sala's still here?
She is not. She left.
John's here. And Darren. Thank you. So you have 1, 2, 3, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Riggins and Council. We're hearing a lot of stuff because we all want safety, but what you're hearing is a lot that does not contribute to safety. The 4 Pepperdine girls were killed. Why? Because a young driver decided to drive 95 miles an hour and lost control. None of the measures proposed by Caltrans would have changed that. If a driver 15 years ago killed Emily intentionally, how does that relate to what Caltrans is proposing? It doesn't. Those tragic accidents and more to follow. I can guarantee there will be more to follow. Why? Because people are going 100 miles an hour in Western Malibu. Caltrans' proposal does not stop that. I will tell you what led to this. In 1991, when Malibu became a city, we lost the highway patrol. We've hired a limited number, but we don't see the enforcement. And unfortunately, as Sergeant Sutherland said, they don't have the staff. We're kind of between a rock and a hard place. No one, including MTC, is suggesting that we don't move forward with the project. What we want to see is changes. They seem to have an agreement with lighting, great. But now, think about what's happening and why people are being killed. They rush across the highway to get to the beach, Matador, La Piedra, and they're doing it in the daytime to go to the beach, and stupidly they run across and they get hit. At night, especially in Eastern Malibu, you get the homeless. I don't know if they're intentionally getting hit or not, but think about it at night. A car comes over a hill. His headlights are bright. Anybody not wanting to get hit should be able to avoid the car. As Lloyd said, there's kids playing chicken on the highway. None of Caltrans' proposals will address that. As I've stated in many meetings that I've attended with Caltrans here, for Eastern Malibu, I always supported bike lanes for Western Malibu where we have the real estate. I worry that just by narrowing the highway, we're creating a more dangerous situation. I just don't know the answer to that, other than stop doing patchwork We just need a little bit more right of way so that cars have the ability to park, so people aren't carrying their strollers on a summer day in the number 2 lane. We can have it wide enough to protect the cyclist. That all makes sense. I'm speaking as a citizen, not as the vice chair of the Public Works Commission. When Caltrans came and made this proposal, we immediately flagged several things. First of all was the Pepperdine sidewalk to nowhere. It doesn't make any sense. No one uses that to walk. They're not going to use the sidewalk. So that's an item that I ask you to set aside. Secondly, and no one's mentioned this tonight, nor did they mention it at the Planning Commission meeting. We have 2 intersections that are merge only. They're not dead stop. One on Civic Center Way, the other in front of the Colony on Malibu Road. That makes no sense. The merges work great. I don't know that there's any data suggesting otherwise. If you do a hard stop and a guy's got to pull out from a dead stop, that makes it more dangerous. So those 2 issues, given that the lighting's been dealt with, I ask you to address tonight and exclude from the proposal, while you support the $55 million for repaving that Caltrans wants to do. We all support that. No one has suggested otherwise. I'm not concerned about delays in construction at all. That has never been an objection that I've heard anyone make. So yes, approve the master plan without the stupid T intersections, without the Pepperdine sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Gina McCloskey, Pamela Connolly-Ulick, Heather Michaels, and Justin Ornstein is our final speaker in person. And we have online.
There's 7 raised hands.
You can hold those 7, please. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Gina Mertz McCloskey. This Friday, I'll have been a Malibu resident for 68 years, to be exact. I have seen way too many accidents on PCH over the years, but about 10 years ago, my friend, also a longtime resident, we were involved in a head-on collision at Paradise Cove with probably an inexperienced 17-year-old driver going westbound, not wanting to hit a car that was stopped in the slow lane, number 2 lane, trying to park. He swerved around, lost control, fishtailed across all 4 lanes and hit us head on as we were going eastbound. If we had been in my friend's Toyota Yaris, I wouldn't be here today. Thank God we took my Mercedes wagon. We're both alive. So please consider upholding the Planning Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pamela, followed by Heather, followed by Justin.
Mayor, Council, City Manager, Ambassador Bond, my neighbors, it's such an honor and privilege, and it's actually kind of sad we're here today. It's Monday before Thanksgiving. And the past months and years, our community has been so impacted by so much trauma. Tonight, Lloyd, I'm so grateful you're alive. He almost died in the fire, God bless. All my neighbors, Arnie's here, who lost his home and everything. All these wonderful high school kids that are here. I'm so sorry for Eve's friends and her birthday. I mean, and Mr., what happened to you carrying those caskets. Michelle, I was on the city council when Emily was tragically killed. There's so many beautiful people and souls in this room, and the trauma that we have been experiencing. Caltrans, where's the Caltrans people? Can you stand up? I just want you to know we have been traumatized, and we appreciate what you're doing to help our community. On behalf of all of these people, I think you can sense it tonight. We need your help. I apologize about this appeal. We need you to help us. We're asking you to keep going with this project. I'm confident the City Council will hopefully uphold or deny the appeal, but we need you. And please, when you work on this project in years to come, look at these people around that you've met tonight and you've seen, and know that we thank you on this Thanksgiving week. And thank you for being here and taking this time. And I don't look forward, but this appeal costed more than $750, which is what they paid to appeal this. It's costing us our time and our energy, and that's precious. Nobody knows how much more time we have on this planet. So I want you to know I appreciate you. This appeal will hopefully go the way of the dark skies one day. It's time for there to be light. I want light on PCH. And maybe light for the football team to play every Friday night. And maybe it's time the city of Malibu look at this dark sky and maybe we flip it. Maybe we do put it to a vote to the people. Are you ready for light? Because I am. I thank you. I think we are going to make meaningful change, and you guys showing up, I'm confident it's going to happen tonight. And thank you from the bottom of my heart, and have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather, followed by Justin.
Good evening, council members. I'm Heather Michaels. Here we are again, and I just need to ask, how is it even possible that there is so much discord and hesitation when lives are at stake? I am saddened, I am horrified, and honestly, it's shameful. To refuse to act urgently when the solutions are right in front of you, or right in front of us, it's more than negligence, it's truly narcissism. It's complete disregard for the families, the children, the elderly, and the everyday people who depend on PCH for their safety and survival. Every delay, every argument, every political tug-of-war puts another life at risk. If you choose not to take this opportunity, this amazing opportunity that's right in front of us, to save lives and do what is right, it will leave a black eye on Malibu, on your leadership, on your legacy in the city. I truly hope that you find your consciousness and you center humanity over ego. And I'm sorry to say that. It's just like hearing the stories, hearing the children, hearing the girls from Pepperdine, their families, it's absolutely horrifying and heartbreaking. So I'm saying this as just bluntly as possible. I hope you finally do right by this community that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Justin Ornstein, and I'm the Transportation Policy Deputy for LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. The supervisor asked me to be here this evening, as she did for the Malibu Planning Commission meetings on November 3rd and October 20th, to add her voice to the chorus of stakeholders who have shown up in support of this project in its entirety. I would once again like to start by extending a big thank you to Director Roberts, Lee Haber, Nancy Pay, and all of the Caltrans staff who have been working day in and day out to make PCH a safer experience for Malibu residents. The last two times I was here, I spoke about the number of serious injuries and fatalities on PCH that the city of Malibu has seen in the last decade. I also spoke about the data and multiple studies that have taken place that indicate a very real need for safety improvements. But this isn't new information. The dangers to pedestrians on PCH have been widely reported, and are well known to the city of Malibu. And there are people here this evening whose experiences with loss on PCH will do that point much more justice than I can. Much like the meetings at the Planning Commission, you've heard concerns about sidewalks to nowhere and connectivity. You've heard concerns about emergency vehicle access, and you've heard concerns about streetlights. But I would encourage you to dig in, question what you hear, and ask tough questions in response, because it's easy to poke holes in a project with the goal of ending up at no. The hard work comes with saying yes and making changes that create a safer, more accessible PCH. Finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't include a personal anecdote. A picnic and baseball at Malibu Bluffs Park, or a visit to Malibu Seafood after a day at the beach are must-haves for my 6-year-old son. But we've had to pass up both on many occasions because the 75 spaces at the park and the much fewer number of spaces at Malibu Seafood are occupied. And I shudder at the idea of having to park off-site and walk my 6-year-old son along PCH to get there. But we're a pretty resourceful family. When making this decision, please think about those who are without similar means, those who may be transit dependent, and what the proposed project connects to and the level of safety that it provides. This is a conversation about safety, but it's also a conversation about equity, and telling people who use the bus to get into Malibu every day that their safety or level of access isn't as important as someone who drives is certainly not the intent of this council. So please listen to Malibu residents and visitors who have already weighed in. These improvements will save lives, and I respectfully urge the council to grant the coastal development permit for this project in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude our in-person speakers. We'll go to our online speakers.
Travis Gibson.
Travis, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight because what's happening in this city is not just wrong, it is morally indefensible. For years, a small circle of people, Bill Sampson, John Mazza, Joe Drummond, Pat Healy, and Steve Uring, have used the Malibu Township Council as their personal vehicle to wage a nonstop war against public safety. And their choices, their actions, and their appeals have created a very real consequence. More people are being put in danger, and more families will be forced to suffer preventable loss. I heard John Mazza on that hot mic. He said the project would be appealed. He practically smirked when he said it. And of course, the appeal came from his group, and Bill Sampson signed it. These are not coincidences. They are deliberate decisions to block life-saving improvements. Bill's aw shucks who me demeanor, it's a mask. The MTC wraps itself in the language of quote unquote preservation, but every action they take pushes Malibu toward outcomes where people get hurt, where tragedies repeat, and where families are left to bury loved ones. And I want to ask every member of this group, how do you stand in front of someone like Michelle Shane and defend what you are doing? How do you point to the white tires on PCH as symbols of loss, then turn around and fight the very projects meant to prevent more of them? How do you justify appealing safety measures that could save lives and then pretend you are acting for the good of this community? You oppose everything: lights, sidewalks, crosswalks, visibility, safe routes for children, basic protections for families. Every time Malibu tries to improve safety, you try to stop it. Every time we inch closer to preventing tragedy, you drag us backwards. That is not leadership, it is moral failure. Tonight, the choice is clear. Either you move forward with safety, or you align yourselves with a group whose actions consistently put this community at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thomas Spencer.
Thomas, are you there? Thomas?
You're unmuted.
Thomas?
Thomas, you are unmuted on Zoom. You just muted yourself again if you can test your microphone.
Let's circle back to Thomas. Next speaker.
Ryan.
Ryan? Ryan, are you there?
Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay. I got two different unmute buttons this time, so thank you. The issue really here throughout Malibu is speeding. That was identified in many reports, including the 2013 report, which I submitted to you, which hit the nail on the head. You cannot substitute some lane narrowing or some other metric that will ever take the place of a black and white vehicle that pulls over some reckless driver or drunk driver and takes them off the road. And that's why we're here. Second reason we're here is Scott Wiener, the author of SB 960, which started off as a transit bus program bill and was amended so many times by the bicycle lobby that it turned into a mandatory examination of bike lanes where feasible on every road. And the legislature didn't have PCH in mind, I guarantee you, when they passed it. They meant city streets. And this is the time which this project is a repaving project. And there's plenty of budget available, you all know this, to widen the highway to provide the correct amount of space to pull off a proper and safe bicycle lane. But don't do anything that makes the highway less safe because of Scott Wiener and his bill. Because we know this highway. This is not an all or nothing, thumbs up or thumbs down vote. What we have to realize is in the professional studies, they show the lane narrowing did not work, does not work. And I measured the lanes with Carol Randall, resident of PCH since 1968. We measured it with a super long tape, found the lanes were substandard in 1998, and they were widened so that the minimum was 11 feet in the eastern part, where everyone has come to testify. That is not the road segment on the agenda tonight. So we have to realize that narrowing lanes isn't the answer. And this program before you does not address the known deficiencies established at Paradise Cove, where we don't even have a right turn lane, deceleration lane going downhill into that signalized intersection, or at Broad Beach Road at the western end approach. Totally skipped it. They spent all their time designing bike lanes. And first of all, they're wasting their time prioritizing Western Malibu with this project before you and not addressing the serious problems in Eastern Malibu, which is really why everybody came tonight. Amidst all the vitriol and ad hominem, the backstab.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker.
Thomas Spencer.
Thomas? Thomas, are you there?
He is unmuted in Zoom.
Thomas? Okay, let's go on to our next speaker.
John Stockwell.
John?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I live on Point Doom, thankfully not close to the noise and dangers of PCH, but obviously I drive it multiple times a day, and my wife and I own and operate Malibu Farm and the Pier, so we get to see on a daily basis the chaos of PCH. Look, would it be great to reduce speed by 5 miles per hour? Of course, but that's not in the scope of this item. And no reason to put the improvements in this item in jeopardy by affixing an unrelated measure onto it. And look, I'm sure MTC knew this would never happen. There's no need to eliminate the sidewalk in front of Pepperdine. This was debated extensively at the Planning Commission. Is MTC really going to appeal this to Coastal because of the sidewalk? I mean, honestly, I'm a fan of MTC in general, but I think they're jeopardizing all their goodwill and reputation in Malibu by trying to stop a measure which is not pro-development, it's pro-safety. Their legacy, I doubt they want their legacy to be defined by a death on PCH. And you know, you don't jeopardize a life so that you can get a lane painted green or a sidewalk removed. This is not the Wine Drop Hotel. This is not the Cross Creek Hotel. This is a safety issue. And I even heard a member of the Planning Commission talking about how he thought darker roadways were safer because people would drive more slowly. I mean, to me, that's insane, because we all know that these people driving 100 miles per hour, was mentioned earlier, will just not see the stranded motorist or pedestrian in time. And, you know, I also think it's honestly absurd that Trevor forced Halen to recuse herself because she has opinions on this critical legislation. I just don't know. I mean, I know the Brown Act is designed to sort of prevent backroom deals that are not within the view of the public. And speaking of backroom deals, how did the street lamps at Malibu Seafood get removed without any public discussion? To me, that sounds like a backroom deal. But thank you for hearing it.
Thanks, John.
Howard Rutsky.
Howard, are you there?
I am here.
Go ahead, please.
So the people that we trust to keep us safe, and that I think we all respect, Commander C2 and Sergeant Soderlund, have told you guys multiple times the highway is not safe. The overwhelming majority of people that spoke have told you what they think. And if we don't make it easy for Caltrans and work with them and show them that we can be a good partner, this could be the first of many projects. If we make it harder for them, like we did with Water District 29 and others, we'll get nothing. And don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's take a first step and make the place safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Merrill May.
Merrill, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Council members, hello. Merrill May, resident, someone who's worked on PCH safety for over 20 years. My first appeal, not having to do with the appeal, is that we all drive the speed limit or slower. We need to be the example, first of all, because speed is a problem. You've heard a lot of compelling presentations for supporting the Caltrans safety reworking and utilization of the approximately $50 million this evening. Rarely are plans perfect and agreed to by all 100%, yet still going forward here should increase PCH safety on many levels. From previous comments, it seems there has been some adjustments towards safety progress here. I have to thank Lee Haber here for all your efforts, Lee. I've known you for years. Your responsibilities are vast beyond Malibu, and I recognize you dedicate a great amount of your time to Malibu residents, visitors, and commuters. Caltrans, I do have a request that during the construction, that through the zones, that we need to continually maintain safety measures. Corral, I have to request multiple times a month that those center dividers get replaced. I mean, I lose track. I had to do the same thing with the Trancas Bridge. They would get knocked out in the turns, and obviously if you don't have any dividers in the turns, you can have a head-on collision. So, Lee, whatever it takes, I don't know, you need a czar for construction zone safety. Thank you for keeping the Guernsey light, a little sidebar there. That's a great safety feature, one of the things you've done. As previously recognized, and this does not have to do with 5B, but it should be a continuing goal where and how Caltrans can help reduce speed through our city, should be a future objective, and any precedent in the state of California where speeds have been reduced might be research and use. Measures to reduce speed and make it less beneficial to bypass the 101 and speed through our town should be utilized. There's been a lot of things that have gone on since the poor fatalities of the students. Been a lot of things good that has gone on since then on the highway. Many measures combined to increase safety. And enforcement, as Ryan said, is number one. We have to continually plead and beg and get more funding for enforcement. Thank you very much for all your efforts on this, everybody who's involved.
Thank you. And we just left with Thomas?
There's one more hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Andy Lyon.
Hey, Andy.
Hi, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, Andy Lyon. PCH, yeah, I learned to drive on PCH with my learner's permit 48 years ago. So I've been driving it a lot, long time. And yeah, it's dangerous. The thing is that, you know, this enforcement thing, what Ryan was talking about, the worry was getting caught. And it just seems like we are now, all this stuff that we're going to do, it's great. Yeah, I don't oppose trying to make it better. I don't know all the details of all that stuff, but I do know is that these guys that come and race around Malibu are emboldened by the fact that there is zero enforcement at night, most of the day, the weekends, you know, but all of us residents you got to watch out when you go down the hill at Ralph's on Monday morning, because if you go like 5 miles over the speed limit, the guy on the motorcycle is going to pop you. And that's the extent of it. A few weeks ago on a Sunday night, there was probably an hour and a half long, hundreds of cars racing. I called Lost Hills multiple times and they said, we're aware of this situation. We only have 2 cars out there right now. 2 cars in Malibu on a Sunday night. People just do whatever they want right now. So you could do whatever you want. That's the problem. And the fact is that we need that. That's seeing people pulled over is going to slow people down. You know, these people racing, like at Malibu, like at Surfrider, all the time. You see people doing the illegal U-turns, slow lane to slow lane U-turns, like all these crazy things that used to be like people would get popped for. Nobody's getting in trouble for any of these things anymore. So they just do it. People race from Nobu back to Cross Creek multiple times a day. You hear people in the middle of the day, they're going like 90 miles an hour. Like they don't care. If they get a ticket, whatever, like it doesn't matter then, but they're not getting tickets. So that's really what this city needs to focus on. We can go, you know, like the speeding cameras, but when these guys have spray on their license plates and you can't see what it is, what's it going to matter? We're going to get nailed for going 50 and they're going to get off the hook going 100. So that's the real problem with PCH. And that's I mean, you know, and people with their kids, I mean, I see a lot of people with sharks stickers on the back of their cars driving like real jerks through town too, and their kids and, you know, and Pepperdine students also, you know, I mean, it's going to be, you know, we all got to be in on this and drive safe. I mean, I'm terrified. I'm like in the, you know, driving the speed limit. And every time I go out on the highway, I'm taking my life in my hands with my kid in the car. And it's just, it's like, because there's no sheriffs here and there's no CHP. The CHP are giving tickets down in the burn zone for 5 miles over.
Thank you, Andy.
We'll circle back to Thomas Spencer.
Thomas? Last try.
They're here. Public comment?
Thomas Spencer? Are you signed up online to speak? Are you Thomas Spencer signed up online? Okay, that's it. We'll close public comment. We're back to the representatives.
Mayor, before rebuttal, would you like to ask questions of both the applicant and appellant representatives and members of the public?
Yes, we would.
Just to be clear, this is for factual inquiries, not to give anyone more time to speak, but factual questions for anyone.
So who wants to ask questions?
I have one question for Ms. Taylor from Pepperdine, please. I think I know the answer, but I'd like to hear. Is Pepperdine prepared to indemnify the city against any injury to anybody that might occur in front of Pepperdine if this sidewalk is not installed?
That's not been a question that we've been asked to consider.
I'm asking.
And I guess I would say that the same would be, the same kind of analysis is where we find ourselves as well. If we put the sidewalk in and we have not assessed the safety considerations and we put something in that is unsafe, is there, what are the ramifications for if we have something happen in that sort of situation?
But you're not putting
we're not offering
You're not putting the sidewalk
indemnification.
in. You're not being asked to put a sidewalk in. My question is, you're opposed to the sidewalk. If the sidewalk were taken out of the project at your request and somebody were to be injured in that area, is Pepperdine prepared to indemnify the city against any liability for the harm to that person that might arise?
No, we're not asking for or offering that.
That's what I assumed. Thank you.
Okay. Doug?
Nicole, can you stay for just a second? Sure. You and I have had conversations about what you need or what you want in this satisfaction of the appeal. And you mentioned that you're not getting the information you need from Caltrans. Can you tell me what information you need and what is the criteria that you're going to use to evaluate that information?
A couple things I think would address the question that you're asking. If you look to the condition that we proposed in our letter, it specifically speaks to information that will help assess and address the safety considerations. So things like what the decision was based on, that could include the road safety audit, we understand, but we have not been provided that information yet. It also related to an understanding of how not only public safety would be impacted, but also emergency operations. Would it include an analysis of the number of pedestrians that are there and a discussion and understanding about when there have been numerous times where continuous sidewalks to logical termini have been suggested as the things that would be safe, how this discontinuous segment of sidewalk then doesn't degrade PCH safety. As to all the specific points, I don't know that I know all of those, but I think that's the question we're asking. Can someone tell us how it was assessed, and then what is the assessment related to pedestrian safety, and then also non-interfering with emergency operations?
Okay, thank you. Two more questions real quick.
For me?
It's been mentioned several times, I think, especially by your comments, that this would be a sidewalk to nowhere. But yet, on the other hand, Caltrans says that it's to link Malibu Canyon and John Tyler sidewalks. Which one is correct?
I think it's accurate to say that the sidewalk is between Malibu Canyon and John Tyler Drive, and there are sidewalks on those two streets. That was never discussed in any of the conversations that we had from Caltrans until it was brought up at the Planning Commission. I think what we have understood is that continuous sidewalks connecting desired pedestrian locations along PCH would be the thing that would create safety. The reason why we're bringing up the question about safety with a discontinuous sidewalk is that there are really no folks using that portion of campus right now. For example, if I'm speaking about our student community, if you introduce a sidewalk along PCH, the natural inclination is for pedestrians to believe that they have somewhere to go beyond that. Especially on the west side of that segment of sidewalk, there is nowhere for someone to go with an improved sidewalk beyond John Tyler Drive. And so if the inclination was for a pedestrian to want to continue along PCH, they have nowhere to go except to be in an unimproved area of the highway.
And then my follow-up question, it's been mentioned several times that fire equipment and so forth needs to go from PCH up to Alumni Park, where there's a water pond and so forth, and there's a helipad up there. But yet, in my travels around Pepperdine, which are very limited, there's a street that comes from John Tyler and also one that comes from Malibu Canyon that goes to that location. Why is it necessary that a fire truck or somebody climb a grassy slope when they've got two roads?
Yes, thank you for raising that. And it's actually for when we don't have access for those two roads. And an example of that would be during the Broad Fire that we recently had, where both John Tyler Drive and Malibu Canyon were not accessible, or might not have been accessible once they were closed. The alternative, that's the alternative entrance to Alumni Park, should we not be able to use those other entrances. And I will just say, we have appreciated the continued work with Caltrans as we discussed with them last Thursday in conjunction with the city, LA County Fire, and LASD. The design of the curb is being constructed such that emergency vehicles, we believe, will be able to mount that sidewalk and then continue up Alumni Park. The remaining questions that we still have open related to those conversations are whether the introduction of pedestrians there and the design of the sidewalk will impede emergency operations, not just vehicle access. And so we continue to hope for further conversations with Caltrans to mitigate that concern.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Steve?
Can I go? Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that you've been looking for information from Caltrans. Sorry, I appreciate the fact you've been looking for information from Caltrans and haven't gotten that. And I don't think that's right. But as I sit here and, you know, I've had conversations with Lee Haber, they seem dug in that they don't want to remove the sidewalk. Would you be happy if we propose something that says, look, don't remove the sidewalk, just delay it? Put it on, keep it available. Mm-hmm. All right, Caltrans, go out and do the work you have to do. In the interim, let them sit down and talk to you and come, I don't want them jamming this thing down Pepperdine's throat. Have a conversation, make sure everybody knows what the hell is going on. You get the information you need, they get the information they need. If they want to come back later on and they've got this thing solved, they can bring it back either as a change order to this project or the next project they want to do. But we give everybody a chance to make sure they got the right information and we do the right thing. Would you be acceptable if we do that?
Yes, we would if that meant either removal from the project to offer the delay, or if not removal from the project, then offering something like the condition with the concurrences from the public safety entities to make sure that what Caltrans is providing to us makes sense from their perspective and has assessed and addressed those particular concerns.
So they can delay it as long as they give you that information?
Yes, to the concurrence of the public safety entities. I think it would be inconsistent to say that Pepperdine would be fine with any information that Caltrans provided, but rather if Caltrans provided information that was to the satisfaction of the parties, we listed the...
I want them to give you whatever information you want. That's their job. I think that's what we're trying to do here in the city. So as long as they're willing to do that and we can delay this until they get that accomplished, you can live with that.
Yes, I think that's what we say in our condition with the concurrence.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce? Wait a minute, that condition with the concurrence includes Pepperdine's concurrence, does it not?
It does include Pepperdine's concurrence.
So you can just withhold your concurrence as long as you wish?
We spoke specifically to that in a footnote in our letter to say that we wouldn't do that. However, if that's not something that you're comfortable with doing, we would be glad to amend that condition to add our input and to have the concurrence of the other agencies that we specifically listed there.
Okay. One other question. You say that a sidewalk that it terminates into no other sidewalk is a dangerous thing, right? Mm-hmm. So how is the sidewalk that you have going up to down John Tyler that ends at the PCH safe?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did someone say something else?
You have a sidewalk that runs alongside Pepperdine on John Tyler, just dumps into PCH, right?
We do.
Okay, how's that safe?
I think there's a question about putting our students out onto PCH in that same way. And so we have intra-campus walkways that we prefer our students to walk with, to use rather, to traverse.
But that sidewalk's not limited to Pepperdine students.
Yeah, I think it's fair that I agree with you, Bruce. I think the sidewalk that ends at PCH ends in a choice for folks as well. They either have to cross PCH, where there's a crosswalk, but nothing on the other side. And so it's not dissimilar from that same situation that you have, but this would exacerbate the situation because it would put people newly onto PCH who haven't been in that area, with an implied understanding that they then have somewhere to go either to the east or west.
Or another way to look at it is they could come down the sidewalk on John Tyler, and now they'd have a place to walk to get to Bluffs Park along the sidewalk.
They do, particularly for our community. We would recommend that they don't go onto PCH. We prefer them to use our intercampus walkways so that they're not even close to that PCH highway.
Okay. What about the people from Country Estates? You inviting them to walk across the campus?
No, and I would invite them to speak for themselves. They were also asked about this particular sidewalk, and at least the HOA, which I know doesn't speak for everyone, had indicated comments that they don't use the particular area from their homes to Bluff Park as a walking area, but mainly use their cars.
Mainly use what?
Mainly use their cars to get to Bluffs Park. And again, I'm not representing their position, only to say what they've indicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, well,
I got one more.
for Nicole?
No, I got one for the young lady, the lady from Caltrans.
Oh, yeah, well,
I can ask a question.
before they speak on their,
Yes, the
Okay.
council can ask questions of anyone in the audience before rebuttal is heard.
Okay, you mentioned that putting the sidewalk on the other side of PCH, okay? You can't do that because you don't have the easements or the right-of-way or whatever. If it was there, would it be safer?
Would it be safe?
Would it be safer for the people walking from Bluffs Park to get to the bus stop if the sidewalk was on the ocean side versus on the Pepperdine side?
It's not safer. I mean, we just need to have a connected path. So as you heard this.
So it would not be safer. A sidewalk on that side, it's like I walk out of Bluffs Park, I walk down the street and get to the bus stop. At John Tyler. At John Tyler. It'd be safer for me to go across PCH, go down the other side, and then go back across PCH again?
So, Mr. Euring, just to clarify some information, group showed earlier the proven safety countermeasure sheet about walkways, which includes sidewalks data. So to address your question about placing it on the western side, or the ocean side, I should say, when we were here in November of 2023 and the community was asking, really demanding action over studies, we took action and moved out to address things. Our road safety audit was conducted by experts in our staff. We looked at things. We went through the area. We were tasked on this project that was extended by 19 months to do things within the environmental clearance period that we could do. We've endeavored to identify mechanisms we could do that. Placing the sidewalk on the Pepperdine area within state right-of-way was the most feasible and most readily available option. Placing it on the ocean side presents a number of issues. There's an environmentally sensitive habitat area. It would trigger additional items beyond the categorical exemption exclusion, would require extensive retaining walls, potential mitigation, as well as a concrete barrier of a certain height to prevent people from falling over the retaining wall, might even necessitate cable railing or cable barrier on top of that retaining wall, which would probably trigger more complaints from the community about putting up a retaining wall and cable barrier in that area. Would it be good to have a sidewalk along there? Absolutely. I believe the city of Malibu had additional sidewalk work in that area as part of one of their projects, but they removed it due to some conflicts and issues. So I hear the question, yet at the same time, we would be better off having a sidewalk along Pacific Coast Highway. The countermeasure from the Federal Highway Administration states sidewalks have a 65 to 89% reduction in crashes involving pedestrians walking along roadways. It also contains language that was not highlighted. Transportation agencies should work towards incorporating pedestrian facilities into all roadway projects unless exceptional circumstances exist.
Is that out of Wiener's bill? That's the language from Wiener's bill.
This is language from Federal Highway Administration, proven safety countermeasure, fact sheet, one pager that was provided to Pepperdine last week.
Okay, so I mean, that's a long answer to the question. Is it safer on the
other
side?
Yeah, it is. It's safer to have a sidewalk than to have no sidewalk. The most feasible and easily recommended place to place it is along the inland side.
Simple answer.
I'm addressing your question.
I mean,
I'm looking at feasibility and opportunity to get it in place. If we delay, people say, well, postpone to whenever. I don't know whenever is going to happen.
I mean, it sounded to me like the concern of putting the sidewalk on that side is you may have to put up a retaining wall. You got retaining walls all over the place.
We will have to put up, we didn't do that study.
I'm just,
a 5
you know,
foot-
look, I mean,
a 5 foot
I'm not
retaining wall.
I'm not an expert, okay?
Okay.
All I can think of, I'm saying if I were in Bluffs Park and I wanted to get to the bus stop across from John Tyler and I walk down that side of the street, I'd feel safer than if I have to go across and then cross again. Just one man's opinion. Could be wrong, could be right, but that's what I think.
Right, but as Mr. Lee have explained, we got a 19-month time extension on the funding for this project. And we have certain timeline to get in as much and as many safety
Look, I understand the timelines, I understand the money. I think that look, as far as I can tell right now, I could be wrong, and we haven't voted yet. I don't think anybody's going to stand in the way of the core things you're trying to do with this project, right? I mean, as far as I can tell, we're down to two things. We're down to the sidewalk, right?
But we shouldn't talk about deliberations. We're just in questions.
And I'll come back on the other thing, but just you gave me an answer, and I understand that it's not a good answer, but that's okay. Thank you.
I have a couple questions of Caltrans, if I can ask.
Yes.
Okay. So, first of all, is it correct that you don't need any permission or consent from Pepperdine to build the sidewalk? You've got the legal right to proceed?
the permanent where the sidewalk goes, we don't need any right from Pepperdine, but we did seek a 13-feet temporary construction easement to regrade that so we don't have to a steep slope. But we have other options that we could consider in putting the sidewalk on that side. Yes.
So if they don't grant you that easement, you can still proceed in some other way?
Yes, we'll have to look at that.
It's probably
That's a separate issue.
It's a complexity.
Right.
Well,
it introduces additional complexity in an area where we're on a time constraint with the funding.
So do you have the legal right to take that easement, or do you have to get it voluntarily from them?
We are going through CTC for Iran, and right now we're working through that with Pepperdine on that process.
So that would be a RON as a resolution.
Yeah, resolution of necessity, I'm sorry.
Would that be a condemnation process?
Yes,
So that would be a condemnation
It's
process.
like an eminent domain thing?
yes.
Okay. Are you there's been some statements made about the changes you've agreed to being perhaps contrary to safety. Are you comfortable with the changes that you've agreed to make?
Regarding the sidewalk or other changes in the project?
The various changes that were made since the Planning Commission
The removal of the
approval
lights.
that were discussed, are you comfortable that they do not impair safety from the program that you've proposed originally?
So lighting was removed by Malibu Seafood as it did not meet warrants. You've had communities speak differently. At this point, I would leave it with you. It did not meet warrants necessitating safety lighting at Malibu Seafood based on a minimum number of crashes. So we made adjustments based on the crash requirements for warrants down by Malibu Seafood.
I'm just asking you, are you comfortable foregoing the things that you've agreed to take out?
I am comfortable within the bounds of what we've got. Yes.
Okay. Now, this is the big issue for me, and this is not a negative issue for the project, but you've said, and I agree, it makes sense to me that lights are better than not lights when it comes to safety. Sidewalks are better than not sidewalks when it comes to safety. There's all kinds of countervailing issues, but those are general statements that seem to ring true. So why a small sidewalk in a couple locations, and why a couple lights? Why are we not making the highways safer completely with lights and sidewalks? And better yet, how did you select these specific locations versus any other locations?
We love to put continuous bike lane, continuous sidewalk along PCH, but we just don't have the time. It will take a lot of time and effort to engage the community beyond the time that we have for this project. So we choose element and location that we can be done within the timeline that we have given for this project through the time extension that we are given, the 19 months for the funding.
It seems to me when I look at this that the locations were all but arbitrarily selected, as opposed to selected based on any kind of study that this is a particularly dangerous area more than another. Is there a study that supports why these specific locations were more dangerous than others?
So some of the locations that are in there were contained from the 2015 PCH safety study. There's a list of 130 items. We went through that. As part of the efforts that were underway, we did a road safety audit that included City of Malibu Public Works staff, Sheriff Sergeant Jim Aarons, LA County Sheriff, he was assigned by Gen C2 to be a participant, and our engineers. We reviewed the corridor, we looked for opportunities. As I said, we had constraints on this project in terms of time and what we could get done based on the environmental process, and we've done our utmost to get safety features in where we could with that in mind. As Nancy said, would we like to do more sidewalks? Yes. It was a matter of time, opportunity to do that.
Okay, but I'm asking specifically why these specific locations versus other locations? So
the specific location for Pepperdine, the team was out there one afternoon. Sergeant Aarons was there with them. They evaluated the area. My understanding is they saw people in that area. It was recommended by the sergeant to provide the sidewalk based on his experience in the area. Our team looked at it as well based on the complete street features that we needed to make. Our understanding from the highway design manual, we do not need to have specific count of pedestrians or forecasted usage by pedestrians. It is based on connecting communities with items they wish to get to and providing that opportunity to do so by foot. So the team went through and reviewed segment by segment over several days for this area. We also have sidewalks in other areas that have not been brought to you at all. They seem to be non-controversial within this area. So we went through and looked at those throughout the area to identify them.
Okay, last question for you.
Can I add something to that?
Absolutely.
So on the November 20th, when we meet with the fire department and the sheriff department at Pepperdine, we did confirm that the sidewalk being put in, as stated earlier, has no issue for the equipment and the fire truck. It also confirmed that there's no degradation, as we heard tonight, that there's claim that degradation to responding, emergency response. That's not the case.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm really not concerned about whether that sidewalk makes sense so much as why other places weren't selected over that one. Last question is, one of the findings we need to make repeatedly is that the project as proposed is at least environmentally damaging alternative. I'd asked you previously whether you could consider using DG for that area. Would that be something that you would be willing to consider tonight as one little tweak if we were to do it?
So decomposed granite has issues and requires additional maintenance. So we're trying to get the least resource demanding option. We've selected porous concrete colored in consultation with the City Public Works Department and in accordance with the other guidance. There's other areas that we looked at within this segment, the highway segment of 16 miles that had DG. We proposed replacing that. When we were out there, it had rained previously. The area that people were supposed to walk on DG was muddy, had mud puddles and other things. It was practically impassable at times. So I would say we stick with the porous concrete. It's going to be the most consistent and feasible alternative for that area. We've done our best with porous concrete that's colored to get it to fit within the context.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, one other thing, the DG, the sidewalk also has to be wheelchair accessible. And DG is not really friendly to wheelchair.
Thank you for that.
Anything else?
No more questions? No? Okay. Okay. So the appellant rebuttal time. 5 minutes and 28 seconds.
I will give most of it to Joe. I will tell you that I'm not in favor of killing people. I've been accused of that a lot the last week. That isn't what's going on. We are in favor. We did a lot of work. It's unfortunate that the city's appellate process doesn't give us what I would call a line item veto. We didn't have that. We got some concessions that we wanted. The only thing really left is the Pepperdine sidewalk, which you've spent a lot of time with there. Thank you. That's it. Joe has something.
I want to honor the four Pepperdine girls and Mr. Roston's comments and Bridget Thompson's comments. And I just want to address the comments about our organization. Chris Weisner, MTC, was the only entity who tried to get the Nobu July 4th party shut down, and it should have been shut down, but it wasn't, despite Caltrans and the city revoking their permit after MTC pushed them to do this. Martin O'Kakey should have never died on the highway. No one should ever die on PCH. That's why we are all here. Several of our members personally worked on the city's Surf Land Slow educational campaign to stop drivers from speeding on PCH. MTC fully supports the construction and paving permit by Caltrans, and we have worked very successfully with Caltrans to make their plan even safer for pedestrians, drivers, and bicyclists. And we appreciate Caltrans and all their efforts to help make PCH safer and working with us the last couple of weeks. Also, MTC never opposed any update to water infrastructure except for the sewer project that our city was born from to stop us from becoming a metropolis. So to address the only issue with this CDP, our question is, where is the pedestrian activity on the Pepperdine side? Where is this data? Where is the safety data? Caltrans provided the last slide by the Highway Administration. I don't know if we can put that up. The last slide of our presentation that states that non-continuous sidewalks are not actually safe. It is important to provide and maintain accessible walkways along both sides of roads in urban areas, particularly near school zones and transit locations, and where there is a large amount of pedestrian activities. Walkable shoulders should also be considered along both sides of rural highways when routinely used by pedestrians. Students and residents walk through Pepperdine, as Nicole indicated, and that's what everyone does if they go to the Civic Center or they cross at John Tyler and PCH on the other side of PCH, not along the grass to go to Bluffs Park. Bus goers would travel on the Bluff side. Caltrans obviously didn't investigate the Bluff side at all because they just said that they have to go through the city of Malibu as an extra entity. I doubt any of you or the city staff would cause any delays or issues putting a sidewalk on that safer side. If you cannot make the finding that is the least environmentally damaging, you must remove the Caltrans sidewalk and confirm the changes agreed upon by Caltrans and remove the Pepperdine sidewalk. The Greater Safety Project can and will proceed with these conditions added. That way, it's a win-win for residents Pepperdine and Caltrans. I'd also like to know exactly where the retaining wall proposed near that drainage ditch, if we can put the first slide also up. Sorry, Parker. If we get an answer on where it will be, we believe it will be a huge graffiti target. Malibu Seafood has a tunnel to safely cross under PCH. You can put lights in there if needed. A crosswalk was considered and deemed too dangerous by the city there, so adding lights would encourage illegal crossing across one of the most dangerous highways, not stop it. There are also multiple lights between and at Zumarez and Zuma View Place, so Caltrans reevaluated the lights there and removed 5 of the 8 lights proposed, and as they were redundant, and the lighting will be safe and more than adequate there. This was extensively discussed at the Planning Commission hearing. This was Caltrans that made this decision on their own volition. This is very easy. Pass the resolution and add the conditions brought forth by Caltrans and simply pause or remove the Pepperdine sidewalk. This will not delay the project nor jeopardize the funding. We would have happily withdrawn the appeal if Pepperdine sidewalk alternative siting was fully investigated with the city of Malibu, etc. So please do what you can to make this project safer and not impede emergency operations for Pepperdine. Thank you. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Okay, that'll conclude your time. Caltrans, you have 12 minutes. Would you like to use any of it?
Just want to say that, as we have mentioned before, this is an interim safety improvement project. We got 19-month term extension on the funding that to evaluate all the safety element, and we did the best we can to implement as many and as much safety enhancement that we could fit into this timeline for this project, and this is what we propose for the project. We understand there's many more things that we could have done if we have the time and the money, but we don't. So this is not like the project and we can go away. We had a master plan, which is a long-term, a roadmap to the future on how to improve safety for PCH as we move forward. But this is an interim safety improvement. As far as Pepperdine, I think we have met several times in the last 3 months with Pepperdine. We understand the information is being asked for and the data, as we explained today and many times. Putting a sidewalk does not require any study or provide, it's not based on data. It's based on connectivity, and where the Bluff Park is part of that, what we call point of interest. As we hear today, as we heard 2 of the young men that came up and speak today that go to Bluff Park, and they may be visiting their friend at John Tyler area, they will walk. So this is a path that will provide for that kind of situation that the student or whoever need to, pedestrian safety, basically. So I just want to share that, yes, Caltrans did study for the south side to put sidewalk there, but we need right-of-way from 2 entities, City of Malibu and State Park. We also need retaining wall right where the signal leading to the bus stop. Just want to address that item. It is about 120 feet of retaining wall for 5 foot tall that we will be required. With these elements that require additional time, we're not able to get that complete within the timeline to put it into this project. Placing it on the northbound side, as we stated before, is within the Caltrans right-of-way. We already have all those right-of-way and environmentally clear already. So therefore, that's the most, as Lee stated earlier, the most, what is that term?
It's feasible.
Feasible to place. So I just
At least
want
damaging alternative.
opportunity. There you go. And we gone through with the first responder emergency, and we made sure all that is not being impeded. And we have confirmed that as of November 20th, we will not be degrading or impeding the emergency respond to the emergency during the emergency time. So I want to offer that information.
I would like to add that after the meeting where it was laid out by the first responders, they had no impact. Pepperdine came in with new conditions beyond what the Planning Commission had plated in there. So I would ask you to consider that we did conduct the meeting in accordance with the Planning Commission request, and after that, Pepperdine came in with new conditions for you to add, which will add time and effort.
Thank you. All right. That'll close the public hearing. We're back up. Does anybody want to start? No, let's just power through it. Anybody want to go first? Okay, I'll go first. I'm going to propose that we adopt resolution number 25-57, Exhibit 1, determining the project is exempt from the California staff's recommendation. Is there any additional I need to read out of that? You want me to go through the whole thing?
You're moving option number 1 from the recommended actions?
Yes.
Okay.
So just, Mayor?
MPC request.
Mayor?
Who's calling?
Tyler Sitzel.
Hi, Tyler.
Hi. Just to be clear, the number 1 recommended action is the Planning Commission approval.
Yes.
So that's, I just want to be clear for the record, that's what is on the action. Okay.
I think that the area of Malibu Seafood deserves to have some additional lighting in it. And the area near Zumarez, I'm in that area all the time. It's extremely dark. And I think that the dark skies lighting is responsible. And it is something that is going to help safety at night for people who are out on the roads. So
I'm confused. Are you moving to
adopt what the Planning Commission approved?
And reject the changes that Caltrans has proposed to make?
Yes.
If I could
Somebody
speak,
can second it, or they can make a friendly amendment or whatever, but.
if I could make a comment, I would like to second it, and I think we're not denying Caltrans' ability to take out the lights if they want to. But by having the approval of the Planning Commission, they have the option to keeping those lights in place. And I realize there was a good faith effort by the Caltrans and MTC to try and work something out. That's still an option on the table if Caltrans doesn't feel like they need to do it. But look, we've got a safety issue here on Corral and that area along on PCH by Zumarez. It's dark, and while Mr. Haber says it's okay, I think this is a case of good, better, or best, and I think putting those lights in would be better. So if we approve this, we give them the flexibility to go smaller, but that's Caltrans' call. It also has a provision in it about how to work with Pepperdine. We haven't excluded that option. It's still there, but Pepperdine should not have the ability to veto the sidewalk. It's got to be something that has to be worked out amongst all the parties. I think Pepperdine has got an open mind about this, but at the same time, we probably need those sidewalks in. And I'll make the comment I was going to make before. It's not about just speeding on PCH. We have pedestrians that are in harm's way, and we've got to get them off the street and out of harm's way. And if you look at the tragic accident with the Pepperdine women, they were actually standing behind cars, and they still got hit. So slowing traffic down is important, but also we need to protect the pedestrians wherever they are, whether it's crosswalks, sidewalks, a sufficient distance from the travel of cars. This is what we have to do. So I'll second your motion to maintain the Planning Commission approval.
Okay, so for discussion purposes, I'm going to say, I have a lot to say. I know where I'm going to come out on this eventually, and I think it's going to satisfy most of the residents that are here speaking, and that's not the reason I'm going to come out where I'm going to come out, but I think it will. But I'm not going to support the motion that was made because I specifically asked Caltrans whether they were satisfied with the changes that they volunteered and that they do not impair the safety proposals, and they said yes. And I don't think it's for us anymore to meddle with what they had proposed in the first place had they not made those changes than it is for us to meddle now with the changes that they've agreed to make. I think there was a good faith discussion that went on that came to that. I had a lot of questions I was going to ask about the specific issues that gave rise to those changes had they not have been made. And I didn't ask any of them because they were mooted by the agreement that was reached. So I'm going to oppose that. And I'm going to say, maybe I'll be shocked, but it seems to me based on the questions that have been asked so far and the discussion that's going to ensue, that if the motion stays the way it is, we're going to end up with a 2-2 tie, which is a rejection, which will then result in another motion, which I'll make, which is to approve the Planning Commission decision plus the changes that Caltrans has proposed. And I think that one will pass at least 3-1, if not 4-0. But I'm going to withhold my comments about this project as a general matter until I hear from Steve. But I have a lot to say about the pros and cons of this, and I'll hold off a few minutes.
Can I have a point of information, please? If we have a 2-2 tie, doesn't that automatically decline the appeal?
Repeat the question, please.
If we have a 2-2 tie, doesn't it automatically decline the appeal?
If the council not able to reach a decision, if they're not going to be able to approve or deny the project, then the Planning Commission decision would stand in that event.
If that's the way it'll be, that's the way it'll be.
Yeah, I agree with Bruce. I want us to follow what the Caltrans agreed to do in connection with their discussions with the Planning Commission. And let me just, and Bruce is going to have a lot to say. Let me just give you a little, my perspective on this thing. One, and again, when I got elected, even before I got elected to the city council, every city council that I've been watching for years has set PCH safety as a major concern, right? Everybody says, we're going to fix it, we're going to fix it. When those 4 girls from Pepperdine got killed, I was the mayor at that point in time and, did what I could to help bring California Highway Patrol back to PCH. I supported the effort to put the speed cameras in, because when you get past everything else, speeding is the #1 cause of deaths on #1 cause. Has been all along. You know, and I talked, you know, I heard about I knew about the 4 girls from Pepperdine. Let me tell you, they were standing on a sidewalk under a street lamp. And there is nothing in this proposal that would have done anything to make their death less a fact. And that to me is wrong. Like, I'm spending $55 million, and I'd like to see something happen on PCH, which at least starts to slow down the traffic, because that's what's killing people. That's what's killing them. And I got a problem with it. You know, I'll give you another, this bicycle lane. I got no problem putting a bicycle lane in, but I'll tell you what, we're putting a new bike lane, it's going to be bigger, and we're going to start inviting people to come in and bicycle up and down PCH. And they're going to be bicycling up and down PCH next to cars going 65, 70 miles an hour. Now, if that's safer, I don't understand the word safer, all right? I just don't think that's going to make this place that much better. Now, I'll give you one other one. Caltrans has got a policy, number 36. It's a director's policy, and allows them to deal with safe roads. And they've used that in the past. Up in Big Sur on Route 1, they used the safety factor to decrease the speed on Route 1 from 65 miles an hour down to 45 miles an hour. Right? I mean, because people were getting killed in accidents. They did the same thing in, let me find the other street, US 101 in San Miguel. They reduced the speeds, so it can be done. And I'm just, the thing I'm most unhappy with. I mean, and look, I have no problem approving this project, and I still don't like the crosswalk at PCH, and I'm still not happy we're not getting any kind of concession for speeding. I got no problem approving all the rest of the stuff. At no point did I plan on voting against it. But I do think, look, I don't want to see you folks back in here complaining about people getting killed. Right? I don't want to, I've heard enough of that stuff. That we've got to start looking at something. If the people are going to come in and do the work, they got to do something that's really going to make a major difference in what the hell we're doing in the city. And speeding on PCH is killing people. And until we address that speeding issue, this is all nice. It's good to have. It's probably, you know, it's going to save a couple lives, but it ain't going to be the big issue that we need to get done. So, and I'll go back to Bruce. I'm going to agree with Bruce. I'm not going to vote for the, I want the MTC appeal, the things that were negotiated with the MTC to be included in our project. So, thank you.
All right. I'm hopeful that Marianne or Doug will change their mind and support approval, denial of the appeal, approval of the project subject to the changes that Caltrans had proposed. But here's my overall thoughts. First of all, I want to echo the what Halen earlier said, and I think Pamela Ulick, I want to express my appreciation to the Caltrans crew that's here tonight for all the hard work that they've done in trying to put this together as best they could, and for withstanding some hostility, to say the least, I think, at the Planning Commission, as well as from some residents. So I think that was inappropriate, and I can't apologize for others, but I apologize for myself to the extent that that occurred. I appreciate the hard work, and to the extent that there's any ire directed at them, it's really being directed at the wrong people, because these are the people that were charged by Caltrans, by people higher up, to put together this particular project, and I'm sure they would like to do other things above and beyond it, but they have limited budget, limited time, and a lot of red tape and bureaucracy to have to cut through. So I really appreciate all the effort that they've undertaken, and I wish they had been received in a more polite and appropriate and thankful way. I want to also thank everyone who spoke tonight in any direction that they spoke, as well as before. I mean, I learn a lot when I sit up here listening to everybody give their presentations. Sometimes it's repetitive, but even when it is, different people present that repetitive information in a different way, and it all makes a difference. Real change is what we need. Everyone knows that. And I'm hopeful that Caltrans, in good faith, will go forward with this master plan, which will actually, and in a meaningful way, improve PCH in Malibu. It should not be a highway, not anymore anyway. It is our main street. and it needs to be treated accordingly. And the only way that this is ever going to become a safe road through Malibu is when it becomes a boulevard or a city street and stop being a highway. And the trepidation I have coming into this hearing, and still have, and I believe this is the reason for the MTC appeal, and I think there's been a lot of ire expressed at them, which is wrongly directed. The real problem is these changes are somewhat cosmetic, even if they'll have incremental safety benefit. And if anything, they may lend credence to doing less in the future as opposed to promoting the need to do more. Because if you make incremental safety changes, you have less concerns about making the bigger safety changes, which is why I say I'm going to hope that Caltrans does go forward in good faith and continues to make further changes, meaningful changes. You know, there's in the short term, if we're being given anything that's going to make things a little bit safer, we can't say no. But in a sense, that's the devilishness of the proposal, because it's holding us hostage. It's saying, if you want some better safety here, take these little safety things we're going to offer you, but we're not giving you the real safety change. The real safety change is slowing the speed. Everyone knows it. The real safety change is not just narrowing lanes with a little bit. It might, and there will be a lot of residents that will not like this, what I have to say. The real change is making it one lane in each direction and having real bike lanes that are separated from the highway, the roadway. Until those things occur, this is going to continue to be a dangerous highway running through our city or through our town. So on the one hand, you know, thank you to the state for the money for these changes. And by the way, most of this money is to repave a highway to keep the traffic flowing, not to make it safer for the pedestrians and for Malibu. But, you know, thank you for what little you're doing, but hopefully we'll get the real changes at some future date. But, you know, how could any of us vote against some incremental additional safety? Can't. You know, Pepperdine's contentions, I gotta say, first of all, I could be wrong. When I listen to the arguments and read the letters, they ring hollow to me. I think the real issue there is, and it's the same issue that everyone who cares about the appearance of Malibu has. It's, you know, they got a beautiful front green lawn, and they don't want it to become more suburban than it is. And I can appreciate that. But to say, you know, I asked the question about indemnity, and it's not because I would say, oh, as long as you're going to pay for it, I'd be willing to take a chance of somebody getting killed. I wouldn't. The answer really wasn't going to change where I come down to. But I think the fact that they're not willing to indemnify the city against any one that would be harmed in that area if the sidewalk weren't installed shows that they really don't have the confidence that the sidewalk won't improve safety. So that's why I asked that question. But again, so I understand why MTC is appealing this, and I was very disturbed by some of the very negative comments that were expressed towards Bill, Joe, and MTC in general, because I think they have their eye on the long-term ball, that these changes are cosmetic. If you want to make real changes, make real changes. Don't make little changes that aren't going to really improve Malibu, that are not going to improve the safety all that much at all, and are going to degrade our community aesthetic. I get that. Where I come down different from them, and reasonable minds can differ, is, as I said, we have immediate safety issues. If we can just save one person from being harmed or much less killed, we can't say no. So, I don't want to vote no as a protest against this motion to approve what the Planning Commission did after MTC and Caltrans in good faith had discussions and came to what I think is a reasonable compromise that Caltrans is satisfied won't cause any degradation in the increased safety. And just as I was not going to be prepared to meddle with their decision if they stood with it, to keep the things, I don't think it's really right for us, for Marianne or Doug, to say, well, notwithstanding the fact that you, the experts, are willing to make these changes, I don't agree with your decisions. I think you need these other things for safety. I will vote yes because I don't want to have to make a no protest vote, but I'm hoping that at least one, if not both, of my fellow council members will change the motion and make the motion to be to approve what Caltrans has proposed to do post the Planning Commission meeting. I had some other comments, but they're all scribbled down here, and it's very hard to read, and I think I've said enough in any event. So those are my comments.
Marianne, can I?
Yes.
By the way, I sit next to Bruce, and I guarantee you I can't read a thing he's got there either. So it's. I want to go back just a little bit. As Steve mentioned, he was the mayor when the tragic Pepperdine accident occurred. I was the mayor pro tem. And one of the things that became a glaring comment was the 2015 PCH traffic study had been largely ignored. The city of Malibu had done some projects, but Caltrans was missing at the plate. And one of the first things that we talked about was how do we get these things done? They were solid proposals in 2015. They appear to be still solid proposals. We had meetings with the Secretary of Transportation, the head of Caltrans, the director of Caltrans, including the CHP commissioner. And I think the walkaway we had from that was, especially from the Secretary of Transportation, we're going to do what we can do. And he basically outlined quickly $4.5 million in emergency funding to come to us right away, which was spent quickly and has projects that are still being finalized. And he said, we're going to come up with improvements that, as I talked about, the 19-month timeline and so forth within their funding and master plan. One for Western Malibu, which is what's on the table today, and one for Eastern Malibu, which is to come. Eastern Malibu is even more dramatic, and we're going to have a lot of discussions about that, I can be assured. But let's talk about what we're proposing tonight. And we've gotten some criticism, taken out of context perhaps, about approving what Caltrans had originally been approved at Planning Commission. We're talking about 5 streetlights. Get that, 5 streetlights. There's concurrence about Corral sidewalk, because it turned out it wasn't an issue at all. MTC admitted they misread the plans. You have an issue about the speed limit law that's in effect. Caltrans hasn't finalized that, but they promised to come back and get it worked out. Then you also have an issue of, let's see, what's the last one about bike lanes? And so really it's all down to 5 streetlights and Pepperdine. Pepperdine in the study, in the Planning Commission outcome says it'll be studied and worked with Pepperdine to see what they can do. And upon satisfaction by the city staff that it's been resolved or reached an impasse, a permit will be issued for the sidewalk. That's what the Planning Commission came up with in a studied response, and I agree with it. So now we're talking about giving Caltrans the ability that if they see a need fit for 5 additional lights as they originally proposed, they can put them in or not. They can be persuaded by MTC to leave it where it is or not. Good, better, or best. Good is what is the MTC proposal. It might be better with what Caltrans has. Let's see what they can work out. We're not killing MTC in this. What we're doing is saying the Caltrans has the ability to put 5 extra streetlights in. So my second stands, and I don't have a desire to change it. I don't know about Mary Ann, whether make a motion, but we're talking about getting this done. And I want to echo what was said about Caltrans staff. They have been somewhat roughed up. I don't think we've looked the gift in the appropriate way. They are trying to make us a safer place. They're doing us a favor with the limited resources they've got. Let's take it as a victory. Let's appreciate the gift, just as you would at Christmas time. It may not have been what you wanted in your stocking, but it's what they've got to give us. Let's take it, thank them very much, and work our way to get to the next phase, which is East Malibu. This is all about safety on PCH, and it's going to be done incrementally. And I'll make one other comment. One of the things that's been said quite often has been, Malibu should take over PCH. We have a $60 million general fund budget. You're watching $50 million being spent just on fixing PCH. We don't have the money to do this. We have to work with our partners at Caltrans to get this done. So let's be their friend, let's be their partner, and let's get this accomplished. And that starts right here. My motion stands.
Thank you. The only comment I wanted to make is that I did receive notification. I hope that in a future project, we can work on ADA access from PCH to Zuma Beach, because that doesn't exist. So since I still got county and Caltrans sitting right next to each other, it'd be great for you guys to work to get some ADA access to Zuma Beach ASAP. Thanks. Okay, we'll call
Before you call the question, there's one more comment,
Okay.
which is, this is directed to MTC. Please don't appeal this. I mean that in all sincerity. You have the legal right to do it. I understand the principled objections that you're making, but it's not going to go anywhere. It'll just hold up the project. So please, I think you've gotten a fair hearing now. I think we've all expressed our views that you understand, and I hope that you let this lie at this point.
No one threatened to go to coastal.
Okay,
I
we're
wasn't
not going to have it back
suggesting you
and
were.
forth.
I'm just saying. I think it would be great if this ended now.
Okay, I'm getting signals that the Community Development Department has.
Just prior to voting, want to have a cleanup item within the resolution on the typo of the bike lane mileage. In the resolution, it says 15 miles. It should be 9.7. So just want to include that as an amendment.
Just identification of the typographical error.
Okay.
One last question.
Yes, Steve, one last comment.
The issue of Caltrans and Pepperdine speaking and getting some concurrence from the city staff, how's that work? How is that going to work?
So you're talking about the planning commission?
Yeah.
So there was just a conversation that needed to be had. Nothing that there was no. I think Councilmember Stewart used the correct term. No veto power. So as long as there's demonstration that the conversation was had between the parties, which it sounds like it was, by Pepperdine and Caltrans, then they satisfied the condition.
That doesn't mean anything. Okay, gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay. Do we want a roll call?
Why don't we?
Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Riggins?
Yes.
Sorry, I did that in reverse order. Do you mind if I begin again?
Councilmember Stewart.
I'm sorry, yes. I'm reversing myself. My apologies. Mayor Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
This is approving recommended action number 1, right?
Correct. That is the
Yes.
motion. Councilmember Euring?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes, with an asterisk that I had wished that we would have just approved what Caltrans came back with.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now we will take a 10-minute break, be back here at 9:30. That should be enough time to get Councilmember Conrad back. Oh. No, we're just going to start public comment. It's fine.
I think you're going to try to make a motion.
Well, make the motion.
All my voters present.
Make a motion.
I would like to move item 7C to the next meeting,
Do we have a second?
to the very beginning of, I would like to wait for Bruce. He's in the bathroom.
We're not going to get,
I just think
we're not going to get 7.
it's the right thing to do. I don't think that we should be.
Fine, I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. 7C is on the next meeting.
Wonderful.
Mayor, if I could just clarify the direction on that. We're continuing it to the next meeting,
Yes,
but I
ma'am.
want to make sure I understand how that item is meant to be scheduled.
It'll be scheduled as early in the meeting as possible.
In its normal section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the normal section, so I know? Like, what time is that chunk?
It is new business, coming after ordinances and public hearings and old business.
Okay.
Basically, it's going to be in the same spot. We can reorder it that night if we need to.
So item 7C has been continued and will not be heard tonight. It will be scheduled for the December 8th meeting.
Yes.
Sorry, you were.
So December 8th, come back, we'll revisit it. Maybe we'll make some changes before then to clarify the issue. Maybe not. We don't know. Have a good night.
Accomplish that without even being in the room, huh?
Yes. Okay, so we're going on to item 4A, general public comments for items not on the agenda. Andrew?
We'll see. I'll give you 24 hours.
Andrew Vunes? Sorry. Come on up, Andrew. Don't dawdle. Hurry, hurry. Quick like a bunny. Let's get through this. Hi, guys.
Good evening, Mayor
What do you
Riggins.
got for us tonight?
Good evening, Mayor Riggins and council members. My name is Andy Usnes. I'm the student manager at the Tree Lot run by the Malibu Education Foundation.
Can you tell them to be quiet out there, please? Thank you.
Close the door.
And I'm Parker Kaplan, the assistant manager. Thank you for giving us the chance to speak with you tonight.
We want to begin by thanking the city for approving our temporary use permit and for supporting the fee waiver. Your support helps ensure more of the funds we raise go directly to Malibu's public schools for arts, athletics, tutorings, classrooms, etc.
This year, especially exciting news, MEF is piloting a student-led model. We're helping run the tree lot, coordinating volunteers, taking care of trees, and supporting customers, gaining real experience in leadership and operations.
The MEF Holiday Tree Lot opens this Friday, November 28th, and runs through December 14th at the Low Key Lot next to the library.
Our trees arrive Wednesday straight from Oregon, including Nordman's, Nobles, and Fraser's. We also have freshly cut wreaths, garland, ornaments, and MEF merchandise.
Our hours are weekends, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., Fridays until 9 p.m., weekends, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And we'd like to invite you to the community night. Join us for two special events, December 12th community night and holiday marketplace, student performances, local shops, and holiday activities.
And December 13th, Dick Van Dyke's 100th birthday celebration with birthday cake, music from his films, and a community card made by a Malibu High School senior.
We hope everyone in Malibu will come out, buy our trees, enjoy events, and support our schools.
We hope to see you at the Tree Lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kevin Keegan, followed by Norm Haney, followed by Anastasia Komarovsky. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Norm? Anastasia, Danny, did Danny leave? Oh, there's Danny, okay. Do we turn the mic on, please? The mic.
Sorry, Norm, we have to press the button right in front of you.
There you go, thank you.
You actually want to hear me?
You put in an admission slip, you get to speak.
We're required to hear you.
3 minutes starts now.
I don't have a project in front of you today, so I feel comfortable in mentioning a comment that I had from my nephew. I hadn't talked to him in 5 years. And he said, how are things going up there, Norm, in Malibu? I hear that it's impossible to get a permit, that the fire rebuilds are not being listened to, nothing's going on, and what is actually going on? I said, well, whoever you heard that information from doesn't know what they're talking about. The city council is doing everything they possibly can do to move the fire rebuilds forward. They're eliminating requirements to go to the Coastal Commission if they can do it. They're wringing their hands. They're not sleeping at night. They're thinking out of the box. They're doing everything they possibly can. They're hiring new personnel to handle all of the fire rebuilds that come in, trying to get permits. They're doing everything they possibly can. And these people work as hard as they can possibly work without pay. And I have nothing but positive thing to say about the city council. I don't always agree with the votes, but I always agree with the work, the effort to put into it to try and make the right decision. That's it.
Thanks,
I
Norm.
told my nephew he was wrong.
Is that your brother's son? Norm, you're ignoring me.
You should talk to him more often, Norm.
I said, is that your brother's son? Is that Mike's son?
It's David, my sister's son.
Oh, your sister's son. Okay,
He lives in Arizona now.
got it. Thank you.
So you guys are getting a bad rep and you don't deserve it.
Yeah. Anastasia? And then Danny? Danny, a lot of the people that have left that you had on your thing, I think.
We have our room to ourselves. So, hello to the folk on TV who are probably watching me today because I just got a phone call. So, here I am. So, they asked me what I'm doing here. So, I'm learning about government. So, I'm covering the meeting too. But I'm also running for governor of California. No party preference. So, it's a new concept. So it's npp2026.com. Once again, that's npp2026.com. So I think I have most of your guys' support, but obviously have to, get out there and stuff. So there's hardly anybody here in the room. So got to get out there. But thank you very much. Keep doing a great job. And I would hope that also somebody would champion the cause of communications for, work with Catalina Island and get these radios going because, even in the future, they'll be using radio communications in the clear, not digital. So it'd be nice if we can bring that here to Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny, is Jason still here? No, okay, so you have 6 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Good evening, Council. Tonight I'd like to talk about septic tanks. As you may know, post-Palisades fire, the Regional Water Board has taken the stance that all beachfront rebuilds in Malibu must upgrade their septic tanks to new AOW test systems. This runs counter to both Malibu Code and the bilateral LAMP agreement signed by the Water Board. It also will add significant project costs to any rebuilding homeowner and force the installation of hundreds of new concrete seawalls along the coast to the detriment of the environment and public beaches, as well as the general beauty of Malibu. I'm going to share here for you the language the Water Board is using to justify their stance, their inventive and suspect stance. Trevor, I hope you're listening, as it falls apart under the slightest scrutiny. What the Water Board acknowledges is that MMC Chapter 1540-20 specifically defines new construction to exclude the replacement or repair of an existing building that was totally or partially destroyed. We've talked about this. That's correct. And if the rebuilding structures are not considered new construction, then they don't trigger a requirement to upgrade their septic tanks per the LAMP agreement and Malibu code, barring any increase in plumbing fixtures, bedrooms, or flow. And as you know, every rebuild in Malibu has to submit a fire damage assessment packet to the city. That means every tank has to be inspected. Most tanks might pass, but some won't. And if their language, an OWTS, is considered to be in a state of failure, as defined in MMC 1540-20, prior to a rebuild, then a new or replacement OWTS would be required. And it would need to be an AOWTS. Don't yawn, please. I'm kidding. I'm yawning too. To meet modern code. Okay, so far there's no argument. But this is where the Water Board begins to play games. They are not content to have only destroyed tanks replaced and upgraded. They want them all. They recognize that the code nor the LAMP agreement are on their side in this regard. To achieve their goals, therefore, they are attempting to carve out a whole new definition of failure, which would implicate all Malibu beachfront rebuilds for the alleged infractions of a few. This again comes down to MMC Code Section 1540-20. The important part therein is the definition of failure. I'll give that to you here as written quickly. An OWTS is considered to be in a state of failure if one or more of the following conditions occur. 1, backup of sewage into the building served by the system, not at issue. 2, discharge of sewage onto the surface of the ground or waters of the state. Keep that in mind. 3, the static liquid level in the distribution box is above the outlet invert, doesn't matter. Or 4, the septic tank requires pumping 3 or more times during any 180-day period, doesn't matter. I'm going to quote the Water Board's own language here in full. I'm going to do that to show both how pernicious and obviously flawed it is. Per MMC, Chapter 1540-20, failure means the ineffective treatment or dispersal of wastewater resulting in the surfacing of raw or inadequately treated sewage effluent or the degradation of surface water or groundwater quality. Based on the lack of adequate horizontal separation between many of the beachfront OWTS and the high tide line, coupled with exceedances of bacteria standards in the ocean water adjacent to many of these properties, these OWTS would meet the definition of failure in MMC 1540 for resulting in the degradation of surface water quality. Based on our interpretation of these sections of the MMC, the OWTS for the destroyed beachfront properties must all be upgraded to advanced OWTS. The Los Angeles Water Board therefore expects that the City of Malibu will require the beachfront properties destroyed by the fire to upgrade to advanced OWTS. There are fallacies all over the place here. Setting aside questions about the bacterial testing, how often is it done? At how many locations is it done? Whether or not the results point to human activity at all, and if so, whose human activity? They repeatedly use the word many to indict or to attempt to indict all. Any judge would throw this logic out of court at first sight. A high bacteria reading from 2 years ago from half a mile away has anything to do with the functionality of my individual septic tank today? I don't think so. It's also significant to point out that this logic, this dubious logic of the Water Board, could have been applied at any point in the past. It could have been applied in 2024, just as it can be applied on January 9th, 2025. It doesn't have anything to do with the fire, which means either they hadn't concocted this scheme yet, or they deemed the logic too flimsy to even dare propose. They're attempting to use this traumatic event as cover to enact a long-standing policy goal. I have a problem with that. And the problem for me is not only the Water Board's perpetual and dishonest negotiation, nor their attempts to extract public upgrades on the backs of suffering rebuilding families, but also that our city attorney can't or won't push back and stand up to such easily dismissed bad faith argument. BBK is here to serve the city and its residents. At this moment, I want to make sure they're earning their keep. We need firm pushback here, and to date we have not seen it. We can't play along and have this be a negotiating point in a sewer discussion. A, we need relief now. B, a sewer might never happen. This city was founded in part to resist unscrupulous interference from outside agencies. Now is the time to remember that commitment. Thank you.
So the good news from the governor's executive order took one major step towards that. And Steve?
And would you rather see a sewer?
I think a sewer would be the best environmental option.
Get your friends, sit down and write some letters to the governor and tell him you're in favor of making sure Malibu's got the access to whatever they need to be able to put the sewer in and not have to worry about the septics. If you do that, you're going to help yourself a lot more than you may know. All right, so do that.
I'll write letters.
Please do.
Scott Dietrich, followed by Selwa is gone. And then Josh left.
Josh also left.
Okay, Bill Sampson?
Wow, I think everybody
Emily's
left.
gone. Okay, awesome. Scott and then Lee Haber.
Thank you, Marianne. I went into the Rebuild Center on Saturday. I needed an electrical permit. And Yolanda said, just give me a sketch with the whatever you need from the electrician, licensed electrician. So I got that from the electrician. I take this terrible sketch into Jasmine, and a half hour later, I walk out with my permit. Yay. So anybody listening, please, if you're hesitating, get your act together. Now's the time to go into the Rebuild Center, and they'll work with you, and they'll make it really simple. Number 2, we have a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit all the way up from the pier. It starts 35, goes to 25, all the way up to Rambla Pacifico in Las Flores. There is no construction going on in that area. I don't know why we still have a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's cones all over, but they don't do anything. There's less building than there was before the fire. There's less everything. So I don't know what we need to do to get that changed, but if there's anything you can do, don't make it painful for residents. Any little thing we can do to help people, let's do it. And number 3, we need a city manager. Nothing critical of Candace. She's done a great job politically in Sacramento, but she didn't sign up to be a permanent city manager. I don't think. Maybe you did, but I don't think so. So I know we need that. I have had several conversations with Glenn Becerra. Some of you don't like him. I don't know. He actually said, no, don't say anything. Because I've talked to him a couple times seeking help. Please just interview with him and see where that goes. I have been very impressed. And I'm told there's about 500 people wanting to sign a petition to encourage you guys in that direction. So that's all. Thanks.
Real quick, I think the 500 people is a bit of an exaggeration, but that's okay. It's your presentation. The
speed limit.
Oh, the speed limit.
Yes, sir.
I get emails every week from residents saying, you know what, this experiment you're running down there, keeping the speed limit at 30 miles an hour is the best thing you've ever done. Keep it going. So I hear you. I'm just saying, there seems to be an opinion on the other side that says they like that.
I'd love to see a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit for the whole stretch, forever.
Sorry, Lee. Do we have anyone online?
There's 5 raised hands.
For public comment?
Well, I just want to say thank you and offer an item because speeding and speed management came up this evening. So Trevor, I hope this will not create a conflict of interest for any of the city council members. There is a public meeting next Tuesday night here at City Hall. I hope to see all of you here. It is about the PCH roundabouts, and I hope you will all make it. It is a proven safety countermeasure. It is an intersection control. And it is most definitely a speed management technique. And I know a few people, when I made comments at the prior meeting, questioned my comments about driving a bunch of them in Ireland. I can tell you I did experience a large number the other week on a Saturday in Arizona. I think that's part of the United States, driving from Cottonwood, Arizona down to I-17 on my way back home via Phoenix. I went through probably a good dozen of them on Arizona State Route 260. So in our efforts for speed management efforts ongoing, I hope to see all of you here next Tuesday night. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's hold our 5 raised hands, and who's first?
Thomas Spencer.
Thomas.
You can hear me this time?
There you go. What you got?
Oh, thank goodness. I had a lot to say earlier, but it turned out the right way. Thank you for sticking with me, Mayor, on this. I want to speak about the urgent need for accountability, starting with John Mazza and Joe Drummond. Commissioner Mazza has served for 16 years. At this point, that's not public service, it's political entrenchment. And throughout that time, we've seen a pattern that raises serious concerns about political integrity. Mazza participates in planning commission votes and then turns around and engages in lobbying, advocacy, and appeals on the sidelines. Whether or not it violates a statute, it looks politically corrupt and erodes political trust. Commissioner Joe Drummond is part of the same problem. She may not be on the city council, but she behaves like an unelected citywide power broker, injecting herself into major decisions, pressuring elected officials, and trying to steer Malibu far beyond the authority of her appointed position. And after what she did tonight, one thing is absolutely clear. She cannot ever run for city council. Not shouldn't, cannot. Her conduct didn't just cross a line, it put this community in danger, and that alone is disqualifying. And then there's the Malibu Township Council, the MTC. With Mazza and Drummond at its center, the MTC has derailed safety projects, they've appealed needed improvements, they take pictures over people's walls and squeal on their neighbors. The MTC isn't protecting Malibu, it's destroying it. It's just absolutely destroying it, one obstruction at a time. Malibu deserves better than entrenched commissioners and the back channel political operators that it's experiencing. We need transparency, accountability, and leaders who protect this community and not endanger it. For the future of Malibu, John Mazza must be replaced. Joe Drummond's actions tonight must permanently bar her from ever seeking a city council seat. And we must be honest about the reality. Mazza, Drummond, Pat Healy, Steve Uring, and the MTC are destroying Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Dustin.
Dustin, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Please begin.
Hello?
Yes, please begin.
Oh yeah. So we the people of Malibu, we're just finished with this Malibu Township Council nonsense. We're done with the theatrics. We're done with the manufactured outrage. We're done with a small, unelected group hijacking every single discussion, poisoning every single process, and dragging this community backward for their own personal crusades. The MTC has turned public participation into an absolute circus. They disrupt, derail, and dominate every issue, no matter how small, because they believe they are entitled to decide the fate of an entire city. And they are not. They do not speak for us. They do not represent us. And the community has had it up to here. For years, this group has operated like a shadow government, filling appeals, stirring conflict, bullying staff, intimidating residents, and injecting hostility into meetings that used to be about collaboration and problem solving. Their goal is not to help Malibu. Their goal is to control Malibu. Everything becomes a battlefield with them. Housing, they fight it. Recreation, they fight it. Infrastructure, yep, you guessed it, they fight it. Youth programs, events, those get fought as well. So let me ask the obvious. How long are we supposed to tolerate the same handful of people dictating the pace and tone of this entire community? How long do we allow their appeals, their tantrums, and their conspiracy-filled monologues to override the will of thousands of residents who just want their community to function? This is not civic engagement anymore. It's obstruction dressed up as virtue. It's ego masquerading as leadership, and we, the people of Malibu, are done pretending it's anything noble. Tonight, the question is simple. This council, will it continue to enable the group and the public and overwhelmingly reject it, or will you finally listen to the residents? We are done with the Malibu Township Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Andy Lyon.
Hey, Andy. You there?
Yes, I am. So I called in a month ago about the skate park. I know you guys don't want to hear about it, but talking about accountability from our staff, our city staff, that said it was so urgent that that temporary skate park be put up for salvage sale or for surplus sale and then salvaged off, and nothing has happened there. Nothing. It's been 3 months now, and Christian Raisco and Rob DeBoe, who told the Parks and Rec Commission that it had to come out, we were holding it all up, and it's not the case. So a $300,000 city-owned public amenity was thrown in the garbage, and $1,100 was gained from the skate light. And I just don't understand why they can do something like that, and there's no accountability for that kind of a mistake, or that kind of not having the contractors. So this is coming from the contractors. There's two separate contractors now. CS Legacy, who won the bid, is not even on the job. There's another guy that's building the skate park. So that guy that said he needed to have that out so he could do it, I think he's gone on to some other job, and he just wanted to, get something out of the way, because there's no trenching, there's no bathroom built, there's no charging stations that needed conduit to them, nothing. The skate park was designed to be put there for the reason that it would stay until the skate park's done. And now we're hearing it's going to be February. It doesn't look like it's going to be February, by the way. It's like so slow that, they moved some stuff over onto the lot because I made noise about the fact that nothing was even over there. So they just threw some stuff over there, which would fit on the other side, no problem. Especially, if they got rid of the two motorhomes or trailers that they put on for their own use. But, it's like it's like, oh, well, sorry. But, this was something that was being used by kids. And it's like, well, where am I supposed to go drive, like down into Santa Monica or over Westlake or whatever? There's nowhere to go. You talk about public safety and should I just have my kids skate in the street? I don't know. It's just off the hook. I mean, it was like a complete misleading statement by your city staff. And it turns out also the guy that's doing the skate park, he might know the guys that actually won the bid. And I was trying to bid to get the skate park to put it someplace. It didn't need to come out. We could have moved it. The numbers they gave, everything about it. But she's like, it's okay. Don't touch it. Don't say anything. Oh, too bad. You're going to get a skate park. Well, no, my kid hasn't been able to really skate unless I drive him 45 minutes, over the canyons if they're open, or up the coast, an hour. I'm not going to go down to Santa Monica because that's, who knows how long.
Thank you, Andy.
Nino?
Nina, you there? Nina?
It's Nino. Are you there?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Nino Pacella. I was raised in Southern California, and Malibu's been my home for the past 26 years. And I reside in Sycamore Park, wonderful little enclave. And all that time, I've spoken at the council meetings, on one or two issues, and I'm not one who usually comes up here and speaks, but I feel so strongly about the issue of the lack of a city manager and the availability of a qualified candidate. I felt it necessary to speak up tonight. I want to bring to your attention a community petition. I believe you heard about it earlier. I understand it's being circulated. I'm in support of Glenn Becerra for the position of city manager. I believe that this position already has a number of supporters, and I do believe that that 500 number is not an exaggeration in terms of the number of signatories on that current petition. And from my conversation, the number seems like it's continuing to grow, and I believe it could easily reach 1,000 or more. Recently, I reviewed Mr. Becerra's CV, and I'm genuinely impressed. I used to be actually in the business of locating high-level management people years ago. And I'm genuinely impressed by Mr. Becerra's credentials. But I haven't had the opportunity actually of meeting face-to-face. But his CV reveals his experience, his government and industry connections. And what I can see is a professionalism. I've spoken to individuals who know him personally, and they have echoed the same understanding. I'm informed that he has a clear understanding of the challenges facing not just Sycamore Park, but Malibu as a whole. He appears to have a history of bringing practical approaches to issues with a solutions-oriented approach that many of the people I know in this community feel is exactly what our city needs right now. My friends and I strongly believe he would be an excellent choice for city manager. So I'm respectfully requesting that the council, on the next meeting's agenda, place the item of considering Mr. Becerra as a candidate for the position of Malibu City Manager, so the community can discuss it more fully in an open forum in front of the council and the community. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have an?
There's one more.
Oh.
Ryan?
Ryan, are you there?
Ryan, you're unmuted.
Ryan?
I'm here. I clicked unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The big item that Caltrans, I don't know if they're still there, but needs to address is what they have not really shown in the last 2 years since the tragic event in October. And that is, what are they planning to do in eastern Malibu where we have our problems? Not at far western Malibu, whether we're going to get a bike lane between, Decker and Encinal or Encinal to the county line. It's not an issue there. That's not where the crashes are. That's where the speeding is, but that's the CHP's problem beyond the city limits. I found it personally very disappointing as a taxpayer to see so much work put into the wrong part of town for 2 years, and we haven't heard a peep out of how we're going to fix eastern Malibu. Now, obviously, the problem is speeding everywhere, but the big issue in eastern Malibu is there's not enough pavement road width. We already have had substandard lanes, even narrower than they exist today. And that was cured before 2003. But the issue is reclaiming the road width to fulfill the obligation of Wiener's Bill 960, which passed, and that is to evaluate the feasibility of incorporating bike lanes into roadways, not particularly high-speed highways. It doesn't say that in the bill. It meant city streets. It applies to every city street everywhere in California. That comes with a very high cost for Pacific Coast Highway. And unfortunately, you did not see those numbers going toward the real solution tonight. And that is adding the extra 5 feet on each side of the highway to accommodate the separated bicycle lane usage. In eastern Malibu, the right-of-way is the same, 100 feet. And some people are going to lose a little bit of their flowers in their front yard, maybe, that they've encroached onto the state's easement. But Rhoda May Knight Ringe probably has 100 foot in a judgment against her from the state of California. And I have assumed that it runs pretty much 100 feet up and down the whole sequence. So let's not let our eyes off the ball here. Widening the road is what will separate vehicles from pedestrians. And look, pedestrian, parked vehicles, and moving vehicles all go together. It's the last segment of the trip. You park, you get out, and you walk. The only thing that's not 100% essential is recreational bicycle riding. So thank you.
Does that conclude all our other speakers? Thank you. Okay. Do we want to have brief comments from us or just go on to 6A?
I got two brief ones.
Go.
I wish the first two speakers who were not happy with the Malibu Township Council would show up at the City Council. I mean, let us see who the heck you are. If you get that kind of complaint, do it in person, because, you know, this anonymous stuff it's old. I just want to say a couple things. During the last couple of rainstorms, I want to congratulate Public Works. They kept the roads open, guys. I mean, this thing was working like a charm. Rob, you and your team did a hell of a job, so thank you very much. And I just want another thing. I've been attending these zone captain meetings now for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and like Scott Dietrich said, the progress we're making is amazing. I mean, we are doing one heck of a job. So if you haven't put your permits in or your project in, do that, because the stuff is really starting to move. We're figuring out what's going on. We got new teams working in to help us get that done. If you're going to do it, now's the time to get going, because we want to see it get rebuilt. So thank you very much.
I'll be quick.
Yes.
I haven't gotten a chance, sorry.
I know.
I'm itchy. All right, so really quickly, to Scott's point, I am confused if there progress or no construction on PCH, because I've driven into town a few times now, and it's like a lot of construction. So I might be driving a different PCH than you. Do you not see construction on PCH?
Only east of Pittsburgh.
Let's keep the
Okay,
comments to-
okay. I totally agree. We need a city manager. Love Candace. I've asked, Glenn sounds like a nice guy. Bring him in for an interview. Not sure what we could talk about. I've got finger on the button. But I don't know why we don't bring him in for an interview. Andy Lyon, I skated streets my whole life and I survived. I do believe somewhere in our mission and vision statement it says we've sacrificed modern amenities or something. So for the time being, I think just go over the hill. Glider he'll be okay. I'm pretty sure at ollieing up a curb, he'll be good. Ryan, dude, as a taxpayer, I'm bummed that we just spent 5 hours of our time with like an appeal that really didn't need to happen. So unfortunately, that was our money as well, and I want it back. I want those 5 hours back. And you guys are all sitting here still. The staff is still here tonight. So I'm going to end with that. But that appeal cost us money. So I'm going to thank you for passing that, Council. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Doug Bruce?
I'll make a quick comment. About a week ago, I attended the Topanga event at the Topanga Library, where they talked about the work that the MRCA and the LA County Fire Department is doing for fire and land management in the Santa Monica Mountains. It is extremely impressive what they're doing. We've even had conversations with the state parks people, what they're doing. We don't know exactly all the details they have, but what MRCA is doing, not trying to build fire breaks that look like the Great Wall of China, but a mosaic throughout the Santa Monica Mountains for critical areas to control future fires or to limit even the start of those. So it's a very scientific approach. I know it isn't widely criticized except by a few people that are primarily about chaparral issues, but when you look at what they're doing, this is a great benefit to the city of Malibu and all the other cities in the very high fire zone of western Los Angeles County, and the supervisor's office is right behind us on this. This is something that Malibu promoted earlier this year, and it's taken off even with the governor giving a grant for several $1 million to get it done. So good progress is being made, and we need to bring this show with MRCA and the County Fire Department to Malibu, and hopefully we can get that done soon. That's all I got.
Bruce?
Okay, I'll try to be relatively brief. First of all, Rob, can you tell us what the current timeline is for the skate park?
So good evening, Council. As it is right now, weather permitting, and we've had quite a bit of rain, and now the bowls are now pools out there a little bit, but we're working on that. The contractor is trying to get all of the skate parks, all the flat work done by the beginning of the year, and then shortly after that, we'll have everything done. The rain's kind of held back a little bit, but I'll be able to get back to council on better dates. But I mean, as of now, we're pretty much on schedule at the beginning of the year, February, around that time.
Yep. For opening?
I think that's the majority of it. I think there's other elements that we're going to be still kind of waiting to be completed. But the idea is to try to get the skate park, part of it done and open, and have that available as we're working on other elements of the park.
What's your degree of confidence that the skate park part of it will be open and usable by the end of February?
My confidence is very high on that one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Scott has me confused in any event. I appreciate almost all the comments Scott makes, and I appreciate the fact that he makes the comments. But the concept of let's get the speed limit back up again in East Malibu after what we just went through tonight, where people are uniformly saying let's get the speed limit down throughout Malibu, to me doesn't make any sense. I don't get that. It seems to me like we've got the perfect proof going on right now that lowering speed is an answer, because as best I know, there have not been any major accidents, and there certainly have not been any fatalities in the entire burn zone, for lack of a better word, where PCH is down to 25 miles an hour. And I think this is like proof positive. As long as the more this continues and the more it stays safe, this is our best argument to the state of California for why we need a 25 or 35 mile an hour speed limit. So it's an inconvenience, but we talked earlier about safety is more important than convenience. This is like the ultimate safety. So I really don't get that one. I hope it stays that way for a long, long time. Danny, I couldn't agree with you more with your analysis. You did add the word all at one point to when you were reading from the Water Board's letter, so that was like a little sleight of hand there, but I think it was implied. But in any event, I do hope that we take some kind of a position on this, because it does seem to me, reading the code or the LAMP and reading what they're saying, that they are twisting the law, and that is just not right, and it's adverse to the interests of our residents, and I would like to see the city do something about that. At a bare minimum, start taking clear written legal arguments to them. And I don't know about litigation down the line or not, but I'd like to see us do something about that. All right, three more things. Nino and whether they are 500 or not residents, I don't know. I'll tell you, I met with Glenn Becerra. I was impressed with him. I don't know whether I would ultimately, after a full interview where the city council interviews him, vote to give him an offer or not. I don't know. But I'm becoming more and more sour on the fact that he is a politician and that he is trying to get support from the residents the way it's been going. It's turning me sour on any possibility that I thought that this person would be an appropriate person to hire. So I just want to say that I find it very distasteful the way this is going about. If he wants the job, he should be seeking the job through proper channels. And the fact that he's lobbying us through residents is very disturbing to me. And I'm sorry, I believe in transparency, accountability, but we don't conduct interviews in public. I'll be shocked if there's going to be a vote on the city council to bring a matter forward where we interview somebody in public and hear public comment on that interview. It's just not the way it's done. It's not done anywhere that way, and for good reason. Last two comments. Travis, Gibson, Thomas, Spencer, Dustin. I was really shocked that I wasn't included tonight for the first time, perhaps, in the comments that are scripted and repeated and tiresome at this point. The MTC, I think, serves a valuable purpose. Are they always right? No. Is anybody always right? No. Are you guys always right? Never. So show your faces. I think you've also been identified as Larry in the past and maybe some other names. I think I said it should be Larry, Moe, and Curly. But show up at City Council, show your faces, let's have a conversation, or even just, I've told you before, I'll meet you for coffee. I won't bite, I promise. But, stop this anonymous attacks on people. It's tiresome. You say the same thing, meeting after meeting. One would think we're still in a political campaign here right now. I guess maybe you could be playing the long game. There's another campaign 11 months from now or what have you, or a year from now, and then there's another one 2 years later. Maybe you're just playing the long game. But I suspect that even the people that somewhat share your views are tired of you by now. And I wish you would just stop it. But, you have a First Amendment right to say your piece. Last thing is, Helen and I agree on many things, but one of the few things we disagree on, and, I'm going to say it, I've told her this privately, appeals are important. Letting people have their say here is important. It takes a lot of time, but that's process. I actually learned a lot listening to people tonight. I felt much more comfortable with the decision the city has made and the direction we're going after having that hearing. But we had a long contentious appeal of the Malibu Motel. If people didn't take appeals, that would be being built with its 60-foot retaining wall. And there have been many other appeals that have resulted in denials of projects that should not have been that should never have been approved in the first place below, but they were. And there have even been occasional appeals where we've let a project go forward that there was a previous denial of. They serve a purpose. More often than not, the appeal is rejected, but it's an important part of the process. And it irks me to complain about a process that's important. We're not an authoritarian place like some other parts of the country seem to be becoming. And it's important to have process, due process, and freedom of speech. So again, Travis, Dustin, Thomas, please come here, exercise your freedom all you want, but please don't continue to hide in the shadows.
Okay. Some people with Glumpus are. We had a recruitment. We hired a firm to go solicit candidates and have an application process. Let that process work its way through, okay? Anybody was able to submit to that process, and if their resume was warranted, then they will move along the process. But let the city council do the job that we have been empowered to do, elected to do, yes, whatever. It's working its way through the process, so just let us do this one thing. It's the one thing the city council absolutely gets to do is hire the city manager, so we're on it, we're getting there, we're trying to find the right candidate so we can have some stability for our city and somebody to be as great as our city staff is. And I just want to thank you. We're in the process of the thank yous for the year and Thanksgiving and everything else. And this has been a heck of a year, and this staff has been outstanding. And I just want to once again say thank you for everything that you have done. We would not have done anything had it not been for you. With that, my other Thanksgivings are going to be for our community. I want to remind everybody that it is Small Business Saturday, the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So please shop local and give your money to our local businesses. If you've got relatives, take them out for a meal in town. We've been attending a lot of small business activities here in the community. We've got a lot of new shops opening. We've got a lot of existing shops that exist. Please, please give them your time and your money. With that, on Giving Tuesday is next Tuesday, so consider supporting some of our local foundations and charities in our community. They all do great work. The Christmas tree lot is right down here on the Ioki lot. They've got students leading that. Go let them show their customer service skills and everything else. Boys and Girls Club, Malibu Ed Foundation, Los Angeles County Library Foundation are just a couple of the few ones that do great work. So there's plenty more out there. Just give some money to the world right now. And with that, we will continue.
One last.
Yes,
real quick,
Steve.
two real quick ones. One, I don't know, I've been following the city for years. I've been here 30 years. We have not had a better city manager than Candace Bond. So I don't know what you guys are looking for, but boy, you should be thankful for what we got. All right. Second thing I wanted to just mention Jason Lawrence. Jason is the man that sits back there at the table. He's there every weekend. I just want to say Friday night, I want to mention his sense of humor. Friday night around 8:30, he gives me an email with the update of the agenda. And he gives me like 10 additional inches of reading to do. And he closes his email and says, and hey, have a good weekend. So thank you. Thank you, Jason.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, could we maybe rearrange the agenda? I think we've got 7B, and we got a bunch of people sitting over there that are.
Well, I think you may want to check with the clerk about which needs to be done tonight. Some items need to be acted on by the council.
Let's just power through. Let's just work until, I think we can get through the next 4 or 5 items
Just
pretty.
got to be home by Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Well,
I got to leave before after traffic breaks tomorrow morning, so.
it would be, I would like to hear, if we can, what items have to be done tonight.
Yes, the items that need to be done tonight are 7A, 7B, which we do have consultants here for, and 7D.
A, B, and D?
A, B, and D.
So I'm going to formally move, it may not pass, that we now proceed with 7A, then 7B, then 7D, and I guess as of 10:30, we'll have to take a vote on each one, whether to proceed or not. Because I think it's probable that once we get through those 3, we're not going to have 4 votes to keep going.
I would like to, let's just go with the agenda. So do you have a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so 7A. Do we want a staff report? Do we have any public speakers on this item?
We don't have any speaker slips for 7A, and we don't have any raised hands either.
Does council want a staff report, or is everybody comfortable moving forward with this without one?
It's a quick.
We need to provide direction. I'd like to hear something.
I think a quick
That would be,
overview.
yes, we want a staff report. Make it fast.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be very detailed.
Sounds good. Good evening, Mayor Riggins, City Council. So today we're going to talk about public safety patrols at city parks. So as you all know, Legacy Park and on occasion Bluffs Parks become a central congregation site for people experiencing homelessness in the city. Has led recently to a proliferation of shopping carts, on occasion encampment fires, and all sorts of other illegal transient activity. So one of the possible measures that staff has looked into is, potentially having public safety patrols present at both of these parks to improve public safety presence and, of course, assist the sheriff's department in deterrence for some of these activities. And so we identified 3 options for doing so. The first option would be to amend our existing contract with American Global Security. So American Global Security is the current contractor that secures all of the entrance gates at the city parks on a daily basis, and they also provide security services during special events such as the Chumash Day events and other city events. A second option for doing so would be to amend our existing contract with our parking contractor, Last Parking. They do have a community ambassadors program that is essentially like a community watch type program that has staff patrol parks or whatever other areas we designate them to report any issues to the sheriff's department and increase public safety presence in whatever area that we designate them to. And the third option is, of course, to issue an RFP for security services. For example, the City of Calabasas does contract with a security firm to provide quality of life patrols for an amount of approximately $200,000 a year. And this is a contract that provides coverage from one guard 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we have those 3 options identified. And this is just a quick overview of what the cost would look like for on a daily basis, a monthly basis, and what that potential start date would be if we decide to move in that direction. So we have those options there for your review. I can leave this up on the screen if you wish to look at it a little longer. It's also on the staff report, but we have, of course, a breakdown of what it would cost for unarmed versus armed guards and what the last contract costs for the amendment, and also, obviously, for the RFP, we have an option to set an acceptable budget. And so upon reviewing those, staff has recommended that in the interest of time and costs, we amend the contract with American Global Security. So as we all know, we have a contract already existing with them, and they can actually make changes to this contract immediately. So if we were to amend that contract, we can add the addition of 2 armored guards for 8 hours a day to the decision of the City Council, what hours they would like to have that those 8 hours be allocated towards. It would cost approximately $18,000 per month, and this would be for, the council will decide the ideal time of coverage. The city staff recommends that it be for initial 3-month period through February 2026, and of course we should review a possibility of extending it through the fiscal year if the City Council provides approval to do so before that contract amendment's completion. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any clarifying questions? I'm sorry, I was in thought, just making a decision on something.
I have some questions, but I think I'll hold off until we're doing our deliberations to ask them.
I'll wait too.
Okay. So I made I know, but I made an announcement at the beginning. We were not going to take any public comments after the staff report started. So I'm wondering if we should give that just a warning.
I'll support that so long as it is actually enforced every time to everybody.
We've been doing pretty good so far.
Okay. So from here on out, once the staff report has started, no additional public speakers or, and this comment will not be taken at this time. Sorry. Okay, so public comments closed. Did we have anybody online that came in before? Okay.
No, not when you asked for
We're up here
raised hands before.
You go?
Sure, go.
All right, I'm going to recommend we approve this contract, do the 3 months, see what happens, and we can always bring back or increase it. And just another thing, over the last month, I've had a couple of conversations with CART. They're the people that are feeding the homeless in the Civic Center. And they're feeding them like 4 days a week. And I've met with both Terry Davis and Kay Gabbard and asked them, look, I don't have a problem with them feeding the homeless. I just think what they're doing, they're bringing them into the Civic Center. Mothers are afraid to go to the library. Kids that are picking up the buses are sitting there and seeing homeless people drop their pants and fight. They're getting accosted. And so I've asked them to, if they could solve the problem by moving their feeding to a different location so we're not attracting them to the Civic Center. And if they don't do that, we may come back and maybe have the city do something to try and make that change. But I think if we can do that, plus get these guys working, that may help us in the Civic Center. So I'm in favor of this.
Bruce?
What law enforcement authority is a security company going to have to remove people that are unlawfully in the park?
So fortunately, they don't have enforcement capability, but what the recommendation of having the armed guard as a deterrent is that we have, so this would be packaged as part of increasing measures that we have, one being recently we expanded the signage throughout the park with all these different municipal code violations. These are bigger signs that we placed in strategic locations throughout the park, and we're also trying to add a camera system that's going to be integrated with the real-time watch center with the sheriff's department. And so going back to the question, they don't have enforcement capabilities, but they do have increased visibility, reporting capability, and as you all know, we don't control transient activity 24/7, but they keep eyes on the park at all times, or within the hours that they're allocated to help us report to the sheriff's department the start of a new encampment, any sort of fire activity, any sort of new illegal activity that would warrant sheriff enforcement.
Okay. First of all, when I read the report, I noticed it starts off talking about people experiencing homelessness, and I've said this before, that should not be the focus of what we talk about. It may be that for the most part, the people camping on our property are experiencing homelessness, but that's not necessarily the case. We have a camping law, not a law against homelessness, which would not be appropriate or permissible. So we really ought to be focused on enforcing our law. And have we had conversations with the Sheriff's Department about if we have additional security and they're unsuccessful in preventing the camping that's going on in Legacy Park, for example, or in the library parking lot, that once we've made efforts to take care of that, that then the Sheriff's Department will come in and do something about it? Or are they going to continue their hands-off approach because it's not worth it to arrest people only to have to let them go? I mean, what's going to go on there?
Yeah, so the goal is that these, tentatively, right, these public safety patrols would be part of this conversation with the Sheriff's Department and city staff to, if there is an active encampment, they would be able to work with city staff and Sheriff's Department to actually remove them right there and then. Obviously, they wouldn't have the capability to do so themselves, but they would loop in a sheriff's deputy who would then have the authority to do so. Or city staff can go, as I have done myself many times, go out and place a removal notice to have, usually give them usually it's 48 to 72 hours to have their stuff leave, and if they're still there after that posted signage, they can be forcefully removed or cited for doing so.
Okay, so our law doesn't require any kind of 24, 48, or 72-hour notice. I would like to see that shortened. But I hear the term encampment all the time, which I think again is weakening what our law is. Our law is one individual is not permitted to camp, full stop, on public property. Camp means sleeping the night, being there with your property for some prolonged period of time. And so when I hear the word encampment, I think of multiple people with tents and stuff. That's not what our law provides. Our law provides for any individual is not allowed to camp on our public property, and I think we need to be talking about that and thinking about it that way. It seems to me that the only difference between armed guards and unarmed guards, based on the fact that the guards can't do anything other than talk to people and report, is for their safety, not to give them the ability to do anything. Would that be accurate?
That's correct, yeah.
Last thing is, I'll say, we have an ad hoc to improve our camping law, and I drafted an amendment to that law a month or so ago now. I would like to see this brought forward, if not for the last meeting of this month, certainly no later than the first meeting in January. So I'd like to see that done. I think that's really important. It'll give the law enforcement perhaps some greater authorization and empowerment to do something about it. I'm inclined to support the unarmed contract because I don't see what we're getting for the additional bucks for the armed contract.
Let's go back on this side over here. I'm going to go one
real quick. Okay. So I was wondering, Steve mentioned the cart. I know that they also give services to outside the colony. Is that right?
Yeah.
They do. I know that hasn't been popular either, and I don't know where there is a solution to that. I also know that the sheriffs park in front of or on the side of City Hall every day, which I was wondering if maybe they moved and parked at the county parking lot. That would help.
Using the bathroom.
This library has a bathroom, and it's county.
Not overnight.
City Hall has one overnight?
Yeah,
they have access.
They got to feed and come in.
What about during the day? Like the substation's supposed to be there during the day. That could help, maybe, because it is more closer.
I don't think they have access to the substation at this time, so.
No, what I'm saying is they could sit in their car, which is annoying for them, I'm sure. But if they're going to sit outside City Hall, they might as well, where there's no activity happening, they might as well sit outside of the library where all the activity is happening. So I would say that would be a suggestion to move the 3 or 2 sheriff's cars that I see sometimes right here. That would be a suggestion until the substation is active, which is close to where some of this activity is. I don't really see the point of the armed guard if they can't use it. Is it just like?
Security theater.
Security theater, got it, okay. How much does Calabasas cost? Okay, are they armed? Would you know if Calabasas is armed? If they have armed guards?
They didn't specify, no.
Okay, no problem. And, I mean, I'm all for it, it's safety. I'm good with hearing Doug. And that's it for me. Right, Doug?
Okay. First off, I try to understand the difference between Calabasas and the proposal here. It looks like one guard is on 2 shifts, so they're operating solo.
No, so there's one guard for 8 hours, and then that one guard switches out and covers in the extra 8 hours. Yeah.
So it's 2 shifts, one guard at a time.
Yep.
We would get better coverage if we could do that. Is that an option or not?
It is an option. It really just would have some changes in the monthly cost, of course, and the daily cost. So if we're looking at the unarmed option, for an 8-hour shift, it's you're looking at $472. So it would probably be double that daily. You're looking at what, $944 daily, around there. So yeah, I think that's an option we can look into with our with American Global Security, and then.
Wait, I'm confused because it says service type 2 guards. So we're having 2 guards in the same car or same patrol. Calabasas has got 1 guard in 16 hours a day versus we have 2 guards for 8 hours a day. So is it an option to have, you just doubled the price. I would think if we got 2 guards, it's the amount of hours, it's not a number of presence.
So it is an option. We presented the option to be 2 guards at a time for shift for their own safety and for increased presence, that it was recommended that we include 2 guards at a time, but they did provide that option. If we would like to proceed with 1 guard at a time for, like, similar to the Calabasas contract, we wanted 1 guard for 8 hours, and then we substitute that 1 guard for another, for an extra 8 hours. We do have that option, but it was recommended for same with the armed element to the recommendation that they work in pairs to bounce back between Bluffs Park and Legacy Park for their safety. But again, it's up to your discretion. Yeah.
I honestly say I think we have to have 2 guards that are armed in acting in tandem. I wouldn't want to be out there solo at 9:30 at night with no weapon. What about the coordination with the library security guards? We've got library security guards, and every time I've been over to the library, like for library events, especially when the weather's bad, they're all camped out there underneath the cover. Does the library security guards provide any benefit there, and do we have any interaction with them?
Yeah, so we work real closely with Malibu Library and their security guard. They have no enforcement capability outside the library. They can only enforce the rules of conduct within the library itself. So they have on occasion banned a number of those individuals if they participate in illegal behavior within the library, but nothing outside. They can't dictate or disband any encampments or any of that sort of stuff.
Right in front of the library, right?
That's correct, yeah.
That's kind of worthless, to be very honest. I mean, we're talking about people being offended by what's going on with people that are unhoused or having mental problems, and the security guard is watching them from the door.
Yeah, or of course they do call in the sheriffs when needed, but as far as being able to do anything particularly about it, they can't really do anything outside of the library itself. No.
Okay. Well, when we talk about enforcing the Malibu City camping ordinance. Are we going to be able to enforce it in the canopy that's right there in front of the library, or is that county property, we can't touch it?
We still should be able to, yeah. Right. Even though if it's county land, it's still public property, we still go in and address those as needed, yeah. Or we work with the respective partners, same way we address encampments on beaches and harbors. We have great relationship with them as well as with state parks, and they have their own protocol, but we try to enable them to be able to do the same.
Yeah, and I just want to make it very clear. It's not that I'm trying to chase these people out. I mean, we shouldn't make it so easy that they want to stay here and don't take advantage of our host teams and our outreach programs. I'm in favor of the contract with American Global Security to try this out, But I think in the same time we're doing this, we need to get an RFP out and see if these guys are competitive. So if we did it for 3 months, the idea would be 3 months, and at the end of 3 months, they, along with everybody else, has the chance to do an RFP. That's what I would suggest. I don't know if I have support for that, but.
Well, I was just gonna, can we sign with American Global now and release the RFP? So when that 3 months is up, we already have that RFP process done, and then we can move to signing that contract, so we have a continuous of service?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, we would have to move quickly. Once we amend the contract, start drafting and issuing out an RFP as soon as possible, so we allow sufficient time for the bid to be open, and then, of course, once we close it, to conduct the interviews and then bring back a reasonable proposal to council. But I think we're well within the time range. We would just have to move quickly to, get something ready for the council right around the time that the 3-month amendment concludes, around February or so.
Well, would it be more helpful, given the holidays coming up and everything else, if you had 120 days and then the RFP is released as soon as possible so that can conclude? Does that make?
That would be ideal. We're nearing the end of the month. If you all would like for the contract amendment to start of December, that could work too. The great thing with American Global Security, they can, make this happen immediately, essentially. So whatever you guys would like to see. I think 120 days is a fair amount of time to, once we issue that contract amendment, we can issue out an RFP and then bring back a proposal for y'all to review.
I would be fine with 120 days, and what I would refer to this, to my corporate world, we used to call it champion challenger. The existing company periodically is challenged by competitors, and obviously American Global Security is entrenched. Doesn't mean they're not going to get the job again, but at least see what somebody else might quote.
I haven't seen the contract, but I know our standard contract has a 30-day termination provision at will for any reason, including no good reason. So I can't, when we talk about 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, they're all 30-day contracts. We have the ability to back out of them at any time. So I would support doing it the longer one, but also moving quickly to do the RFP. Can always terminate the contract before then. Is there any private security out there that can serve as law enforcement, that has the legal capacity to act rather than simply to watch what's going on and report?
I can't really comment. I don't believe so. I can't really comment. I don't know, Sergeant, if you know of any. No, I don't believe so, no.
Are we able to provide some adjunct to the Sheriff's Department or some other law enforcement agency that would then permit the people that we pay to do the actual work rather than just report what's going on? To me, we need to explore these kinds of things. Watching people and telling them what to do is just never going to do it, never going to accomplish anything. We need law enforcement. I guess, and that confuses me when I hear this thing about the library guards, because the library guards, you say, and this isn't critical of you, but you say, well, they can't do anything, they can't enforce outside the library. Well, they can't enforce inside the library either, because it's the same issue. So I would think that the library guards could be watching what's going on outside the library, just like someone outside the library could be watching what's going on outside the library and calling the sheriff, because none of these guards, at the end of the day, can do anything other than watch and report, right?
Yeah, it's a fair semester, and obviously they're not going to go in and physically, get into any physical altercation with any of these individuals or forcefully, break down a tent or any of that sort of stuff, because obviously they have no arresting capability or citing capability on that regard. Yeah.
Okay. Two last things. One is CART. The people running CART don't do this on their property. They do it on the city's property. It seems to me that they're creating a public nuisance, and they're aiding and abetting violations of our camping law. And I would hope that we might look into that too as a way of curtailing what they're doing, because it's all great and good to be providing charity and to be providing food for people who need it. I get that. I'm not unsympathetic to that. but we have an ongoing problem in our city with all kinds of issues associated with people that are camping on public property, and it is not helpful to our city and the majority of our residents who would like to see that curtailed for other people within the city to unilaterally be taking it upon themselves to increasing the problem rather than helping to decrease the problem. And the last question I have is, what about some kind of robot patrols and maybe even, I know that in some jurisdictions they use noise to help facilitate emptying places that are not supposed to be occupied. I don't mean blaring all the time, but using it in targeted ways to make it uncomfortable to be where you're not supposed to be. Could we be looking into those kinds of things?
Yeah, we're from some of those like noise chirping devices that some private property owners have installed on their properties. I hear you. Yeah, we haven't looked into that as an option. We're primarily looking at private security patrols, but that is something we could definitely consider.
It's not loud enough that it would bother people 100 feet away, but it would bother people that are right next to it.
Sure.
In my house, and I can hear the ocean. I can hear the ocean, crashing up against the shore. So sound's going to come off my house pretty quickly.
You want those robots going around?
All right, those are my comments.
I'm sorry. Do we have a first and a second? I just want to.
What's the motion?
I thought I made a motion to approve it.
Approve what, though?
Yeah, what's the direction? What's
Well,
the
Doug,
council
I
want?
thought made a motion that I modified. Do you want to stick with that?
Place the contract for the armed guards with American Global Security for up to 120 days and concurrently issue an RFP to be effective at the end of no more than 120 days.
Second.
Can we make sure that that's subject to a 30-day termination notice?
Please add that in. You're second, right?
Yeah, we'll bring the amendment back to the council on consent.
All right, this is just direction, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Haley.
I also had, I see that this company here, option one, the American Global Security already does some of the gate closing on a daily basis. I've been told that the Malibu Equestrian Park's gate is not closed at night. So maybe we could just ask them to close it.
That's something we can relate to the Community Services Department, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. And I would love to see the sheriffs hanging instead of at City Hall, at the library or the county property. Because sometimes what I do worry about is when we displace or we start talking about moving encampments, we don't want them moving up into the mountains. So it's like, it's kind of got to be a very organized and figured out way, or we have the encampments, we don't know where everybody is. Right now, it feels like we kind of do know where they are, and therefore there's some organization to it. If people just start dispersing or we're making it very uncomfortable for them, I worry about them going up into our flammable mountains. So thank you very much for that.
Of course.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Do we need to take a vote for 7B? Even though we
Yes,
said
to
we
hear it
wanted
after 10:30 p.m.
Okay. Take a motion for hearing item 7B.
I'll make a motion to hear item 7B.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. None opposed? Are the speaker slips in for 7B?
We do not have any speaker slips for 7B.
Anyone online?
We do not have any raised hands for this item.
Okay. Will not be taking any.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking this item. As you know, we're in the process of updating the safety element of our general plan. This has been a joint effort of the Public Safety Department, the Planning Division, support from Capstone City Planning, and our primary consultant, Atlas Planning Solutions. Tonight we have Aaron Fennensteel from Atlas Planning, and he's going to be providing you with some important information about critical aspects of this update, and so that you can provide feedback to them before they go too much further in this update. So at this, I'm going to let Aaron begin.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members.
we'll get to the point. So we just want to provide you a little overview of the general plan for your edification tonight. Go through the safety element, what its required components are, and why we're in front of you tonight, because there are some new requirements that we need to make sure your element is now addressing. And then, of course, answer any questions and any feedback you might have. Next slide. This slide, actually, I updated it. Unfortunately, the update didn't make it. Was actually adopted in 1995. You were incorporated in 91. And at the time, it was addressing all of the main concerns for the city. As you can see, you also have a number of other elements. These are all the required elements of a general plan. We're just talking about safety and health tonight. The last updated element that you had was the housing element, which I'm sure you probably really enjoyed all of those hearings when that came before you last year. Next slide. So this is mandatory. It's one of the 7 mandatory elements addressing the safety needs of the community. Required components typically include some background information, maps of the relevant hazards, goals and policies, and then of course any implementation actions and programs that you feel are necessary. Nowadays, the safety element does require a more frequent update, and I'll explain why that is the case in a couple slides. So basically, these are the key hazards that the government code section 65302G requires the safety element to address. The hazards on the bottom row are typically, they're not hazard specific, they're more conditions that actually can exacerbate some of the hazard concerns or some of the safety issues that you may face as a community. Next slide. So let's get a little bit into the details of some of these. Geologic and seismic hazards are a major concern for virtually every community in California. And these are the types of issues that we typically address. It's going to be seismically induced surface rupture. This is where faults actually are breaking at the surface. Has been a large concern for many California communities. Seismic ground shaking, or just the shaking that you feel when an earthquake occurs. And then liquefaction, ground failure, and subsidence. And these are what we call secondary hazards to the primary hazard, which is either the fault rupture or the shaking. Next slide. Now, another major concern is flooding or inundation. Typically what you find are either flooding hazards. The map on the left is the current FEMA flood hazard zones that are mapped in the city. You also may have concerns associated with dam inundation or sea level rise or tsunami. And then slope instability is one that we like to include in here as well, mainly because it's usually water that's causing many of the slope instability issues that we see across coastal communities in California. Next slide. And then wildfires, the third major hazard that a lot of communities are concerned about. And this is really focusing again on where are the areas where you have wildland fire concerns, the wildland urban interface conditions, evacuation routes, peak water supply, roadway widths and clearance around structures are all key criteria concerns that we look at when we're updating a safety element. So here's why we're here tonight. Since 2006, the legislature has focused in on safety elements and started to look at safety elements in a very different way. And as a result, we now have to address things like wildfire hazards for certain communities. We have to deal with climate adaptation, or basically how climate change may exacerbate some of your existing hazards. Evacuation concerns. One of the latest requirements is called extreme heat. This actually does not go into effect until 2028, but we're going to incorporate it into this element update because we feel like striking while the iron is hot is important. And then the last real big piece to this is that every time you touch your housing element, you're now required to update the safety element. So it's one of the reasons why we're saying that safety elements are going to be frequently updated is because as often often as you update your housing element, you should at least open this up. You can actually open it up sooner when you're updating your local hazard mitigation plan. And so those are the two kind of triggers where you would want to update this document. Next slide. Oh, let's back up one slide real quick. So today, what we've shared in the staff report are a series of draft goals, objectives, policies, and actions that we've developed working closely with city staff. We've also conducted the SB 99 analysis, and I'll clarify what that is. We have updated an evacuation memo that was previously prepared for the city a few years back, and prepared a climate vulnerability assessment. These are all tools basically to help support all of the new requirements. What we have left to do is, once we get some feedback from you, is to actually start working on preparing the draft safety element that you will then review and take action on. This element, because you have very high fire hazard severity zones in the mapped by CAL FIRE, is required to complete a review by CAL FIRE and the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection and approval by the board. And then ultimately we'll need to go through a public review process and ultimately an adoption process with the City Council. So that's what we have. Here are the topics that are addressed in your element. Fairly straightforward. We tried to stay somewhat consistent with what was already in the element, but also really giving it that refresh based on a lot of the new requirements. And if we go to the next slide, I'll explain a little bit about how we've addressed some of those key requirements. So when it comes to the SB 1241 or the wildfire piece, this again requires CAL FIRE Board of Forestry review and approval. We've updated the goal and objective for the element, and then we've really tried to bolster many of the policies to help address things like vegetation management, fire safe regulations, looking at the prevalence of historic fire perimeters, long-term maintenance or operations of any fire risk reduction projects, as well as making sure adequate water supply and infrastructure is available to support firefighting needs. Next slide. For SB 99, this is the requirement to identify single ingress egress locations within the community. And the map you see on the left is one of the 8 maps that were prepared for this particular analysis. This is really where we're trying to understand, where do you have those cul-de-sacs, where do you have those roadways where they don't have a secondary connection into the rest of the transportation network, and then what can you do about it? And so we've identified a number of policy focus areas to help the city, not only today, but hopefully in the future, try to address some of these concerns. Next piece is focusing on that AB 747-1409 requirement. This is again looking at the safety capacity and viability of the evacuation network. Again, we relied on this analysis that was already done and really just tried to identify some best practices and additional recommendations on top of what was already in that analysis. That was part of the packet that was shared with you today. And again, the recommendations really focus on 3 kind of key areas: the demand side, the when, how, and where people evacuate; the supply side, the physical and operational infrastructure that facilitate emergency evacuation; and then the information side and how information is being shared and received during an emergency. And the final piece is that climate adaptation piece, SB 379. So this is where we focused in on trying to understand weather-related as well as future climate-related concerns and impacts. Things like extreme heat, drought, flooding, and landslide are kind of those key things, and how climate change may exacerbate those conditions. And then if you go to the next slide, another key component is you are right on the coast. So we have to also be concerned about things like sea level rise and how that could address or affect critical assets, transportation assets, and coastal resources. So we go to the next slide. Here's our process. We're essentially kind of in that public outreach engagement phase, as well as kind of getting ramped up for the CAL FIRE Board of Forestry Fire Protection phase. That's really the rest of my presentation for tonight. I'm just happy here to answer any questions and hopefully not bore you too much.
Exhaustion.
What do you want to hear from us?
What did we miss, if we have missed anything? Or what should we know that is not something that you can just find because, you know, it's not on the internet? Like, you've been in the community, you know this community way better than we do. So what is it that we should know and make sure we can go back and just double check that we've addressed
It's really
that?
going through all the documents you got in here, make sure they're complete, and if we have some change, additions, get that to you. That's the idea?
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
Gotcha.
Is this going to go to the Public Safety Commission?
Yes, it will eventually go to the Public Safety Commission.
Okay, great. I have some questions. Is that, in here, is there anything on alerts?
Let me just verify we've closed the
Oh,
public
yes,
hearing.
please, thank you.
And now we're back up to council. Make Kelsey happy. Go for it.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know how premature these questions are, because it looks like you've done some studying, unless this is, I mean, I see that you have stoplights and you've done studies on PCH and various cul-de-sacs. But like, I'm sure that you and Ms. Duenas have talked about the sirens and the alerts and the fact that we don't have them in public safety power shutoffs. So in your experience, I would ask you, what have you done for environments like this, where there is no communication? So all of this is awesome if you can get the information to the residents so that they know where to go and what to do.
Right.
I don't have a solution to that.
Well, and you have to also understand the tool that you're using and what you're trying to achieve. And the general plan safety element is it's a big picture tool. When you're talking about things like specifically how you're going to do alert and warning, Ms. Duenas has an emergency operations plan. And oftentimes in that plan, you'll have an annex for what we call alert and warning. That's going to drill down to the specifics of how do you do the warnings? How do you do the alerts? How are you integrated with the operational area, with what LA County may be doing or your neighbors? And so there are other tools. What we want to make sure we do is we set up the foundation so we have the right policies and actions in place so that if we are missing something from an alert and warning standpoint, that we can address that as part of departmental action plans on an annual basis. Does that make sense?
Kind of. I mean, it's sort of the big overarching.
Right. We're
not looking at nuance.
Yeah, we're definitely at the higher level here, kind of trying to set the foundation so that all the departments in the city actually have the tools available to them, or they have the ability to come to you and say, we have this action identified in our general plan that we need to take these steps, and now we need council's approval to go ahead and start doing that.
Right, and you spoke of neighbors. I mean, do you speak to the neighbors like Topanga, or does our safety commission department when you're doing these studies?
We rely on city staff when it comes to coordination. There's no value in us trying to build relationships. What we try to do is create these opportunities through this type of a project for them to use that as the opportunity to build those relationships peer to peer.
Okay. That's it for me from now. I guess like on page 9, I've circled the public communication. Although the city has developed a mass evacuation plan, evacuation decisions depend on complex changing set of factors. So you're basically like putting this information out there, but really the nuanceness of the evacuation type and direction is up to the safety department. Is that right? Because like in Woolsey, there was a lot of why didn't the third lane open? So is this the study that says let's open up 3 lanes?
So I think the safety element is more like policy level in terms of land use planning, but actual evacuation planning is a separate document. Does that answer your question?
And maybe another way to also look at this too is that you want tools for your departments to be able to ask things of applicants or neighbors to help you with problems, right? So if you've got a roadway right now and it has a median and it prevents you from having throughput through the center of the roadway because there's something blocking cars. And you put a policy in a plan that says we want to promote that anytime we're redoing any of our roadways, we're creating more flexibility by removing these types of barriers from an evacuation standpoint. Having that policy in the plan allows the city departments to now start figuring out how they can implement that on the ground.
Okay. Thank you.
Bruce?
Thank you.
Appreciate all the work that went into this. It seems like it's probably deserving of more than 15, 20 minutes at 11 o'clock at night after a long city council meeting.
Thankfully, this isn't the first time we'll be talking, right?
Yeah, so I see this is going to be presented to the Board of Forestry for review, then there'll be another community meeting, planning commission, and then come back to us. So
yeah,
we'll learn in that process if there's any problems that we need to deal with, but otherwise it looks like you've done a great job and I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Doug?
Good question. Going back to page 4, it talks about being presented to the Planning Commission. Should that be the Public Safety Commission or is it Planning Commission?
Are you talking about the
The Planning
staff report?
Commission has to review it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's also going to go to the Public Safety Commission, right?
Yes.
Okay. You asked about constraints. I'll just make a quick comment from the experience we had in the Palisades fire. We are a communications desert. Even today, without an emergency, if the power goes out, most of the people in town lose all communication. So if there's any constraint or restriction, that's it. So when I look at this December 9th meeting, what is this going to be doing? Taking the part that's attached here that's all in nice colors, is that going to the forestry group? Is this what it is?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Well, what is going to the forestry Board of Forestry for review and approval? Is it this package that we have here, all the color slides?
Pretty much all of the documents that we've shared.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are we expecting this to be a critical review, or are they just going to make sure we have it?
So the way that the CAL FIRE review works is they have their own checklists. They're going to basically go through that checklist and say, you have met it or not met it. And if you haven't met it, you go back and you figure out what you need to do to meet it. My goal is always never to go back. We always meet those requirements. We've had a pretty good track record. Once we've met all those requirements, then you're eligible to send it up to the Board of Forestry. Board of Forestry does their review, and then they'll provide you with any recommendations they may have. Usually when we have a clean checklist where we've met all the requirements, Board of Forestry does not provide any additional recommendations. However, there's no guarantees in life, and we'll see what happens. But once the Board of Forestry has approved it, you essentially have locked in place all of the fire policies. Any policies outside of fire that they're not relying on for your compliance, fair game for you to change. If you want to change any of the policies that you've met Board of Forestry compliance with, then it may just be a discussion about whether or not we have to take it back to CAL FIRE and the Board of Forestry for a second review.
Okay. And I'm assuming you've got the checklist.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured you did. All right. Thank you.
And I would just like to add that that piece is so critical because we're trying to get on the fire risk reduction community list next year, which will give our community members another way to get discounts on their insurance. And then when we apply for CAL FIRE grants, they have to prioritize our grant applications if we're on that list. So that's why the Board of Forestry is actually doing us a favor because they moved up their deadline by 6 months, but they felt for us, so they have taken it, even though they wanted it in October, they're going to look at it in December to help us get on the list next year. So it's a good thing.
Okay. Thank you.
We provided adequate guidance?
Yeah, you guys know? Everybody happy? All right. Okay,
Move to hear 7D.
thank you. Second? I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
None opposed? Great. Do we want are all the public speakers slips in? Yay. Anyone online?
Yeah, there's
Technically, two.
Technically two, or there are?
Well, there's Anne has her hand raised, but she's in the corner, and then there's one other hand raised.
Okay. If you're in person, you need to put an in-person slip in, no online public comment.
Anne's alone.
It was a receiving, give a direction. Yeah, we did.
Didn't vote, go ahead and voice it.
Okay, please. Brandy, please give us a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Riggins and Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein and council members. This evening, we come before you asking the council to authorize the mayor to execute professional service agreements for fire recovery and rebuild consulting services. There's a total of 18. I'm not going to read them all out, but I'll come to the second recommendation. We do want to have a recommendation that will authorize the city manager or their designee to amend these agreements if it becomes necessary to become compliant with either CalOES or FEMA or any other government agency through the reimbursement process. So each of these agreements are going to be for the Recovery Center. There is a total of 18 of them. In August, we released an RFQ. We received 30 proposals on September 30th. Staff did a thorough review of all these proposals and came down to 18 of them. Now, back in May, the city submitted a notice of intent for the Hazardous Mitigation Grant Program and then submitted a grant application on September 15th. Right now, we're going through the application review process. The dollar amount of that grant at this time is $14.6 million. We believe it will be successful. So that's what we're here today. Part of that grant application, the city was required to hire our consultants through a competitive process. As you may recall, in middle January, we had executed all these agreements under emergency authority. That was fine during those circumstances, but as we move forward through the grant process, we do have to acquire them through a competitive process. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for that clarification, because I was wondering why we had, so perfect.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any clarifying questions?
Was that a $14 million grant?
Yes, ma'am, 14.6 right now.
When do we know about that?
They haven't come back with questions for the last 2 weeks, so it's going good.
Hanukkah, Christmas is coming.
Okay, we ready for public comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Darren, and then Joe.
Is the second one?
Pardon?
Oh, Joe Drummond. Oh.
Yeah.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Council members, City Manager. First, I want to preface my comments by echoing everything Norm said earlier. I'm glad that somebody in Arizona heard how hard you guys are working, because I don't know what they do in Arizona, but at least one is well informed. I do believe you are doing your best, and I appreciate it. And approving these contracts would just be another step in that direction. I've had 3 meetings in the Rebuild Center since February, and the first one was horrific. The first one was horrific because of the person that I met, who thankfully probably won't be reviewing my rebuild application. Rather than giving me any solutions, I was told a mandate, which Danny explained earlier, and obviously that didn't go very well. The second meeting was good, and the third meeting was today, and it was taken upon because my septic and civil engineer suggested that I go to the Rebuild Center and meet with Fox Consultants. It was the best meeting I've had in a very long time, and I just wanted to commend you for finding them, because Mr. Fox and Sterling, rather than giving me a mandate and telling me the worst thing I could ever hear, actually worked through the issues related to Big Rock Beach and the septic systems over there in a solution-oriented manner that led me to believe that they are the right team to help everybody come back to the beach and rebuild correctly, safely, and affordably. So please keep that in mind when you're reviewing this item, and thank you for finding them. Thanks.
Thank you, Alana. She's doing one hell of a job with her team she's working with.
Yes, I want to echo what Darren just said. Thank you to Yolanda and to Brandy. She's the grant queen with FEMA. Thank you so much. I am a fire victim. I'm going to be owner builder, by the way, so I have to rebuild my house. I have no aspirations of running for city council in November. Just putting that out there. Yeah, exactly, apparently. So I really appreciate that the geotechnical consultants have been put on a flat rate, because that's exactly what we asked for, and that's exactly what is here. So that's fantastic. I think all the contracts look great. The only one I have a question about is Veritas, who has the plan check, and they're paid by the hour. I just want to make sure that there's no incentive to, I'm sure Yolanda has figured it out, but there's no incentive for additional corrections because they are being paid by the hour. But everything looks great, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much, Yolanda. You're the best.
Great. And our online speaker?
Our online speaker is Laura Kaufman.
Laura? Laura, are you there?
Laura, you are unmuted.
You hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I am just here because staff asked for one of the consultants that were selected, and I just want to thank you. I raised my hand because I thought I might need to be a speaker, but I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Which firm are you with?
Invicom Corporation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And I just wanted to commend Brandy for all of her hard work, and these are very complex agreements, and Yolanda and team, these have been very complex and put a lot of work into it, Robbie too. So I just want to commend the staff and all the work that you've been doing and put into this. It's really, really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. Closed public comment. We're back up here at the council table. Who wants to start?
Okay. I just got two quick ones. The VCA consultants, the code enforcement, how are they going to interface with the code enforcement team we already have? Or are they going to be doing different stuff? Or how does that going to work?
Thank you for the question. The idea is they are going to work with our team. We will have the separate concentration for the code enforcement team, but they're going to work together.
With Carrie Rios.
Yes.
She's doing a hell of
Yes, she's doing great.
Cool. Okay. The software development, their assistant city manager, who has got some background doing software consult. I mean, take a look at this. I mean, there's a ton of work. All these individual legacy systems, it sucks keeping those things going. And so, I mean, if he can help us fix some of that, that'd be great. That's it. You did a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know that we are late, but I also want to introduce a new team because it's important for me for the council to know the new team that is coming in for environmental health. We have Fox Solutions. You want to come and say something, Ryan? This is our new team that is focused on our environmental health for rebuilds. Just want to, yeah. They've been waiting here the whole afternoon, so I just want you guys to know who's.
Yeah, I have a 4-week-old daughter and drove up here, so I have very little sleep, so I apologize if I'm like dozing off over there. But
I'll just say a few words. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sterling Scott. I actually moved down here from Santa Cruz last night.
Oh.
So I've been helping out over the past 3 weeks. But yeah, so I'm finally back. I'm from LA, so I'm glad to be back here. And yeah, hopefully we can get some rebuilds going pretty soon. So.
Welcome and congratulations on your baby. Sorry you're here so late. It's nice to meet you guys.
Well, I just want to say, we recently came from a fire recovery up north, and we want to take those experiences that we had up there and bring them here. And we like to think of ourselves as practical solutions for complex problems, and we like to meet people where they are. And for me personally, I had my house burned down when I was 14, lost everything. didn't have a single thing left. And so I have a real stake in this, and, you know, like any regulator, you're not perfect. You try to be as black and white as possible, but at least we care. And I think that's what makes us a little different. That's what we're going to try to do for our constituents and your guys' constituents. So,
Great. Welcome to Malibu. These are jazz hands. We're known around the world for them. And welcome to our city. Thank you.
It speaks well of you that you hung out this evening just to appear and say hello to us too, so thank you.
We also want to introduce our new geotechnical team. It's under the umbrella of 4 Leaves. Marcus.
Good evening, and thank you, Council. I'm Marcus Johnson with 4 Leaf, and actually we'll be partnering with FINA and AML. We'll be the face of your geotechnical team, and we've come with a lot of experience and hope to help you in all the best ways possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We have high hopes for you.
Thank you.
So I'll introduce myself, Emil Rudolph, a registered geotechnical engineer with almost 30 years in Southern California. So I've been tasked by Yolanda to bring some speed and a big team in to review these fast and efficiently and make sure we pay attention to the needs of not just your residents that you serve, but also the consultants that work with them. So we've been listening for the past few weeks and looking at where we might recommend some more efficiencies. And then we hope to wrap that up with the workshop that was announced on December 10th.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, our coastal engineering, Moffett and Nichols, Weisha Jin is online. So if she wants to say some words, that'd be great.
Is it Weisha? Weisha, are you there?
She's smart, she's sleeping.
Please music.
Weisha, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah, good evening. I'm with Moffett and Nichols. We are known for our coast engineering service. We're very happy that are able to help with recovery. And our team are very experienced. We have worked with the city on the FEMA mapping review process a couple years back.
And we also have a secondary firm for geotechnical, just for the overflow and possibly for the CDPs for rebuilds that are coming in. MB5, we have Roxana Di Antonio here with us.
Roxana, are you there?
Roxanne, I can hear you very poorly. If you could try moving closer to your microphone.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Rosanna D'Antonio representing NV5. We are proud to be part of the geotechnical team and helping the city of Malibu recover from these devastating fires. I am a former deputy director with Los Angeles County Public Works. And I was responsible for the recovery and rebuild of the Woolsey fire. So I have a lot of experience in that. I'm also a registered geotechnical engineer and a local resident. So I'm very vested in this. I am looking forward to contributing to the rebuilding of my community. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you, Council. That's a new team, and I'm very proud and very happy that we have a robust team that can help us with everything that is coming for those families and help them out.
Great. Anyone make a motion or comments?
I'll make a motion to approve, to authorize the mayor to execute the professional contract.
Staff recommendation.
Excuse me?
Staff's recommendation.
Oh, staff, it's even easier, yes.
I'll second that. And I really want to express our appreciation, my appreciation to everybody who's played a role in putting this together. And I know Candace and Yolanda and everyone else, and Brandy. You know, it's been a long, hard process for everybody. not the least of which is the residents who've lost their homes. And I think that we're finally starting to see people having optimism, and hopefully that'll continue the course. But thank you so much.
I want to put in 5 seconds here. This is exactly what we hoped would happen with the Rebuild Center. The idea of being a concierge service, concurrent approval and processing. You guys have got to set it up right, and you've bounced off our initial program, and I couldn't be happier about where this is going. And by the way, thanks for everybody staying up late. You got day jobs tomorrow.
Yeah, drive home safe tonight.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Kelsey, do we need to do 8A or B calendar?
No, those are at the discretion of the council. I would like to hear the calendar before the end of the year, but we still have a shot at that.
Okay, perfect. So I have a request for an adjournment in the memory of.
I would love to adjourn in the memory of Neve Ralston, whose birthday is also today.
It's very nice.
And all of the other injuries and deaths that have occurred on PCH. I think it's very good what we did tonight.
Happy heavenly birthday to Neve.
Happy birthday.
And with that, we are adjourned.
Adios.